I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Little Eugen. When Lady Milady tracked down the maid, they could not find anything valuable except this empty house, which had been abandoned for some time. The original owner died in an accident and had no relatives. Although the lawyer was looking for his heir, there was no result so far. The house was closed and the curtains were drawn. Unexpectedly, it was used to make a terrible deal. You said there are traces of witches in this. Louis asked gloomily. Evidence or witnesses? It is precisely because there is no evidence and no witnesses, Your Majesty. Lady Milady said cautiously. If it was the work of ordinary people, we would not be able to find clues. Louis sat by the bed of Duke Colonna, holding the child's hand. The most critical moment had passed. The Duke fell into deep sleep. The blood he lost could not be replenished for a while. His face was gray and his lips were pale. The fingertips of the king's hand were as cold as marble. He squeezed the hand that was as slender as his own, and stood up. He is not only a father, but also a king. Although he is willing to be with his children, if His Majesty the King does not appear in front of the people at this time, who knows what kind of rumors will spread as quickly as the moss under the steps. France did win, but it also added countless enemies. Louis will not easily leave them with handles. You are here, madam, he said. Take care of the child for me. Madame Milady knelt down and obeyed. Then, she said again, what about the Duchess of Colonna? Although she has always been stubborn and extreme, she has not been crazy to this extent, Louis said. She should have been influenced by something, but how much of it is sincere and how much is false, we will never know. Louis glanced at the Duke of Colonna lying on the bed. The child tried to stop his mother because Mary mentioned the Queen and the Crown Prince. Louis had long ago set the future path for his eldest son, so he knew very well that even if Louis loved him, he would not allow him or his mother to hurt little Louis and Queen Teresa. If Luciano would be the King of Naples in the future, then little Louis would be the one to take over the crown and scepter of the King of France. Louis XIV had such deep expectations for France and his country. How could he allow the most orthodox heir to be threatened? Therefore, even if he had to raise the magic wand to his mother, the little Duke of Colonna would never allow her wishful thinking to reach the king's ears. That was an absolute taboo that could not be violated. It's a pity that the Duke of Colonna's efforts were in vain. Lady Milady sighed and sat down on a chair beside her. Marie Mancini seemed to have regained some consciousness at dawn. The problem was, as the king said, no one knew how much sincerity there was in those crazy words. Even if the king did still have some nostalgia for Marie Mancini from his youth, he would not let her stay in Versailles. No, it should be said that from now on, the Duchess of Colonna might only be able to spend the rest of her life on Gala Island or Calais. When Louis XIV came to the Salle des Victoires to receive the invited guests, some sharp-eyed people noticed that the king seemed to be getting closer to the Duke of Orleans today and used a little makeup. It seemed that something did happen in the Palace of Versailles last night. However, in this era, the assassination of dignitaries has always been a common occurrence. Seeing that the king, his younger brother, several important ministers and generals still walked steadily and behaved as usual, some people were relieved and some people felt regretful. But no matter what they were thinking, when the king walked towards them, they always saw their heads bowed like reeds blown by the wind. The king stopped in front of the familiar royal blue. These were the officers and soldiers who accompanied him to Flanders and the Netherlands. I remember you, Gerard, Louis said kindly. You are a brave man. How is your arm? Thanks to your blessing, Gerard replied excitedly. I have completely recovered, Your Majesty. I am always looking forward to returning to your army and continuing to serve you. No doubt, sir, I am also looking forward to seeing you again, Louis said, and the generals following him could not help but show their joy. Yes, since Louis returned to Paris, some people have been asking about how to deal with the 120,000 troops. Every king hopes to establish his own standing army, but the army, that is, full-time soldiers, will put a lot of pressure on the treasury. The fact that the king needs to borrow from merchants every time there is a war can be seen. However, Louis has successively confiscated nearly 1 million livres of assets from Flanders and 2.7 million livres from the Netherlands, which is almost equivalent to 6 Queen Teresa. Perhaps the ambition of the French king since Big Nose François I can be achieved by Louis XIV. Moreover, for these soldiers, whether ordinary soldiers or marshals like Viscount Tyrone, they are almost eager for war, especially when they have already reaped the huge dividends brought by war. Gerard was remembered by the king and even spoke to him a few words, which made the people around him envious. Although he and his wife could not have a room in Versailles, his seat was moved forward a few steps at the banquet, and he also had a seat at the evening concert. Although this officer was born in a vulgar tavern and his appreciation of music might not be as good as the lamb chops on the plate, he was not listening, but watching, because for this boring man, in the huge orchestra of 200 people, only the conductor's performance was the most exciting. This is not nonsense. When Louis saw how Mr. Lully conducted the performance for the first time, he was also shocked, because he used a heavy pointed cane to tap the ground to conduct. When the conductor entered a state of ecstasy, he was like gritting his teeth and fighting a giant instead of leading people into the palace of music. Mr. Lully, who was brought into the court by the Duchess of Montpensier, was not only the initiator, but also the best. Every time the king saw him conducting a performance, he felt that he should appear in his army. Gerard had the same idea. When everyone was concentrating on the wonderful performance, he also sighed and groaned. He said that it would be great for this conductor to be a grenadier. Look at that strong arm. Every time he knocked on the ground, the floor would vibrate. Sometimes the rhythm of bang 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 was so dense that it made people feel breathless. God, he said in his heart, there was no need for those drums, harps or trumpets. As long as this gentleman stood there and knocked hard, it was enough to excite people. Mr. Lully certainly didn't know that there was someone in the audience who admired his conducting skills and talents so much. He was also an unlucky guy. He was an Italian, his father was just a miller, and his mother was also the daughter of a miller. But his humble birth did not prevent him from showing his talent. Although he initially just wandered around with a group of bohemians, accompanying dancers with guitar and violin, at the age of 14, he was miraculously spotted by a stranger. That person was the Duke of Guise. He was given to the Duchess of Montpensier along with some exquisite gifts. The Duchess liked this handsome young man very much. She not only made him her attendant, but also let him study under her own conductor. Later, Lully not only became the son-in-law of this conductor, but also inherited his position. When the Duchess of Montpensier returned to Paris, she brought him to the court. A few years ago, the Duchess had intended to introduce Lully to Louis XIV, but at that time, Louis's mind was all on the upcoming war, and Lully's performance could not attract his attention at all. Until the king returned triumphantly from the Netherlands, the Palace of Versailles not only needed decorations of statues and murals, but also wonderful dramas and wonderful music to shock tens of thousands of guests. So Lully and Molière were immediately promoted to high positions by the king. In return, they presented 3 grand tragedies and comedies, several humorous skits, and a victory march specially written for this glorious triumph. There were quite a few people like Lieutenant Gerard in the audience today, but they were not the ones Lully cared about. He performed so hard because the king was here. However, when he looked at the king exhaustedly, he regretfully found that the king did not show any signs of being conquered by his music or performance. He frowned slightly and said something to the prince beside him. Lully looked at his hostess, the Duchess of Montpensier, worriedly. The Duchess clapped her hands gently, indicating that there was no big problem with his performance. Then it was state affairs and government affairs. This was also helpless. The king was not too keen on pleasure, and, a little presumptuous, Lully felt that their majesty might not have much artistic talent. Of course the king did not know that his music director was secretly despising him. Lully guessed correctly that the king's mind was still on his desk, and half of it belonged to the Duke of Calonne, who was still struggling in pain, and his firstborn son. What he discussed with Philip was how to make the absence of the Duke of Calonne and the Duchess not attract people's attention and speculation. During the day, people could understand that they might go hunting or visit the Grand Canal, but at night, they had a seat at the king's long table. The king did not care about Mary, but for the Duke of Calonne, Louis did not want some people to think that he had lost the king's favor and trust, so the Duke of Orleans proposed that everyone tonight needed to wear a mask until the end of the banquet, so that as long as there was a young man of similar stature to the Duke of Calonne sitting next to the king, it would not arouse people's suspicion. The Duke of Orleans, the king's brother Philippe, was known to everyone. He was the king's favorite brother, and his willfulness was even greater than that of the little Prince Louis. He made a suggestion in a pretentious and cheerful manner, and the king readily agreed. So when it was time to light candles and torches, The Palace of Versailles was full of masked guests. The evening guests were almost all princes, ministers and envoys, who never had to care about money. Although it was only a few hours, they were not embarrassed by the Duke of Orleans's whims, and some ladies' masks could even match their costumes. These masks could only barely cover the forehead, nose and a little cheek, and the materials ranged from silk to gold, but it was enough to cover up some differences between the substitute and the Duke of Colonna under the flickering candlelight. He sat on the king's left hand, trying his best to look calm. The king looked at his hand, and he was just a teenager. "Who are you?" Louis asked gently. The Duke of Orleans must have found this child very credible, so he was recommended to impersonate the Duke of Colonna. "Let me inform you, Your Majesty," the child said in a low voice, "I am François Eugene, the son of Count Soissons." Louis paused slightly. No wonder he felt that this child had many similarities with his Luciano. Of course, they could be said to be cousins. The child's mother was Olympia Mancini, the sister of Marie Mancini, and his father was not even Eugene Maurice, Count Soissons, but Louis's greatest enemy, Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Olympia Mancini had died in an accident condoned by the king. Originally, the child should have been sent to a monastery, but Count Soissons acknowledged the child out of pity, or perhaps because he did not want to let the child of the Holy Roman Emperor and Archduke of Austria go into exile. Louis even prepared to reward him with an extra fiefdom so that he could settle the child in the future. Unexpectedly, no, Count Soissons fought under the Duke of Luxembourg in this battle. Unlike Gerard, this general who originally came from a prominent family also had a room in Versailles, but he did not expect that he would bring little Eugene with him. Louis' heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable ripple. "Don't worry," Louis said, "Duke Colonna I have something for him to do, but I don't want others to make assumptions, so please take his place temporarily. Only tonight, child, you stay with me, no one will disturb you." "It's an honor, Your Majesty." Little Egan's cheeks outside the mask were obviously stained with a layer of blush. "I am happy to serve you, Your Majesty." "Well," Louis said, "I am also very happy to hear you say that, sir." Chapter 252 New Class. Little Eugene was only 3 years old when he left his mother, but he had met Leopold I, and his mother had proudly said that he was the son of the king. However, he was already 9 years old this year, and was full of disgust for his embarrassing identity. His nominal father, Count Soissons, had generously accepted him, but little Eugene had long decided that he would also refuse the title and territory of Count Soissons, like the eldest son of the Duchess of Longueville. In view of the fact that Count Soissons had an undoubted biological son and an heir after his 2 daughters, he decided that, if possible, he would follow the example of Viscount Tyrone and join the king's army at the age of 12, and then use his own talents and courage to buy himself an estate. If not, he would enter a monastery and become a monk. Because of little Eugene's special identity, he did not even grow up in the territory of the Count of Soissons. He had hardly met his nominal father many times and was not as familiar with him as Mr. Pierre, who visited him once a year on the king's order. This is why, although his childhood memories were vague, he was almost certain that he was not the son of the Count of Soissons. He was not as trustworthy as any teacher who came to him and left him. He was grateful to the Count of Soissons for his tolerance, which allowed him to have a background that would not be criticized, but a child always longs for love from his parents. If he had never been in contact with children of his age in his previous peaceful life and had no way of experiencing the love of his elders, then since he came to the palace and saw how the king cared for the crown prince, princess and Duke of Colonna, and how the Duke of Orleans took care of the eldest princess and the newborn heir, he could not help but have a desire for this selfless love. The king thought that his nervousness was just like that of other people, intimidated by his power, but he did not know that little Eugene had fallen into a strange fantasy. He said to himself, "Son of the king, how great it would be if I were your Majesty's child." Louis did not know that little Eugene had such an idea. Even if he knew, he would not blame a child. When little Eugene followed him to leave the table, he even reached out to help the child who almost fell. Little Eugene and Duke of Colonna looked similar, but they were 3 years apart and had different heights, so little Eugene was wearing a pair of boots with higher heels. If you don't look closely, you can't tell, but it must be inconvenient when walking. "Take your time, child," said the king. In order to prevent the scandal of last night from being leaked, he changed the entertainment program for the next 2 days, replacing watching opera and ballet with a parade in the Palace of Versailles. Most of the time in this program would be spent in a carriage, and the number of people who could gather around the king would be greatly reduced. Vesalius said that the Duke of Colonna would be able to sit up on the fourth day, and by then he could find an excuse, such as accidentally breaking his leg while hunting, and he could naturally retreat to Louis XIV's hunting palace to recuperate. The hunting palace had been well renovated because Louis XIV often stayed in Versailles, and it had bathrooms and sanitary facilities. The Duke would not be too far from Versailles when he recuperated there, and he would not be disturbed. The current volume of the Palace of Versailles is about twice the size of the original plan that designer Lee Vau submitted to Louis. The Latin cross-shaped building divides the courtyard into 4 parts. As described, there is a plant maze on the south side and fountains and sculptures on the north side. Just for these 4 courtyards, if you rely on your feet, it will take a full 12 hours or more to tour them, not to mention stopping to appreciate them slowly. So if you want to tour the Palace of Versailles, the best way is to take a carriage, starting with the Queen Mother. The king and his brother have all taken carriages, but this time the Duke of Orleans was not able to be with the king. The ones riding in the carriage with the king were the Queen, the Crown Prince, the Princess and little Eugene disguised as the Duke of Colonna. After getting on the carriage, Princess Elizabeth looked at little Eugene curiously. Princess Elizabeth was about the same age as Eugen the Younger, only 1 year younger than the Crown Prince, but she received more love and tolerance from Louis than the Crown Prince, because she had previously been engaged to King Carl's I of Sweden, so her education also quickly crossed a class. After all, being a princess was a completely different concept from being a queen, and girls matured earlier than boys, and now Princess Elizabeth could almost be treated as half an adult. Louis was not a king who liked to keep everything in his heart and let the people around him guess for themselves, especially the delicate relationship between Luciano and Louis. After all, Luciano was the king's firstborn, and Marie was his wife in the other world. Louis did not hide this from Queen Teresa, nor from Louis and Elizabeth, because he decisively cut off the possibility of Luciano's involvement in the French regime from the beginning, so the relationship between these children was not as tit for tat as people thought. Anyway, they did not need to fight for the same thing. Elizabeth had already seen that little Eugene was not her half-brother, and she looked at the king with an inquiring look. "He is also our relative," Louis said, putting his hand on little Eugene's shoulder. "His grandmother is Countess of Soissons, Marie de Bourbon." This was not the case, but in order to avoid future troubles, Countess of Soissons also believed that the fewer people who knew about little Eugene's true identity, the better. Queen Teresa was one of the people who knew about it. She smiled and waved her fan. "Yes, Elizabeth," she said, "if you want, you can also call him cousin." But she quickly added, "Of course, not while he is the Duke of Colonna. We should meet again after everything is over." Princess Elizabeth said cheerfully, "I know your father, he is a brave and good man, Eugen Maurice." Little Eugen moved his lips and his eyes dimmed. He certainly knew that Eugen Maurice, his nominal father, had won on the battlefield the glory and money that his mother Olympia had once longed for, but these had nothing to do with her. She just didn't know whether Olympia Mancini, who was 6 feet under her, regretted her greed and shallowness. "You should kiss the eldest princess' hand now to thank her for praising your father." Louis pretended not to notice anything unusual about little Eugene and gently pushed little Eugene as if he was treating a delightful child. "Go, be brave, you are going to be a general." These words made Princess Elizabeth smile. She inherited her mother's dark hair, but her skin was snow white, and she looked like fine porcelain in the sunlight coming in from the car window. She stretched out her hand to little Eugene. "Do you also intend to serve the king and join the army like your father? Then I should let you kiss my hand. I thank all those who have contributed to the cause of France." So the king and queen watched little Eugene kiss the eldest princess' hand a little awkwardly. His face blushed, but his eyes were shining. The king's carriage was always in front of everyone else. On both sides of the driveway, among the hollies, there were white and pink rose trees. They were placed in huge porcelain jars. The jars were indigo-colored, and the surface was as smooth and bright as if it was smeared with oil. It took 2 adult men to hug them. The kings of France, England, Spain, and even the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey could not have so many large jars, because it was difficult to transport the huge porcelain jars from the Far East to Europe, and such an astonishing number. But a few years ago, wizards accidentally discovered the kaolin needed to make hard porcelain in Limoges, the source of most of the craftsmen in Versailles. As a result, the history of French porcelain development finally made up the last link, And now people have the large rose porcelain jars that people see today. People marveled at this luxury and were deeply moved. When the king decided to walk down, he was followed by the Queen Mother and the Duchess of Montpensier, then the Duke of Orleans and his wife and daughter, and then the king's trusted ministers and generals. No one could walk up to the king. The king was always holding the Duke of Colonna on his arm. No one doubted the identity of the Duke of Colonna. Their eyes occasionally glanced at the Queen and the Dauphin behind the king, wondering if the king intended to formally recognize the king's son. Their thoughts were all within Louis's expectations. It was always so easy to divert the attention of these sycophants. The king's close attitude towards the Duke of Colonna continued until the third day. They walked from the fountain sculpture to the end of the Grand Canal. The place where the Grand Canal connects to the Seine is a grove. Once here, the Duke of Colonna asked the king to go hunting. Not long after he and his attendants left people's sight, there was a shout. The Duke of Colonna fell off his horse and broke his leg. People thought that the king might suspend some celebrations until the Duke recovered, just based on the favor he had shown before, but the king didn't seem to have that intention, so the people in the court acted as if the Duchess of Colonna and the Duke of Colonna had never appeared, and even their names were rarely mentioned. On the fifth day, the king went to the Limoges district adjacent to Versailles. Although this district is called Limoges, it is because it was developed from the market that the Limoges people gradually developed here. People who have been to Florence will feel a little familiar, because here, like Florence, the ground floor is full of various shops, and the upper floors are either warehouses or bedrooms. Louis still remembers the Red Children Market he went to when he was a teenager. At that time, for safety and decency, the vendors and customers in the market were all pretending to be the families of officials. In Versailles, this was not necessary, because the most people here were soldiers loyal to the king. Most of them wore crimson, royal blue or black uniforms, and walked on the streets with their heads held high. The women around them wore long skirts that revealed layers of petticoats, and sleeveless capes on the outside, holding delicate umbrellas. The ordinary people walking with them, small merchants, craftsmen and even farmers did not show any fear, because most of these soldiers and officers had the same background as them. Perhaps an officer who passed by them was the cousin of another person. The ordinary people here also looked more fashionable and wealthy than other places, including Parisians, not only because of the Palace of Versailles, the king's rose fields and workshops, but also because in the wars of Flanders and the Netherlands, every soldier received the generous rewards promised by the king. In addition, as long as they were still in the army, they could continue to receive salaries, and the amount of salaries was enough to support a family with many children. Even if they were injured or died in the war, they would also receive pensions and rewards, and their families did not need to worry about their future. With a sufficient and stable income, people's needs will become strong. There are no vendors displaying goods on the roadside. The streets are wide and clean, and all the goods are shining behind the glass windows. Flemish and British woolen cloth, Indian cotton cloth, Persian, Iraqi and Syrian brocade, Parisian silk, French lace and lace. All the fabrics you can see in Paris are here, and even more. In addition to clothing materials, there are cushions, carpets and curtains, embroidered tablecloths, ivory, walnut-carved chessboards and chess pieces, rhinoceros skin boxes and gilded frame boxes, carefully carved and decorated oak wardrobes, chairs and beds, armor, muskets and daggers, swords, etc. favored by soldiers and officers, saddles and stirrups, spurs on boots. They are exquisitely crafted, inlaid with gold and silver, and are no less beautiful than the jewelry worn by ladies. Novel or traditional food, wine and drinks, tea, coffee, soda water, orange juice and brandy, the recently popular Dutch gin, but the most popular are still the fine French wines, even sparkling wine, tomatoes, potatoes, corn and peanuts from the New World, Spanish ham, Turkish candied fruit, pepper, cardamom and cinnamon powder from the Spice Islands. All these show how amazing the consumption power of the people of Versailles is. Even Parisians couldn't help feeling jealous when they saw it. As the king expected, Versailles was still very immature compared to Paris, but its prosperity and diversity were enough to cover up these flaws and shift people's attention and desire from Paris to here. Louis didn't want to blame anyone, but he did prefer to believe the people of Versailles. In Versailles, he could walk leisurely into the streets, and the people stood on both sides, cheering and bowing to him. There was no hatred or contempt for the king in their eyes. From that day on, France had a new class. Although France had had the three Estates General since a long time ago, in fact, There were only two classes, one for the nobility and the clergy, and one for the common people. If someone was willing to make a consumption chart for France in the 17th century, it can be clearly seen that it was an unstable inverted triangle. The common people needed to pay taxes, and they had the heaviest burden. Their expenses were almost equivalent to nothing, all spent on the most basic needs. The clergy and the nobles did not need to pay taxes, but their expenses were amazingly extravagant. Just like when Louis XIV was not yet in power, he wanted to make money from the nobility and the clergy. The jasmine powder, rouge, ceramics, glass, and mirrors were all aimed at these people, and he did make huge profits. Now, another class emerged. They were officials, officers, and merchants. Their most common point was that they were all promoted by Louis XIV. Their origins might not be worth mentioning, but as long as they were capable, their promotion speed was no less than that of the nobles. The king gave them power and rewards, making them the backbone of France. No matter which aspect, perhaps in 1672, the people of Europe could not perceive it, but soon, they would know how fierce and firm this force was, and it could even be said that it could not be defied. They lifted up a mortal and made him a true god. Chapter 253 Harry Hart. While His Majesty was in the Limoges district of Versailles, in the real Limoges, a lady as beautiful as a rose in midsummer was sitting in front of her dressing table, biting the goose feather on her quill with her plump lips and carefully choosing her words. The letter on the table had only one beginning: Respectable Princess Montpensier, my dearest friend, my highness, your loyal little dove sends you greetings from Limoges. Obviously, this letter was written to the Duchess of Montpensier. Although the Duchess of Montpensier was far away in Paris and she was still in Limoges, judging from the address and intimate tone at the beginning, the relationship between this lady and the Duchess of Montpensier had gone beyond ordinary acquaintances. Probably no one thought that, in fact, they had only met once, when the Duchess of Montpensier occasionally left Paris and went to Bagnales, a hot spring resort, to treat her asthma, and the Duchess accidentally met her in a salon. Of course, as soon as she saw her, the Duchess immediately understood. After all, a beauty like her, who even women would fall for, would never be buried for too long. Recommending beauties to His Majesty the King has always been the duty of nobles and ministers, sometimes even cardinals. People now say that Marie Mancini was sent to the King by Bishop Mazarin, and that Madame Louise Lavalier was brought to the King by the English Princess Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, in order to consolidate her position in the French court. In this case, the Duchess of Montpensier is no exception. In other words, the vast majority of French nobles and courtiers are planning to find a Frenchman to replace Madame Lavalier. Not only is she a foreigner, but she is also the maid of the Duchess of Orleans. This relationship is really frightening. As expected, the Duchess of Montpensier immediately showed her kindness. She was very happy when she heard that she was the daughter of the Duke of Mortimer and the daughter of the Mancini family, because the Duke of Mortimer was a branch of the Richelieu family, and the history of the Richelieu family even exceeded that of Capet, and the Mancini family was also a large family that could be traced back 500 years. The Duchess of Montpensier admitted that she hoped to meet the descendants of these two ancient families in Paris. Since then, although the Duchess of Montpensier hurried back to Paris and they did not meet again, they have been communicating. Previously, the Duchess of Montpensier's messenger sent a letter, in which the Duchess invited her to Versailles, and if she was willing, she could become one of the Duchess's female companions. Of course she was willing. It can even be said that she had been longing for this invitation for a full 20 years. She was the Marquise of Montespan. Before she got married, her name was Françoise Athénée de Mortimer. Earlier, she was just Athénée Vesalius. How time flies, Mrs. Montespan sighed in her heart. It seemed as if the day 20 years ago was still before her eyes. The young king was standing in front of her, only 3 steps away from her. At that time, she wanted to touch the boy who was as scorching as the sun, but the one standing next to him was the youngest daughter of the Mancini family. She had heard of this name and had seen her. She was completely different from her. Mary Mancini thought she could get whatever she wanted, but Athénée knew very early that in this world, you have to pay an equal price for what you want. No, it should be said that sometimes, even if you pay, you still get nothing. Just like her biological father, Varro Vesalius. If there was anything in common between Varro Vesalius and her stepfather, Duke Mortimer, it was probably only one thing, that they both refused to allow her to enter the court. They might never have talked to each other, but they had the same deep understanding of her ambitions, Duke Mortimer loved their mother deeply and would not allow her to make any mistakes. Duke Mortimer told her clearly that the king was not the kind of person who would be seduced by beauty. His 3 royal ladies, whether were recognized or not, all had political purposes or because of the value brought by their own talents. The king would also take a closer look at a woman who was only beautiful, just like appreciating a painting or a flower, but he would not keep her by his side. Varro Vesalius, after giving everything he had, finally managed to seek a position as a royal physician beside the king. As he got to know the king better, he did not want his daughter to become another royal lady. "You have to admit," he said in a letter, "it is certainly sad not to be loved by the king, but being loved by him will make you fall into complete despair. He has a heart with hair." The hairy heart is a legend among wizards. His mother once told this story to Athanas. The protagonist of the story is a handsome and arrogant male wizard. Whenever he sees someone falling into the whirlpool of love, he laughs at the other person as a fool. His friend said that there will be a day when he will sink into the quagmire of love and marriage. The wizard was furious and swore that he would never fall into such a predicament, so he took out his heart and hid it in a glass cover. From then on, he would not be sad or happy, always so rational and calm. He became more powerful, richer, and almost omnipotent. Finally one day, a beautiful witch fell in love with him. She confessed her love to him, but he said he was incapable of loving. He took the witch to see the heart. The heart was not only black and shrunken, but also had black hair like a wild beast. The witch was not afraid, but insisted that he put the heart back into his chest. He did so. But the heart had completely turned bad. Driven by the heart, he tore open the witch's chest and took out the fresh, bright red heart. It was so beautiful. The wizard wanted to exchange it with his own heart. But his heart was determined not to, so he cut open his own chest and dug out the hairy heart. He fell on the witch and died. "If that's the case," Madame de Montespan murmured, "it's not a bad thing." She put her quill into the ink bottle, dipped it in the ink, and began to write a reply. She was sure to go to Paris, but even though her 2 fathers and her husband were qualified to see the king, they were unwilling to bring her to the king. They didn't know that if she wanted to, she could break all the defenses they set up, if she wanted to. She quickly finished the letter, sprinkled some sand on the letter to make the ink dry quickly, so as not to leave stains after folding the letter, and put her hand on the bell, ready to let her maid take it out and give it to her loyal servant to take it to Paris immediately and give it to the Duchess of Montpensier. But as soon as the maid came in, a person rashly pushed open the door and walked in. The maid turned her back to the door and immediately stuffed the letter into her corset, then turned around and bowed. Madame de Montespan's face suddenly became gloomy, because the person who came was one of her obstacles, her husband, the Marquis de Montespan. "Why did you come to Limoges?" Mrs. Montespan asked unhappily. "Shouldn't you be in Flanders?" "I asked for leave from the Marquis de Louvois." The Marquis laughed grimly. "If I don't come back, I will hold a funeral for my wife." Madame Montespan turned around. "Is such a meaningless curse fun, sir?" She stared at herself in the mirror. Witches age slower than mortals, and she inherited part of her mother's blood. Although she is 27 years old this year and has 2 children, she is still as delicate as a girl. "I just want to go to Paris." As for how her husband knew it, Madame Montespan was too lazy to care. There were many eyes and ears in the court, some for power, some for money, and some for love. Her husband's eyes were all around her. He knew that he had met the Duchess of Montpensier, and they had frequent correspondence. This was another good time. Madame Lavalier was pregnant and unable to serve the king, and the Duchess of Colonna had angered the king for some reason and was expelled from Versailles, and because the king had conquered Flanders and the Netherlands in succession before, he would not lead the army in person again in recent years. Isn't this an opportunity to promote a new person? Because I know that as long as you enter the palace and meet the king, I will lose my wife forever. The Marquis laughed hoarsely twice. He flew all the way here from Flanders. In that case, shouldn't I mourn for my wife? It seems that you are either drunk or have a high fever, and you are talking nonsense like this. Madame Montespan said indifferently, throwing an ivory comb on the table. Don't go, don't leave me. You know this is impossible. Madame Montespan said kindly, although her words were like a dagger piercing her husband's heart. When I was a child, I decided to become the king's lover. The Marquis stared at her. Child, ah, child. He cried out in grief. You still mention children? You haven't forgotten your children? Then what about your and my children? They have grown up and no longer need a mother. Madame Montespan said. She grew up in a convent and married the Marquis of Montespan shortly after she came out of the convent. She accepted this arrangement because a royal lady could not be an unmarried girl. After marriage, she behaved herself and gave birth to a son and a daughter for her husband. She believed that she had fulfilled her duties and that she should gain her own power next. "How can you treat me like this?" The Marquis couldn't help but shouted, "I'm your husband. A jealous husband will be laughed at?" Madame Montespan stood up. She might just want to walk away or sit on the couch in front of the window, but the Marquis rushed up and hugged her tightly. "Don't go. Dear, don't go. Don't do this, Louis," Madame Montespan called gently. The Marquis's name was also Louis. When she called him like this in the past, his heart was full of tenderness and love, but since he knew that she was calling another Louis, every time he heard this name, it was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. Almost subconsciously, he pushed Madame Montespan with disgust, causing her to stagger a few steps and fall on the chair. Madame Montespan shook her head. "Why bother? Although I am not loyal, I am at least honest. What about you? You are not loyal or honest enough. You also have your own lover. Why do you interfere with my love? That's just... We are no different. Are you worried that someone will laugh at you? There is no need, sir. Louis XIV is your master. Morally and legally, you have the qualifications and obligation to dedicate your wife to him. This is a sacrifice and loyalty to the king. Of course, you can also get power and money, which is also the reward you deserve, just like Madame Lavaliere's husband." Madame Montespan persuaded. Just one look at the Marquis's face and she knew that her words would be in vain. "If you want to go to Versailles," the Marquis said, gritting his teeth, "I will wear black mourning clothes and drive a carriage with deer antlers to come before the king." Madame Montespan finally stopped talking. If the Marquis really did this desperately, he would certainly become the laughingstock of Versailles, and the king would never accept her again. The two fathers' repeated persuasion of Madame Montespan was not without effect. For example, now the lady knew a lot of taboos of Louis XIV that could not be broken. "I see," said Madame de Montespan, "you don't love me, you just treat me as a beautiful decoration, a private property. You don't allow me to go to Versailles, you don't allow me to appear in front of the king, because you feel he is a threat to you. You know that I will never love you, so you would rather destroy me than let me get what I want. If you insist on thinking so, then so be it," said the Marquis coldly. "You can't." "I can." The Marquis cried in anger and pain. "After you treated me, your benefactor, like this." "Benefactor?" Madame de Montespan raised her eyebrows. "Isn't it? You think others don't know? Your mother is not the daughter of Grandson. She is just the wife of a pharmacist. Duke Mortimer snatched her from her husband and made her a duchess, and she, her daughter, that is, you and your two sisters, are just the Duke's stepdaughters. You don't have any blood to be proud of in your body. It was me, madam, who agreed to the marriage and gave you such a lofty status, just because I fell in love with you as soon as I saw you." Ah, to the Marquis's surprise, Madame Montespan was not angry or horrified, but instead showed a mocking smile. "So that's what you think. Isn't this true?" "It's true," said Madame Montespan. "So you think the king doesn't know that I'm just the daughter of a pharmacist?" She stood up from her chair and took a step forward. "So, you say you love me, but your heart has always despised me," she said, and took another step forward. "You think you are my benefactor and our marriage is your reward to me," and took another step forward. "In your heart, I am just a commoner's daughter. I have no noble blood in my body, and my surname is just the pity of Duke Mortimer." With the last step, she almost touched the Marquis's chest, and this time, the Marquis took a step back. Madame Montespan chuckled. "Then why should I beg you for a little favor here? Since you have spoken your heart, do you think you can give me more than the king?" She raised her hand and placed it on the Marquis's chest. "No, you are not even qualified to be compared with my majesty, sir, forever, forever, forever." She pushed the Marquis gently, and he fell down. He was dead. Chapter 254, Diplomacy of the Loser. Everyone was happy in Versailles, except the Dutch. These people who were once generals, officials, the heart and brain of the Netherlands, but ultimately, merchants, once thought that they could solve their current predicament with conventional means. They established a government in exile in New Amsterdam. Although it was New York as early as 67, the Duke of York of England was imprisoned in the Tower of London by Charles II, who had a son and an heir, as soon as he returned to London. He had no time to take care of the overseas territories thousands of miles away. At the same time, they hurried to Paris, and then Versailles, hoping to get pardon from Louis XIV. They even carefully discussed how much they could pay. Territory? There is no doubt that the Dutch concede part of their territory to France. Wars and marriages between countries often lead to changes in borders, and France should be no exception. As long as His Majesty is willing to return the North Holland province where Amsterdam is located and Utrecht, the heart of the Netherlands, they are willing to give up South Holland or Zeeland, or Gelderland. In short, they all agree that as long as the 10,000 Dutch merchant ships are still cruising on the sea, they can even buy the Netherlands back bit by bit, or take the opportunity to instigate other countries to wage war against France, and they can be the fishermen. Ships. Although the Duke of La Rochefoucauld has taken hundreds of large ships from the Netherlands, would such an ambitious king think that there are too many ships? Absolutely not. They can sell ships to the French at an extremely low price, and then let them continue the previous war with the British. After the 100 Years' War, the enemies should also rekindle the war, and for the Netherlands, no matter who loses or who wins, of course, it is best for both sides to suffer losses, which is a good thing for them. Money? Although Amsterdam's assets and parliamentarians were intercepted before they left the North Sea, the East and West India companies were still there. Their trade routes, their colonies, and their slave trade were bringing in a lot of wealth every day. They were still able to pay Louis XIV more than 3 to 5 million livres in compensation, and even exempted the king from the interest on his loans. Don't forget that Louis XIV had borrowed from Dutch bankers during his conquests of Flanders and the Netherlands. Although the loan has been repaid, the king's generosity means that the days of him borrowing from them again are numbered. Should he still station troops in the Netherlands? Should he levy taxes on Dutch merchants? Or should he require the Dutch people to convert to Catholicism? All are possible, although it must be very difficult, but the Dutch government in exile far away in New Amsterdam has given these envoys the greatest authority, as long as they can return to the Netherlands. The Dutch envoy bribed the Swiss envoy with 1,000 gold louis and asked him to say one sentence, because they did not get the qualification to meet Louis XIV in Versailles. No, it should be said that anywhere, they were just like a group of flies trapped in a glass box, buzzing and bumping around to complete their mission, but everywhere they went was a transparent and solid wall. Even the most greedy cardinal, Mr. La Riviere, did not allow them to step into his hall. But the result of 1,000 gold louis, they would rather such a thing had never happened. They did not bribe the stupid envoy, and he did not mention the Netherlands to Louis XIV. In their most embarrassing assumption, the French king might scold the Swiss envoy and once again reject the Dutch request, but Louis XIV's answer was far beyond their imagination. The Netherlands was finished. When they heard this, they responded even earlier than the Swiss envoys, because although they could not bribe the royal family members, ministers and generals, some shallow servants were still willing to exchange 1 or 2 words for the jingling gold louis. Now, even the most cunning, shrewd and eloquent among them were frightened and could not make a sound. "Is there no hope?" asked an envoy. "Yes," said another envoy, "and it is right in front of us, everyone. Now in Versailles, the envoys of all Europe are here. No matter what they want to do before, what Louis XIV wants to do, we can try to win them over to our side, or, as long as we stand on the opposite side of France, we can win. The problem is that we don't have many ships anymore." The previous envoy pondered for a while and shook his head gently. "We also have Suriname and the Antilles, South America, Batavia, Sumatra, the Spice Islands, Malacca and Ceylon. We also have some strongholds in the Far East, the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, the Hudson River Basin in North America, and New Amsterdam. That is our last territory," said the third envoy. "Our merchant ships and escort fleets need them. Without the Netherlands, they are like trees without roots." The second envoy who spoke said, "If we can exchange them for the Netherlands, even if it is only a part of it, it will be enough. As long as we have the Netherlands, we can look for new colonies. Ladies and gentlemen, America is big, and Africa is also big. We will be caught and hanged by the angry people." The leading envoy did not agree with the young man's radical speech. "We have all seen the end of the Witt brothers. The Parliament and the government have not given us such power. If we act on our own, they will throw them out as scapegoats, even if we get the Netherlands back." Everyone else nodded in agreement. The young envoy looked around and didn't find a single supporter. He fell back into his chair dejectedly. Now he finally understood what his father had said before he left. His father didn't think they could get any results this time. He said that since the death of Prime Minister Witt, the Netherlands had lost its head and heart. Later, General Reuter also died, and the backbone of the Netherlands was broken. What was left was just good meat waiting to be torn apart by tigers and wolves. At that time, the young man neither agreed nor believed it, but now he had to admit that his father had sharper eyes than him. "Just rest in the hotel for a few days," said the leading envoy, "drink some champagne, find a girl, and don't worry too much. This is not a situation we can reverse." The young envoy widened his eyes. "You want to imprison me?" "Don't say that," said the leading envoy. "I just think we should be more cautious. But for these Dutch people, neither caution nor radicalism can have any impact on the current situation. Although it is said to be a 15-day celebration, in fact, on the third day, there were envoys who could not hold back and came to ask the Duke of Orleans, the Prince of Condé, the Duchess of Montpensier, in short, anyone who could find out about Louis XIV's movements and thoughts. They can't wait to cut a piece of France's extremely fruitful victory this time. Of course, Louis XIV was gambling, putting the fate of the entire country on the line, throwing the last chip, and what he was seeking could not be just 3 or 5 million livres of income, which was not even enough for his military expenditure in the past 3 years. The main thing was that he got Flanders and the Netherlands. In addition to a large piece of rich territory, there were ports, shipping routes and vast territorial waters brought by the long coastline. Although there was no complete and unified concept of maritime sovereignty at that time, some people said that it should be the horizon within sight. In 52, the jurist Rosenius wrote in The Sea in his book on the law of the sea. He advocated that the width of a country's sea area should be the distance of 2 days' sailing. Later, the Dutch jurist Binckhoek proposed that the width of a country's territorial waters should be based on the longest range of its cannons, that is, where the power of weapons ends, the land power ends. These statements are not rigorous enough. Not to mention using the sailing distance as the standard, the speed of different ships is different, and using the limit of vision as the standard is even more impossible, because everyone's vision is different. As for using the range of cannons as the standard, although it is very much in line with the wishes of some people, it has been proved that this is not feasible. The Anglo-Dutch wars occurred 3 times in a row, all of which were closely related to maritime sovereignty. The North Sea and Malacca were almost an unsolvable knot between the British and the Dutch. This was why Charles I was willing to form an alliance with Louis XIV. Although it was unlikely to obtain North Holland and South Holland, Charles I believed that even if he could obtain Zeeland, it would still be able to resolve England's predicament in the North Sea. Although Louis XIV's victory also meant that there was another North Sea between France and England, in addition to the English Channel and the Strait of Calais, Dover, Charles I still had William II. Among all the envoys gathered together, there was one person who attracted the most attention. He was the envoy from England, Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon. He was very loyal to Charles II. He had followed Charles II when he was still the Duke of Cornwall and in exile. Charles II generously rewarded him after his restoration. Not only did he let his brother, the Duke of York, marry Hyde's daughter, but he also promoted him to be his Secretary of the Navy. Later, due to the Parliament's questioning and coercion of Charles II, Hyde was forced to retire from this position, and this position was given to the Duke of York. However, the Duke of York made many mistakes. He first hated Hyde's daughter who could not bring him more benefits, and let her die in depression. Then he believed in Charles II's sweet words and married the daughter of a Catholic, which made those Protestant MPs who supported him begin to waver. When he went to war, Charles II used the means of wizards to make the Queen give birth to his own heir. The Duke of York finally lost his last arm, and as soon as he returned to London, his military power was taken away. Edward Hyde was promoted back to his original position. It was ironic that he had happily handed over this position to his son-in-law several years ago. In return, his daughter died in the coldness and dissatisfaction of her husband. The Duke of York probably didn't expect that his dream would finally come to nothing. He was not imprisoned in the Tower of London and did not die in an accident just because Charles II's son was still a baby. Edward Hyde, who was regarded as a useless old waste by the Duke of York, not only became the Minister of the Navy again, but was also appointed as an envoy by Charles II, shouldering the most important mission in the past 30 years, going to Paris and Versailles. Although the Duke of York was the leader of the delegation, he had no real power. Hyde was accompanied by a young man who always wore a mask. He was always taciturn and unhappy, but Hyde always respected him. Some people tried to inquire about his identity, but the entourage around the English envoys were as serious and rigid as Edward Hyde. They could only guess that this might be an illegitimate son of Charles II, given that Charles II did have many illegitimate children, and he was already 42 years old. It was not surprising that he had a son in his 20s. Edward Hyde revealed the answer to the mystery today. This person was none other than William II of the House of Orange. William II sometimes wondered how he could still be alive, enduring such humiliation and torture. Yes, he still had a glimmer of hope. In the Tower of London, on the ship to France, or in Paris, in Versailles, he waiting for his loyal subjects to take him away from the enemy. He would take them to the Cape of Good Hope, to New Amsterdam, to the Spice Islands, to any place where the Dutch could still gain a foothold. He would lead them to fight to the last moment, just like his father, his grandfather. But he didn't wait. He seemed to be forgotten. The young future monarch raised his head. The meeting about the Netherlands, or more precisely, the complete dismemberment of the country, was held in the Jupiter Hall by the king. Although he always called himself the Sun King, it was undoubtedly the most suitable to hold such a meeting in this hall, named after the father of the gods. The greedy gods gathered here to make the final judgment on the ignorant mortals. Although this hall is also mainly made of milky white stone, the paintings on the ceiling and walls are all painted with a lot of lapis lazuli powder. The boundless sky, the robes of the gods, the deep sea, all of them are this rich and elegant color. Lebrun used gold thread to outline the orbits of the stars, cochineal to decorate the cheeks and lips of the gods, and pearl powder to present their flawless skin. In the picture of the Pantheon, Jupiter and Juno are only in the distance. Standing among the gods, the sun god holding a harp and carrying a bow and arrow is the focus of people's attention. If people look down, they will find that at the bottom of the picture is the canopy of His Majesty the King. Under the canopy is the royal blue velvet curtain embroidered with the golden lilies, and in front of the curtain is the throne that belongs only to Louis XIV. The king is already in his 30s, but in William II's opinion, he looks even younger than himself in the mirror, or this is the difference between the winner and the loser. Chapter 255, Dividing the Netherlands. In the Jupiter Hall, the Treaty of Versailles signed by France, Spain, Britain, the Holy Roman Empire, and other countries in 1672 made the most thorough separation between the Netherlands and its colonies. Every envoy was watching with fear, fearing that their own and their country's interests would be damaged, while the Netherlands, the original owner of this land, was blocked from entering the Palace of Versailles. But things have always been like this. The Netherlands is not the first country to disappear in the long river of time, nor the last. The negotiations did not end until the third day after the 15th day celebration, which was slightly different from what Louis XIV had envisioned before, but France still maintained an army of 120,000 people, and Louis XIV had never been defeated, even if not by the Dutch or the Flemish, but by the coalition forces of Denmark, Austria, Switzerland, Brandenburg and Spain. This made the envoys maintain the utmost awe and caution. It turned out that they could no longer interfere with France's occupation of the Low Countries by tough military means. They could only make some preparations in rhetoric and conspiracy. The problem was that, many times, strength is better than any sophistry. During the negotiations, the Sun King seldom spoke. The speakers were either the Viscount of Turenne or the Prince of Condé. As the two most powerful generals in France, they were not eloquent, but the golden sun medals and epaulets flashing on their chests and shoulders would make those present breathless unconsciously. Of course, those present had heard of Louis XIV's military rank system. Military ranks had appeared as early as the 15th and 16th centuries, and Louis XIV was not the only monarch who wanted to implement a military rank system. However, some kings did not even have their own armies. Charles II, can you not mention me? And some kings and emperors were elected not because of their bloodline. Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire, Michael of Poland and Hungary, or the king's power was restricted by powerful ministers or regents, queen mothers, Carlos I of Spain, Charles I of Sweden. It's not our fault. In short, so far, only Louis XIV has done it. He has monopolized power and is his own guards, musketeers, dragoons, and the new army from Versailles. The number of these soldiers far exceeds the support of the princes. Only in this way can the king implement the military rank system in the army and use military ranks as a reward. Military ranks are directly linked to the treatment and status of soldiers and officers. It is impossible to do this if they do not belong directly to the king. After all, according to the original theory, the vassal of a vassal is not my vassal. The soldiers belong to the general or the lord, not the king. How can they believe the king's promise and die for him? There were also some people with ulterior motives who expected the Prince of Condé or the Viscount of Turin, who had great prestige in the army, to obstruct or reject the king's new policy. Unfortunately, neither of them did as they imagined. They gladly accepted the king's arrangement and became the king's most trusted spear and shield. They were awarded the title of Grand Marshal the day before. In addition to the scepters that people usually see, the golden lily, human-faced sun and sword medals on their chests were all disassembled from the Bourbon and Louis XIV coats of arms, representing honor, the king's trust and victory respectively. The sword medal was lined up on the chests of Viscount Turin and Prince of Condé, as were the sword-wielding nobles behind them. In the eyes of the envoys, this was a threat, because many of these victories came from their failures. But who was the most miserable and embarrassed among the people present was William III. Even the Spanish, the de facto owners of Flanders, were not as embarrassed as him. Everyone was dividing up the territory of the House of Orange right in front of him. It was ridiculous that William II had such a bad fate, because the Dutch Parliament had always been wary of the descendants of Orange regaining the Netherlands and becoming king. But now, the Netherlands not only did not belong to Orange, but also did not belong to any Dutch person. I really don't know what Prime Minister John de Witt would think when he saw this scene. William II attended every meeting. Although no one listened to his opinions, the Duke of Orleans told Louis that the descendant of Orange was still trying to get help from other countries or some important person, and he was still writing letters, hoping to contact someone who supported him. He must be disappointed. Perhaps the one who felt the same as him was Prime Minister Witt, who was tortured bit by the mob. Although the people who participated in the meeting were all powerful and well-dressed, William II was no different from those craftsmen and merchants. They were just as happy to break and divide his lifelong hopes in front of William II, arguing about who should get that share. Later, even Edward Hyde couldn't help but persuade William II that he didn't have to participate in every meeting, as long as he showed up when the meeting related to Utrecht was held. After all, he was a puppet nominated by Charles II, but William II seemed to be possessed by a demon, as if he wanted to torture or sacrifice himself, and he persisted to the end. Regarding the division of the Netherlands mainland, according to the Treaty of Dover between Louis XIV and Charles II, 3 of the 7 provinces belonged to Charles II. However, Charles II wanted his nephew William II to inherit Utrecht. Of course, if possible, he hoped that Utrecht would not be included in his 3 provinces. Louis XIV would certainly not agree. The British Navy's weakness had been clearly revealed in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, and the army created by Charles II in imitation of Louis XIV was still in preparation. London was in a bloody storm, the Duke of York hated his brother, and his son was still a baby. It was unlikely that Britain would go to war with France at this time. Charles II wanted Utrecht, Friesland and Groningen, but these 2 regions were Denmark above and the Holy Roman Empire to the right. Although these regions belonged to the Archbishops of Munster and Cologne, they were still Louis' allies for the time being, but if they could be bribed by Louis, they could be bribed by Charles II. After the Netherlands, France became the enemy of Britain, and Louis did not want to test how deep the relationship between him and Charles II was. So he would never give these 2 regions to Charles II. In addition, King Frederick IV of Denmark had always been upset about Sweden taking the Scandinavian region, so in this battle, he not only stood opposite France, but was also an enemy of Charles I. It was just that Denmark wanted to defeat Sweden, and Sweden was no exception. The King of Denmark was also the master of Norway, and as long as you look at the map, you will know that Norway is like a belt inlaid in the Swedish territory. Considering that the alliance between Charles I and Louis XIV might last for more than a decade, if Princess Elizabeth successfully married into the Swedish royal family and gave birth to an heir for Charles I, then once Louis XIV occupied North and South Holland, Groningen and Friesland, he could form a 2-pronged attack with Sweden. In addition, if Zeeland and Utrecht were handed over to Charles II and William II, then Louis XIV could use Flanders, Groningen and Friesland to encircle the British Netherlands. Of course the British firmly disagreed with such a result, not to mention that the original 3 provinces were reduced to 1. They insisted that Utrecht belonged to William II, so after repeated negotiations and bargaining, Edward Hyde proposed that they could give up ownership of New York in America in exchange for Friesland and Groningen. Obviously, what Louis could think of, the British should be able to think of. After reporting back to the king, the French returned to the negotiation table and offered Charles II a condition that was hard to refuse. Louis XIV accepted Britain's abandonment of New York, but he was still unwilling to give up his original plan, but he could make a concession and give up South Holland. This was something no one present had expected, because the richest place in the Netherlands was South Holland rather than North Holland. Rotterdam and The Hague, two of the three major ports in the Netherlands, were in South Holland. This was enough to make the cash-strapped Charles II hesitate. As a result, England owned South Holland, Utrecht and Zeeland, which just occupied the lower half of the Netherlands. France occupied North Holland, Groningen and Friesland. As for Overijssel, it was taken by the archbishops of Cologne and Munster respectively. Only Gelderland was left, which was the result of a subtle struggle. Leopold's envoys certainly did not want to return empty-handed. Moreover, if they could be inserted into the French Netherlands, Gelderland is between Groningen and Flanders. Even if France occupied 2.5 provinces in the Netherlands, it still had to be on guard against the knife behind it at all times. As described before, Charles II was also happy to see Louis XIV lose control of the Netherlands. The British envoys fanned the flames. In the end, Gelderland was forced to cede it to the Habsburgs. But it was not Leopold I of Austria, but Carlos I of Spain. Of course, the reason was that Spain exchanged Flanders for this province. In this way, Carlos II saved his face. Then, as compensation, Louis XIV took away the rest of the Netherlands in America, the Hudson River Basin, without hesitation. Although Louis was ready to ruminate on Flanders and the Netherlands at the beginning, and although the New World and colonies looked extremely attractive, he also knew that disorderly expansion would only lead to the Second Rome. The ancient Roman Empire was in a loose alliance state in the middle and late stages because of its continuous expansion, but failed to consolidate its foundation. The governor of each district was like a king. Oh no, they did become kings later. But since France had already obtained America, the rest of the Dutch colonies became prey for the wolves to fight over. Britain got Batavia, Sumatra, Malacca and Ceylon. Malacca can almost be said to be the biggest shadow of the British caravan. When the Dutch controlled Malacca, every British caravan had to pay heavy taxes. Spain got the Spice Islands. The Portuguese envoy protested but to no avail, but they took the opportunity to recapture the Cape of Good Hope. Austria tried to keep the Antilles, but in the end the Antilles was still obtained by Sweden. The Antilles is the island connecting the upper and lower parts of America. Since France had decided to accept New York, Charles I chose the Antilles without hesitation. Fortunately, Charles I went to Versailles to meet his future bride. The Austrian envoy was only a count, and when facing the King of Sweden and the King of France at the same time, he had almost no power to fight back. But the Austrian envoy did not return empty-handed. They got Indonesia and the Malay archipelago. Let's not talk about how William III returned to his room full of hatred. At this time he was already Prince of Orange. Although there was only one Utrecht left for him, he once thought about assassinating the culprit, King Louis XIV of France, but every time he met the king, there were priests and guards around him, and he was not worthy of Louis XIV to treat him differently. The envoys of other countries could be said to have returned to their rooms exhausted, either eating and drinking or falling asleep, and some continued to think. For example, Juan Patino, the Spanish envoy, was the illegitimate son of Philip IV and the confidant of Don Juan José, the current regent king of Spain. However, his original intention was to be loyal to the Habsburgs, that is, his master should be Carlos II. However, after meeting Louis XIV, although he knew that he shouldn't, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He didn't expect Carlos II to become the second Sun King, but the Duke of Calana beside the Sun King was many times better than Carlos II. You can't say that a loyal minister shouldn't have no expectations for his king, but Carlos II is also 11 years old this year, and he is still a slow and ignorant person. Because he suffers from epilepsy, he often falls to the ground and convulses regardless of the occasion. The Spanish have always had the most devout faith. He inevitably makes people think that he is possessed by the devil. People are already whispering and giving Carlos II a nickname of the possessed. This is why Don Juan José is just an illegitimate child, but there are still many people in Spain who support him, as long as he does not dream of sitting on the throne of the king. Don Juan is destined to not become king. Once he dies or loses power, everything he has now is just a reflection in the mirror. Coutinho is not happy about getting Gelderland, because he doesn't know what decision Duke Don Juan will make. If I were the King of France, he whispered, I would definitely find a way to get Gelderland. Would Duke Don Juan be willing to keep this enclave as a springboard and station for Spain in the future? Perhaps. He is a soldier and an ambitious person, but his talent is inversely proportional to his ambition. He has lost to the Portuguese and the French. The current Spain is no longer the most powerful Spain during the Double King period. What choice will he make? The only thing that is certain is that Don Juan would never side with the Habsburgs. After all, the Habsburg Queen Mother of Spain was exiled by him. Even if he supported Leopold would not abandon his sister. Chapter 256, Rebellion on Gala Island. Gala Island. In the past 20 years, not only has France undergone earth-shaking changes, but so has Gala Island. The largest other world in the Italian wizarding world was originally a loose alliance similar to Switzerland or the Netherlands, with a parliament composed of several large families controlling the economy and politics. Now the Mancini family controls the entire island, and other families can only rely on them. The Duchess of Colonna has a bad reputation on the island. After all, when integrating the other world, she and the wizards of the Mancini family were like a group of greedy hyenas. It's just that the Mancini family had already served the king at that time. Although the wizards were proud of their talents, they still needed food, clothing, shelter and transportation. It is no exaggeration to say that before Louis entered the other world, only the direct descendants of the big families on Gala Island could live happily. In addition to them, wizards could only fight each other. Dark creatures such as werewolves and vampires had almost no foothold, and the source family of the monks of the Inquisition was even more hostile to them. Everyone must admit that the Mancini family was indeed very cruel when it came to excluding dissidents, but their king gave the wizards of Gala Island new hope. Cotton, wheat and steel from the outside world were continuously sent to Gala Island, and the looming crisis on Gala Island finally showed signs of passing. The young wizards were jubilant and rushed to become a member of the Royal Special Guard Company or to be hired by the king. They even stopped returning to Gala Island and settled in Calais, and now they may even settle in Orleans. Yes, it was too cruel for these vibrant young people to always be imprisoned on an island with rigid classes. But for the original big families of Gala Island, this was not a good thing. The authority they had originally built on ordinary wizards was like the gold and silver in their pockets, gone forever. You may still remember what Louis had seen with his own eyes, the almost monopolistic exchange system in the wizard's inner world bank, the meager salary, the scarce positions, although they could guarantee survival, but the small residence was like a beehive, the bloody but single entertainment. No, to be more precise, it was more like paralysis of themselves. All of this was commonplace before Louis quietly began to strangle Gala Island, and was believed by these big families to continue for hundreds or thousands of years, but it was like a closed dark room. As long as someone opened a crack and let the people inside see the light and breathe fresh air, they would not hesitate to abandon the gift of the big family. Compared with the island Louis saw, the current Gala Island has become much quieter, or even dead silent, because a large number of ordinary wizards have left Gala Island. Only the palace of the Colonna family is still brightly lit, because Mancini's wizard corps is stationed there to protect the young Duke and Duchess of Colonna. The big families that have lost their people, they used to own banks, but now no one goes into the bank to exchange or deposit money. Wizards used to be unable to gain a foothold in the outside world. Even if they were hired by mortals or to make money, they had to return to Gala Island. But now these wizards have Calais. The wizards in Calais live with mortals who pretend to know nothing, and use heavy gold and silver coins to exchange for spacious and clean residences and rich food. They used to own newspapers and bookstores, but now unless the big families are willing to take out their collections of books, there will be no customers, because of the hateful king. Even though he didn't want to be a wizard, he bought all the books he could buy, and then took them to the outside world to print them, and the price was so cheap that it was like giving them away. The taverns, restaurants and even markets they once owned were also sparsely visited. Although wizards can brew wine that makes people have strange hallucinations, raise strange birds and lambs, or weave cloth with magical effects, these things are not what people need on a daily basis. Only occasionally wizards come to try one or two out of nostalgia. They finally understand why wizards thousands of years ago would resolutely set up the cornerstone wall and strictly exclude mortals. Wizards certainly have talents beyond mortals, but they still have human weaknesses. The king didn't even drive the army, but only put the interests and the power of choice in front of them, and they were defeated without a fight. Or it should be said that some families are willing to admit defeat, while others are not. Agnelli, Rocca, Gagni, Damti, Delon and Buffandi, these 6 families, they used to be on par with Mancini, or even higher than Mancini. After Merlin's failure, the church hunted for wizards everywhere. It was Agnelli and Rocca who found Gala. Dante, Gagni and Delon prepared a large number of ships, and Buffandi and Mancini were just wizards hired by them. After they moved to Gala, the first speaker was Agnelli, and Mancini almost failed to enter the parliament. If the Mancini family had not accidentally reproduced a cursed or blessed bloodline, not only would they have gained a seat in the parliament with their special abilities that men and women could not resist, but they would have also recruited many powerful members to develop smoothly all the way to the present. But if they could really occupy an unquestionable important position on Gala Island, the Mancini family would not have to seek a way out outside. When the internal circulation is serious, not only ordinary wizards will be affected, but even the upper echelons of wizards will inevitably become turbulent. Delon and Gagni once had a fierce conflict with the Mancini family. When the Mancini family became relatives with the cardinal, other families just laughed it off. They were not a Mancini family. They still had branches in Tuscany and Naples, and they were not without a way out. When the daughter of the Mancini family became the Duchess of Colonna, they still laughed at the Mancini family for being fooled by an alien wizard. Even if the man was a king, who had not seen a king? The king was also a mortal and could never be compared with a wizard. No one could have imagined that there was an ordinary king who indulged his ambition and surpassed the that an ordinary person should have for wizards and the other world. He actually regarded Gala Island as his own possession, just like Caesar saw as strange lands and didn't care what beasts live there, what people live there, and what gods they believed in. He wanted to conquer it when he saw it. The Mancini family degenerated into a sword and hound. They became prey. In the deepest night, in the wizard's arena, perhaps this is the only place that can still maintain a warm atmosphere, during the daytime. Whether in Calais or other places in France, there is no such place to have fun with blood and life. But at night, it is not only cold and dark, but also always wandering with souls who are unwilling to leave. Although wizards rarely appear in the arena, there are always intelligent magical creatures thrown in, such as werewolves, low-level vampires, unicorns or monsters. When there are enough people, wizards will cast spells every night in the arena to drive away ghosts, but since wizards have gone to work for the king, the frequency of this work has been reduced to once a week. No one knows that this is done intentionally by someone to disperse the wizards who may appear here rashly. Ghosts were crying, even the purest unicorns were making creepy burps, werewolves were dragging their intestines, and groups of spirits were crawling on the ground like toads. Ordinary wizards would be entangled if they walked in here. But at the bottom of the audience, in the corridor where the beasts and werewolves participating in the fight were pushed out, a torch that was burning day and night suddenly jumped, the flame burst, and the light illuminated the entire dark stone passage. After the light disappeared, a square-faced wizard strode out of the flames. As soon as he stood still, he pulled out the wand he carried with him and waved it a few times. After making sure that there were no other wizards here except him, his expression relaxed a little. He put away the wand, took out a bottle, and slowly poured water on the ground. The water flow suddenly expanded from as thin as a finger to a width of 3 feet, and then shrank to form legs, waist and neck. A female wizard appeared from the water. She walked out of the water curtain, looked around, and then nodded to the male wizard. "Thank you, Senator Agnelli." "It's a small favor," Agnelli said, "but please call me Sir, Madame Gagni. Does Gala still have a parliament now? This title is just a laughingstock." This is really not like what Agnelli said. Another voice joined them, and the two wizards immediately tightened their wands, but their shoulders relaxed immediately. "Mr. Delon," Agnelli said, "I suggest you don't do this, approach others without warning, especially at this moment." "I'm not afraid of Mancini," Delon said. "He also came here by water, but he took the sewer channel of the arena. It is said that this channel is only known by Delon, the owner of the arena. But we must fear the king," Madame Gagni said. "He is just a mortal." Delon snorted softly. "He already knows where Gala Island is. Even if he can't see or hear, he can still let his fleet keep swimming on the sea and block all our trade. Don't you think we can satisfy the appetite of the people of Gala Island with the labor of the soulless?" Agnelli said. "How many people are there on Gala Island now?" "1/3, 1/5 or 1/10 of the original?" Madame Gagni asked. They fell into a brief silence. After a few minutes, Agnelli looked up at the sky, then at the ground, and then at his magic pocket watch. The magic made it never go wrong, but no one came. It seems that we are the only ones left," he said. "The head of Rocca is only 15 years old, Dante has no descendants, and Buffetti seems to have been willing to become Mancini's tool. If it was just for Mancini, we wouldn't mind, but Mancini is just a puppet of mortals." Agnelli said majestically, "Our ancestors gave up everything in the mortal world and entered the other world because they were unwilling to be manipulated by people who were inferior to themselves. The Mancini family broke our promise. They can only see benefits," Delon said jokingly. "Maybe there is also love. Mancini has the Duke of Colonna, and the king said that this duke will not only have Gala in the future." "Yes, compared to Gala, the outside world is so big," Mrs. Gagny sighed, "but we only have Gala. So are you ready?" Agnelli shifted his gaze from Madame Gagny to Delon. "We will face the wrath of that king. As long as he withdraws from Gala, there will be no loss." Madame Gagny said, "Both the Duke of Colonna and the Duke of Colonna are not on the island, and my friend is sure that the Duke of Colonna is seriously injured and will need at least 3 months to move freely. The person who hurt him is his mother, the Duchess of Colonna. She is crazy, and the king will not let her out. The Mancini family is now leaderless. This is good news, but you are still unwilling to tell us, who is your friend?" Delon asked tentatively. "I can only say that he is the enemy of Mancini," Madame Gagny said. "We have made a soul oath. I can't tell you his identity. I can only guarantee that he must be the enemy of the Mancini family." "Is he a wizard?" Delon asked. "I can't say," Madame Gagny said. "Don't ask," Agnelli said, considering that Madame Gagny could only refer to him. "The constraints of the oath must be very strict and heavy. Can you believe him? The Duchess of Colonna and the little Duke are definitely not in Gala," said Madame Gagny. Agnelli was silent. At this point, he couldn't retreat any further. Then, Delon. Delon turned around and raised his wand. The torches in the corridor lit up one after another. In the depths of the darkness, waves of commotion accompanied by a strong smell of blood, irritable whimpers, and angry roars reached the ears of Madame Gagny and Mr. Agnelli. Behind the corridor was a row of huge iron cages, which contained sphinxes, werewolves, scorpion-tailed lions, chimeras, nightmares. You can see all the ferocious beasts and magical creatures in the other world here. They all have collars around their necks. Every time Delon waved his wand, the rune on the collar would light up, and each flash would take away a part of sanity. Cages like this existed in the 7 corridors of the arena. "What a huge loss," Delon said. "Why didn't that mortal want to become a wizard? I heard from Melfa that his talent is not inferior to anyone in the Mancini family. At the beginning, the Mancini family was willing to accept such a foreign wizard and let him be Mary's husband. Is Melfa here with you?" Madame Gagny asked in surprise. "Is he still alive?" "Alive, but he would definitely prefer to die," Delon said. "By the way, I also asked him such a question. Do you know what he said? He told me that the mortal did not bother to become a wizard." He laughed. "How is that possible?" "Right," he said as if talking to himself. "How could anyone not want to become a wizard?" His eyes flashed in the light of the torch. "Magic," he whispered, and then retreated into the darkness. Agnelli cast down the flame and disappeared inside with Madame Gagny. The iron cage opened, and the beasts and magical creatures inside rushed out. They were running, jumping, or flying, and driven by the magic of Delon, their master. They rushed towards the palace of the Mancini family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 The Iron Masked Man. Madame Milady knelt before the king, not daring to speak or look up. Louis was not as angry as Madame Milady thought. He knew very well that when governing a country as large as France, and even wanting to expand the original territory, the ruler must make some choices, and Gaelic Island was the one that was abandoned. When conquering Flanders and the Netherlands, the king did not consider Gaelic Island except for the wizards of Gaelic Island. Even the Duke of Colonna, although brought by Louis, was because he was the Duke of Colonna, not a wizard from the other world. Louis taught him like he was teaching the crown prince, hoping that he would not be limited to Gaelic Island, but could see farther. And Mary Mancini's enemies were probably no less than Louis. She was not the kind of woman who was keen on power, but she was stubborn and violent, So much so that she did many things that were almost irreparable during the conquest of Gala Island. When Lady Milady was still in Gala, the wizards under Milady had the advantage in numbers and strength over the wizards of the Mancini family, but at this celebration banquet, the Duke and Duchess of Colonna, as well as Milady, had to tend to ensure their position in people's minds, so that they could still serve as the king's mouthpiece and hands and feet after leaving Paris and Versailles. The problem was that in just a few days, Mancini's opponents saw the opportunity. The wizards from those big families were not stupid enough to confront the king directly. They simply seized the cornerstone wall that was first controlled by the parliament and later by the Mancini family. Louis still remembered those high walls built with the souls of wizards. They used the key that is, magic to change the selection range of the cornerstone wall, narrowing it to the wizards of the Mancini family, their supporters, and even those wizards who were still in the outside world, that is, those wizards who served the king. They could not pass through, and the wizards inside could not leave. Just as DeLong and others said with disgust, there were not many wizards on Gala Island, and they could hold on for 5 or even 10 years with the supplies they had stockpiled before. The problem is that the Duke of Colonna is already 12 years old, and the king will have to find a marriage partner for him in 2 or 3 years. Although the king can grant him a certain area of Flanders or the Netherlands, it will be useless for Louis's Naples strategy. In Louis' plan, although Gala Island is small, it is very suitable to be used as a base and springboard for Sicily and Naples. Considering that Sicily and the Kingdom of Naples still belong to Carlos II of Spain. Just like when France attacked Rome, it actually bribed the Genoese to use Corsica as a transit point. If France wanted to seize Naples and Sicily, which were located at the tip of Italy's boot, it had to either pass through Switzerland, the Holy Roman Empire, Milan, Tuscany, or use Sardinia or Sicily as a foothold. Therefore, the unknown Gala Island between Sardinia and Sicily was very important. Louis was ready. He had been constantly draining manpower from Gala Island for this purpose in the past few years. When there was only an empty shell left in Gala's inner world, he would start to drive out all those arrogant families and replace them with his eldest son and the army. At that time, whether to directly attack Sicily and Naples, or to threaten Sardinia, which belonged to Archduke Leopold I of Austria, in return, it all depended on his will. Louis was even considering bribing the cardinals and even the Pope now in exchange for proof of the Bourbon family's ownership of Naples and Sicily. This would happen a few years later. He did not have high requirements for Gala Island, because Louis was also very clear that his efforts on Gala Island were not even as good as Flanders. Above Flanders was the Netherlands, and above the Netherlands was France. He had too many things to consider, but those revived remnants did cause him some trouble, and the wizards' other world was not just Gala Island. Some wizards believed that Louis' actions against the other world were a good time for the revival of witchcraft, just like Merlin assisted King Arthur, and they could also assist Louis XIV or their kings, while other wizards believed that this was heresy. Just like the Agnelli family, they believed that it was absurd for wizards to kowtow to mortals who had no connection with magic. Judging from the intelligence collected by Lady Milady, Gala Island has indeed become a place where wizards, monks and other residents of the other world gather their attention. They are all quietly waiting for the result. Therefore, if Gala Island is closed by wizards again, not only will the Naples-Sicily strategy be shelved or even abandoned, but even the other world that Louis has almost mastered will once again escape from the king. The high wall between wizards and mortals will be rebuilt, and wizards' contempt for mortals will inevitably reach another peak. France, or any king, will have to start to tolerate these gifted extraordinary people. These things who seem to be in another world even if they are in the court, are not ministers, not people, and not even the same kind. All Louis' previous ideas and plans have become empty. I can't blame you, Lady Milady, the king said, and there was not much in his tone that went against his intention. Milady stood up at his signal. In order to get the Netherlands, I can almost say that I mortgaged half of France, including you. You certainly have no time to take care of the affairs of Gala Island personally. Have I ever paid attention to it? I can only say that these wizards have chosen too good an opportunity. In fact, I am ready to propose to the daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, for my eldest son Luciano, and at the same time to clean up Gala Island, he said lightly, and Lady Milady trembled slightly. She knew the king's methods very well, or even said that she knew them too well. It will only take a few days, Louis said almost childishly. Once I have cleared out all the spies in Versailles and Paris, I will prepare the Duchess to do this with you. But, the king tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair a few times, I can't let Marie Mancini out of my sight now. Your Majesty, Lady Milady couldn't help saying, this may be a conspiracy. Whatever it is, the king said calmly, I can't let anyone who hurts my child get away with it, no matter what the reason, especially, little Luciano may be cursed again because she is his mother. Lady Milady, this is not something that can be said to be lucky. My child almost died under his mother's wand. He could die on the battlefield, or die because of old age and illness, or even because of a duel, but I will never allow this to happen again. I don't want others to mention him and say that he was a son killed by his mother. This is a great shame and a great sorrow. So, the king continued, next, I will hand over Gallic Island and the Duke of Colonna to you. I may know the Duchess of Colonna. Can I let Luciano watch his father kill his mother? No, madam, we will hold a funeral for the Duchess of Colonna in a few days, but Mary Mancini will be imprisoned forever. Mary Mancini cried, shouted, and cursed, but after the king came in person and talked to her alone for a while, she finally calmed down. I am willing to accept any punishment, she said when Lady Milady went to see her. I hurt two people who I love and who love me, and, she smiled bitterly, this is not the first time, nor the last time. Do you believe her, Your Majesty? Asked Eurasius, who was standing in another room but could clearly hear the voices from the next room because of the bared copper pipes. I don't believe it, Louis said, she doesn't believe it either. You are always so cruel, Ilario sighed. He used to have a face that did not easily arouse people's vigilance. As time went by, fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes, but he looked more amiable. Only the monks and priests around him knew how crazy and insidious this chief judge was. He was a sharp blade hidden under the king's cloak, and the bad things he did for his majesty were no less than Count d'Artagnan or Madame Milady. Louis looked at him reproachfully. Are you ready? He asked. Marquis de Louvois bent down deeply. Because it was about the Duke of Colonna, there were few people present. He personally handed the king a document. The document stated that a distinguished criminal was to be transferred from the prison on St. Marguerite Island to the Bastille. The king looked at the date of imprisonment, which was 10 years ago. Marquis de Louvois noticed, these can be confused. He didn't know how to call the prisoner inside, so he vaguely said, the identity of... You did a good job. The king said that not only the date of imprisonment had changed, but also the gender. Then let's get started. Ilario said. Mary Mancini was a witch, and a powerful witch with combat experience. She had experienced more things than ordinary women, so being imprisoned as a man was more suitable for her. In any case, people always have a contemptuous and pitying attitude towards women. Ilario took a box from the monk behind him and opened it in front of the king. What is this? Louis asked. The Mask of Fools, Ilario said. I thought I wouldn't need it in your court. He explained in detail that this mask, which looked like a silver-plated helmet, was prepared by the Inquisition for witches or wizards who had committed great sins or even performed extremely evil witchcraft, but could not be executed because of their surnames and titles. It was engraved with spells inside, which could be used to limit the evil power. Once the imprisoned wizards wanted to escape through magic or hurt others, they would have a splitting headache. Do you know who was the last person to use this? Your Majesty, it was Countess Nadasdy of Budapest, Hungary. At least 650 girls were harmed by her witchcraft, but she was only sentenced to eternal imprisonment in her castle, Ilario said. Are there no other ones? The king asked. This is the best one, Ilario said. It doesn't recognize the face, and it doesn't distinguish between men and women. Louis pondered and picked it up, and found that it was as light as a velvet mask, and the touch was the same. He glanced at Ilario. Noble. Ilario said, it can even allow food, sunlight and water to pass through without hindering vision. The person wearing it will not be affected except that he is a little ugly. At the request of the Duchess of Colonna, the king accompanied her to accept this painful ceremony. She must have been full of fear when transforming from a wizard to mortal. At this time she had changed into men's attire, and with the help of two monks, Ilario gently put the fool's mask on Mary's head. As Ilario said, there was no problem except that it was a little ugly. Mary could speak, listen to music, take water and food, and breathe smoothly. This was what the king felt when he put his hand on the mask. The Bastille was originally a military fortress and also a palace. Just like the Tower of London, it can also have a comfortable place like a suite. The king watched Mary walking around in the small reception room, bedroom and study, looking at this place where he might spend the rest of his life. Besides leaving here, there is also little Luciano. Any request of yours will be met. He said, I will also send you a portrait of him every year. Mary paused. When Louis was about to turn around and leave, she rushed up and hugged him tightly from behind, but before Louis could react, she let go and backed away, all the way to the window. As soon as she opened her mouth, the king realized that her voice had changed. Now she sounded like a calm man. If you pass by this window, the strange voice said, please remember to look up, don't let her think you have forgotten her. I will never forget you. Louis said, this is not a lie, he will always remember Mary Mancini. Everyone left, and the door of the cell was tightly closed. The layout of this prison was no less beautiful than Marie's room in Versailles. She smiled first, and then cried. She had never thought that she would have such an ending, but when it came, she felt more peaceful than pain and sorrow. Louis made a decision, and she could finally say goodbye to the things that had tortured her for 12 years, whether it was love or unwillingness. When the Duke of Colonna woke up and did not see his mother, he had a bad premonition. When Louis came to him and held his hand without saying anything, the young Duke finally couldn't help crying. Chapter 258 The Duke of Halbel has arrived. The disappearance of the Duchess of Colonna did not cause even a little ripple in the court. To be honest, there were not many people who liked her in this court, but there were many who disliked her. In addition to the fact that she was a foreigner and a relative of Cardinal Mazarin, it was also because of Mary Mancini's arrogant attitude. Although there were many royal ladies who dared to challenge the queen and noble ladies under the instigation and favor of the king, Mary had another big problem. That was that she had been committed to gaining all the love of the king, but everyone knew that if a king acted like this, the destruction of the kingdom would be just around the corner. The more those ministers and generals loved their king, the more they disliked her foolish and aggressive possessiveness. What did she think of the king? This is really an ironic situation. Marie's feelings may be much more sincere than those of the queen or Madame Lavalier, but the court cannot tolerate true feelings. To be precise, the feelings of ordinary people are simply a poison to France for these people. They would rather see a vain and power-loving woman accompanying the king, because the king can give her what the latter wants, but what Marie wants is something that a king can never give. So it can be said that Marie's departure made many people feel relieved. Of course, they are also targeting Madame Lavalier, because this lady is also a foreigner, and is the former maid of the British Princess Henrietta, the Duchess of Orleans. She has been with the king for too long. In addition, it is said that the king has promised to give her child a legal identity, that is, to legally recognize the child. Although he still has no inheritance rights, he will at least have a duke's title and a fiefdom in the future, because in the war against the Netherlands and Flanders, this lady has been following the king, and they are worried whether the king has entrusted her with his true heart. Louis had heard about the undercurrents in Paris and Versailles. But this was also a long-standing tradition. After King Edward III of England had his first love affair officially recorded in history, King François I of France created the position of royal lady for his lover, making this dishonorable title one of the important positions in the court. Royal ladies had salaries like military officers. Diane, the royal lady of Henry II, drafted documents on taxes and bills as a member of parliament, and signed official documents with the king. The so-called Henry Diane came from this, and it is said that she was even nicknamed Prime Minister of the Bed. Some people may wonder why people of this era are keen on such immoral behavior, but from Louis' observations and inquiries, it can be seen that the existence of royal ladies can actually be said to be a need for courthouse work in politics. First, generally speaking, there is only one royal wife around the king, thus avoiding the chaos like that during the reign of Henry VIII. As we all know, Henry VIII was a powerful ruler, but his inner palace was controlled by girls from the Boleyn and Howard families in turn. Especially after Henry VII's Queen Catherine went to the monastery, Henry VII's court became a filthy quagmire. Every maid hoped to become the king's lover or even the queen. They were frivolous and behaved rashly. They not only flattered the king, but also flirted with any man they liked. This trend even spread to the queens after Catherine. Anne Boleyn was remembered as the first queen to be beheaded for adultery, and Henry VIII became a laughingstock among the kings, not to mention that his fifth queen, a girl from the Howard family, was also hanged for incest. Therefore, people unanimously believe that royal ladies represent order and stability. Just as if the queen is around, all noble ladies must bow their heads and kneel before her. Royal ladies have the obligation and power to suppress those who are unruly, Although not every royal lady can do it well, the existence of royal ladies does give girls a goal, rather than aimlessly biting each other. Second, as mentioned, although the countries of this era were all intermarrying and forming alliances with each other, the promises of the kings were never trustworthy, not to mention the generational enemies like Britain and France. Even Leopold I of Austria, even though he and Carlos II of Spain were both from the Habsburg line, did not consider Carlos II when he conspired with Louis to divide Flanders. The king's bedmate could become the enemy of the country at any time, which was very embarrassing. Louis' grandmother was like this, his mother was like this, and the current queen is also like this. To this day, Queen Mother Anne is still secretly called that foreign woman. Therefore, it is natural that ministers and people do not want their king to be deceived by a foreign woman, even if she is his legitimate wife. They are happy to see the king and queen have a cold relationship and are estranged from each other, and even encourage the royal wife to override the queen. The third is out of people's selfishness. As we all know, if a lady can become a royal lady, she will not only enjoy a salary, generous gifts from the king, the right to buy and sell official positions or holy positions, but also her brothers, fathers and sisters can rise to prominence, and her recommenders will also receive extremely generous rewards, positions, money and land, or the king's attention and favor. Louis once complained to the Queen Mother about the minister's excessive enthusiasm for such things, but it was just a complaint, or in other words, when choosing Madame Lavalier, he had already played a big joke that shocked them, so he was not so angry anymore. But I really don't need a royal lady for the time being, Louis said. I think you'd better not worry your ministers, Philip said, motioning to the servants beside him to get him meat. They will only suspect that you are sick. I have a strange idea, Louis said. Maybe I gave them too little work or it was too simple, otherwise how could they think they had to face them at the same time? Louis waved his hand, and the servants on the side thought that the king needed service, so they hurried over. In public, the king's actions, even dining, have procedures and etiquette norms, but in private, when the king and his brother dine together, the atmosphere is much more casual, so the king just shook his head to indicate that there was no need. After the servants left, Louis continued, facing more than 100 ministers, do I still have time to deal with a strange woman? The Duke of Orleans opened his eyes wide in surprise. Deal with? Your Majesty, how can you think so? The royal lady exists to comfort your body and mind. Why do you need to deal with her? You can do whatever you like. I probably can't do that. So you are not so perfect either, said the Duke of Orleans. Now he was the only one who dared to say this to the king. In terms of feelings, you are always too hesitant, and you have seen that those respectable ladies are a group of monsters who are pushing their luck. Louis made a gesture, signaling Philip not to continue. You and I both have wives and daughters. Do you think the same is true for my Elizabeth and your daughter? Although I love my daughter, I still have to say that you don't see how much she pesters me, Philip said. I even have to tiptoe when I leave my room, otherwise you won't see me for several days. He raised his fork and said nostalgically, when that sweet little devil leans on your knees, puts her two cloud-like little hands on your chest, keeps calling dad and mumbling non-stop, what else can you do but give in? When he said this, even the king couldn't help but smile. It's right, Philip, it's right. The Duke of Orleans paused for a moment. His brother hadn't smiled for several days because of the hateful witch, the rebellion on Gadgula Island and the heartbroken Duke of Colonna. Well, the Duke said cleverly again, since we are all mortals and cannot get rid of our inner weakness, I will go and convince them. You need time. After Madame Lavalier gives birth. After Madame Lavalier gave birth, the Duke of Orleans said, have you decided that if she can give birth to a healthy boy, you will recognize him and give him a fiefdom? That's what I promised her, Louis said. May God bless us. May God bless you, Your Majesty, the Duke of Orleans said. Then do you mind if I spread this news? There are always people who worry that you are too fond of Madame Lavalier, but if this is the last consolation, they won't mind. Of course, this is what I talked to her about. Fortunately, her temper is not like Marie. The Duke of Orleans said bluntly that he had fought with Marie when he was a child, and since then he felt that Marie Mancini lacked of the royal power, so he never looked favorably on the relationship between Marie and her brother. In contrast, although Madame Lavalier was sometimes too naive and cowardly, she at least knew that she should obey the king's will. Let's not mention her again. Louis said gently, by the way, Philip, there is one more thing you need to do for me. Please tell me, Your Majesty. I probably don't have time to take care of the Duke of Colonna recently. I hope you can go to the hunting lodge to accompany him until I can get away a little." Of course, the Duke of Orleans showed some sympathy. He is a good boy. No one could have imagined that the king would be busy until the arrival of midsummer. On the last day of June, Madame La Valliere gave birth in a suite in the Château de Vincennes. Unlike the Queen's childbirth, which was in the spotlight, this place was remote, dangerous and sparsely populated. Outside the suite, there were only the king, the Duke of Orleans, Vesalius and Hilarius. The room where Madame La Valliere was located had no windows, only a door leading to the small hall outside. In other words, she had no chance of escape. The ones who helped her give birth were her female tribesmen. Whether they could be lucky enough to walk out of here instead of being directly imprisoned depended on whether the Bohemian witches lied to La Valliere. Female werewolves are much better at giving birth than human women. They only waited 2 or 3 hours before Madame La Valliere successfully gave birth to a boy. As she felt the child leaving her body, she nervously awaited the final verdict. The first thing she heard was a loud baby cry. She succeeded. Hilarius whispered, because if it was a werewolf, the first sound after birth would only be a pathetic whimper, because the long kiss of a werewolf cannot cry as loudly as a human. Louis also knew this. He fell back and fell into the chair. The Duke of Orleans' hand was tightly clasped with his, and only then did the Duke feel that the king's hands were gradually warming up. They were cold before. Then they watched a maid with a happy face come out with a swaddling cloth. Louis reached out to take it, and the Duke of Orleans eagerly opened the swaddling cloth. A healthy and normal human male baby appeared in front of everyone, and everyone was completely relieved at this point, although later Vesalius and Hilarius would test how much blood in his body was already a werewolf, and whether he still had the invisibility characteristics of a werewolf. These tests were deliberately avoided from the king's eyes, because some of the tests were really scary. But these did not do much harm to the child. When he returned to the king, he just cried angrily and his cheeks turned red. His little fists and feet ran out of the scattered swaddling clothes. Louis held them and looked at Vesalius and Hilario. "Can I announce it?" Everyone. "Yes," Hilario said, "he has werewolf blood in his body, but it is very thin. He can't turn into a giant wolf, nor can he show his fangs or claws." The chief judge said strangely, "Even if he wants to return to the werewolf group, he will be expelled. There are too many human elements in him." The king looked at Vesalius, and Vesalius nodded. The king looked at the newborn with a gentle expression. Then, he announced, "Let us welcome the Duke of Harlebel." The room was finally filled with joy. Led by the Duke of Orleans, they all shouted, "The Duke of Harlebel is here." Madame La Valliere in the room also raised her head and fell on the pillow. No one knew how much she had suffered in the previous few minutes. No one knew whether the king would change his mind until the end. But now, the king has given the newborn child a title, Duke of Harlebel. This title may be confusing, but Madame La Valliere knows that it is a forest in the south of Brussels. At that time, the king and she had gone there with her to appreciate the bluebells. Every spring, the huge forest is full of blue and purple flowers like elves, like a dream. Duke of Harlebel means that the child has been canonized to Flanders by his father, just like his 2 brothers. He will grow up under the protection of his father and then guard the territory for his father. The king fulfilled his promise, and she finally got the reward, although this reward also represents the upcoming separation. Madame La Valliere's tears soaked her beautiful chestnut hair. Perhaps in this world, no one's tears will contain such deep sadness and joy at the same time. Chapter 259, Madame Montespan enters the court. Everyone knows that the Duke of Colonna is the firstborn son of Louis XIV, but he is nominally the eldest son of the Duke of Colonna. The concession of the Colonna family allowed him to be born as a legitimate child rather than an illegitimate child. This is good for him. At least in marriage, his bride will not be ridiculed for marrying a husband who is not born with blessings. But it is not without disadvantages. That is, as the reputation of the Sun King becomes more and more prominent, the protection he gets from Louis may not be comparable to that of a recognized illegitimate child. At least he cannot call Louis his father, but a legally recognized illegitimate child can, and he cannot stay in the Palace of Versailles and live with Louis forever. The banquet where the Duke of Harlequin was brought out in swaddling clothes and his existence was publicly acknowledged was held in the Vesta Hall of Versailles. Vesta is the Roman goddess of the hearth and the patron saint of the family. It is of great significance to hold a celebration banquet here. Although the guests all smiled and said sweet words, their thoughts were probably the opposite of what they said. especially when they saw the child's mother standing high above everyone else and being like a family with the king. Their eyes were like poison. They did not like the king to have a Spanish woman, the queen, by his side, nor did they want the king to have an English woman, Madame Lavalier, by his side. Although the Sun King's previous achievements made them docile, it was precisely because of his growing glory that they could not bear to see people from other countries share the king's glory or seize the power bestowed on them by the king, just like Richelieu and Mazarin in the past. Madame Lavalier looked down and saw only humble and kind faces, and heard only flattery. In this court, the only ones who could show her color were the king, the queen and the queen mother. The king's brother Philip was also entitled to this because he was deeply favored by the king, but they had either ignored Madame Lavalier in the past or kept a lukewarm attitude towards her because of the king's mediation. She rarely attended banquets in the past, but now she knew why she was so hated. She occupied too good a position, too close to the king, the center of power. Look at those princes, those dukes, those ministers and generals who had a place in this hall by their own talents or bravery. They didn't know how much Madame Lavalier had done for the king. They only saw a foreign woman, a maid, who could stand over them and domineering just because of the king's favor. But it is only today. As a werewolf, Madame Lavalier recovers much faster than ordinary people. She has decided to take her people and go to the fiefdom with the Duke of Haarlem. That vast forest has countless birds and beasts, abundant sunshine and rain, and it all belongs to her and the king's son. There they can enforce their own laws, collect taxes, decide the use of the land, build palaces or fortresses, and even have her own army. This is an extra right granted to her by Louis. Although there are only 3,000 people, and it is very likely to resist possible attacks from the princes of the Holy Roman Empire, this means that the Duke of Haarlem is different from those dukes who can be easily exiled and deprived of their territories. He holds military power, just like the Prince of Condé. As long as he does not have any thoughts of rebellion, then this territory can be passed down for thousands of years. After the banquet and a short rest, the Duke of Haarlem was carried away, and Madame Lavalier also left. The reason was ready. She had to take care of the children. Although the ladies at that time rarely took care of the children themselves, considering the subsequent dance, the Duke of Calana, who had just recovered from a serious illness, also left because he could not support it. Only the Queen, the eldest princess and the Crown Prince Louis could not refuse. The eldest princess could still do it because she had already decided to marry the King of Sweden, Karl's I, so her education had already included this suffocating content. The look of the Crown Prince Louis was a little strange. In the royal wife system, the most unbelievable thing for people today is that although these royal wives were recommended by important ministers and dignitaries, these beautiful women must first become the queen's maids before they can officially become the king's lover, that is, the royal wife. So in this ball, it was not the king but the queen who was surrounded by the beautiful ladies. After the king and the queen finished the first dance, people began to pay close attention to the maids around the queen, observing their every move and guessing who among them would be chosen by the king. What embarrassed Louis the most was that Queen Teresa also generously recommended several young women to him. Of course, according to tradition, they were all counts or marquises, because it was immoral for a married man to fall in love with an unmarried woman, and the children born in marriage were also more reasonable. Although even the author did not know where it was reasonable, it was the prevailing trend at the time. "I don't want to interfere with your wishes," the queen leaned over and whispered in the king's ear, "but don't choose a foreign woman again." If Louis was just a weak and ridiculous king, the ministers would not care who he chose as the royal wife, but now he was the powerful Sun King, and the ministers would certainly be afraid that he would make the wrong choice because of love. "Not now." Louis also turned to her and said, "I'm not in the mood now." "This choice is indeed a careful one," the queen agreed. "I'll tell them." "Thank you, my dear queen," Louis said. "This is my duty," Queen Teresa said. "It's a pity that I can't share your worries elsewhere. My court is so peaceful, and your contribution is indispensable," Louis said. This is the truth. After 2 consecutive wars, didn't anyone try to disrupt the Louvre to shake Louis's determination? Although Teresa was not a smart person, she was good at being patient. The longer Louis was away, the quieter the Louvre would be. She did not interfere in any affairs outside the palace, and any chaos outside the palace would not be able to invade the palace. With the help of Colbert and other ministers and guards left by the king, she and Queen Mother Anne did their best to prevent Louis from having more unnecessary troubles. "I should give you more rewards." Queen Teresa gladly accepted it. Not only was it what she deserved, but it was also for her children. Her eldest daughter might marry to Sweden in a few years, she did not believe Louis' nonsense, and her son would soon become an adult, and it would be a huge expense to interact with ministers, bishops and knights. In return, after the ball, the Queen condescended to visit Madame de la Valliere and the Duke of Harleborg, gave her rewards, and made many promises, guaranteeing that the king would not completely forget her and their children. This made Crown Prince Louis confused and uneasy, and the Queen noticed it. "What's the matter, my child?" She smiled and pulled Louis' hand. "Is this the first time that Madame de la Valliere appears in front of us?" "No," said Louis, "I just feel." He hesitated a little, as if he didn't know whether he should express his doubts. "Go ahead," Queen Teresa encouraged. Although she was a Habsburg princess, the love and respect she received from Louis made this originally gloomy and extreme woman gradually become kind and generous. She not only loved her children, but also had patience and full understanding that were rare among the noble ladies today. So after hesitating for a moment, little Louis approached his mother and whispered, "Do you know what the Duchess of Colonna is like?" The Queen was a little surprised. "I thought you didn't like the Duke of Colonna." "Not really," said little Louis. "They were of similar age and had the same father. They all agreed that they were their father's favorite child, but little Louis was indeed a little jealous of little Luciano because he was more like his father than himself. But, can I know what happened before?" His father might hide things from anyone, but he would never deceive his wife. Little Louis was somewhat sure of this. "Well, it's a long story. To be honest, the Queen had extremely complicated feelings towards Marie. Because Louis was frank with the Queen on many things, the Queen didn't know whether she should be jealous of Marie or pity her. It would be a lie to say that Louis had no real feelings for her, but her position in Louis' heart was not as high as she thought. So after she finally touched Louis' bottom line, even with the Duke of Colonna, she could not escape the punishment given by Louis. The Queen briefly told little Louis about Marie, then raised her finger. "Do you know what mistake the Duchess of Colonna made in this matter that your Majesty can never forgive? Because she almost killed the Duke of Colonna. And she threatened you and me." Little Prince Louis said, "But didn't you say that there might be a driving force behind this matter?" Her mental state was not so normal at the time. "You have to look deeper, child, deeper." Queen Teresa said, "What do you think you mean to your father, and what does the Duke of Colonna mean to him?" Little Louis showed a tangled expression. "His child. It's inheritance," said the Queen. "To be more precise, you are France, Luciano is Naples, and the Duke of Harlequin is Flanders, at least part of it." She put her arm around the Crown Prince's shoulders. "Under Louis' care, the child has already shown the outline of a strong body. Perhaps in just 1 or 2 years, she will no longer be able to hold him in her arms. You will be his arms, the extension of his will, and the guarantee of the continuation and expansion of the glory of France." So, the Duchess of Colonna said the most inappropriate words and did the most impossible thing. The king will never allow that to happen, you, the Duke of Colonna, or the Duke of Harlequin. So, whether she is manipulated or just speaks without thinking, the Queen continued, "Your Majesty will not let this possibility continue to exist, even if it is only 1 in 10,000. Is that why you are trying to show your favor to Madame la Valliere?" "Not entirely," said Queen Teresa. "His fiefdom is in Harleborg, south of Brussels. If I'm not mistaken, your sister Elizabeth's dowry will be nearby, and even Harleborg will be connected, so that his children can help each other in future wars." "Oh!" Little Louis couldn't help shouting, "He's still a baby." "Time passes quickly," the Queen laughed. "My child, it seems like it was just yesterday when you were sucking your toes in the cradle." These words made the Crown Prince blush, and he quickly broke free from his mother's arms, said goodnight in a hurry, and ran away amid the laughter of the maids. Queen Teresa was finally able to let go of her tense shoulders. She waved her hand to let the maid leave, then returned to the dressing table and took out a letter from the drawer. The smile faded from her face and her eyes became solemn. She opened the letter and read it again. The letter was written by a person recommended to her by the Duchess of Montpensier. But unlike the Duchess of Montpensier, Queen Teresa did not like this person, especially because this person's father, either in name or in fact, did not approve of their daughter entering the court, let alone becoming a royal lady. The Queen was initially prepared to put her aside. The King's respect for the Queen gave her such power, because before, Marie and Madame la Valliere had made the Queen bear responsibilities that she should not have borne. This time, the King only made some necessary requirements for the royal lady, such as it must not be the relatives of ministers and generals that he would use, and then all of them were left to the queen to deal with. The queen did accept a lot of bribes and win over some supporters, but the Marquise of Montespan. First of all, her two fathers did not support her, so how could the queen do such a thing? But this lady actually sent a message through the Duchess of Montpensier saying that she had enough confidence that she would be chosen by the king. Unlike the Duchess of Montpensier, who had decided not to marry for life, not only did she firmly stand on the king's side in the matter of the Duke of Gaston, but also lent the king a large sum of money in the two subsequent foreign wars. Therefore, she could act as absurd and unruly as she wanted. Queen Teresa was the biggest enemy of France now, the Princess of Spain, and she had to be more cautious in doing things. After thinking for a long time, she decided to agree to the lady's request and meet her. They agreed to meet in a small church on the outskirts of Paris, where the queen often held mass. Because of the remoteness of the place, there were few people coming and going. Even if there were eyes and ears everywhere in the Palace of Versailles, the impact would not be great. Chapter 260. A gift for the king. When the queen, her attendants, and the ladies in waiting came to the chapel, it was just after the midday prayer. Because the chapel was blessed by the queen, although it was small, it had stained glass windows, canopies, and altars. The holy vessels of gold and silver were placed on the snow-white linen, showing a beautiful luster that flickered in the colorful and changing light. A lady in black was kneeling on a kneeling stool, but when she heard the sound of the door opening, she stood up and bowed to the queen calmly and elegantly. The queen's lips immediately tightened. Although she kept telling herself and her children that she was satisfied with the king's respect, wouldn't a wife who loved her husband want to monopolize her husband? Moreover, the significance of the queen was different from that of other noble ladies. Each of her boys had the right of inheritance, and the girls were the best candidates for marriage. It can be said that in the whole of France or Europe, only the queen could not cheat. But when Teresa was still a Spanish princess, she knew that she could not compare with others in terms of appearance or talent, not to mention those carefully selected royal wives. However, no matter which one, the one recommended by the Duke of Orleans, the Prince of Conti, or the Queen Mother, was not as threatening as the lady in front of her. Louis XIV was not a lustful person. He had only one public and two private royal wives during his 20 years of personal rule. Compared with the happy King Charles II across the sea, his 14 illegitimate children were not all born to the same mother. This king was pure and unselfish. The queens and lovers of these three kings had all seen it. Marie Mancini had a round face and a cute little chin, fluffy dark curly hair, rosy cheeks and lips, which made her look like an unmarried girl even when her son was almost an adult woman. Even Madame Milady, who didn't even have a surname, had a kind of seductive and wanton charm that tempted people to fall, just like the prostitutes you often see in dark street corners, or the vicious she-wolf, who would pounce on you if you were instigated. Madame Lavalier, although her masculine face did not conform to the French people's recognition of beauty, no one could deny that her hair was as beautiful as a waterfall, and she always had a kind of temperament that made people pity her. And the king had also talked to the queen about Madame Lavalier's face having a unique and special charm. And the Marquise de Montespan, her beauty, was full of danger, and people would not have pity or the desire to conquer her at first sight. Instead, they would choose to retreat and escape in fear, but at the same time, they would be captured by the beautiful and flawless face, figure and voice, not only unable to escape according to the call of reason, but also dragged into the quagmire by the hot tentacles. Fortunately, the queen always had a priest by her side, the priest of Elleril, who had seen such a scene and was able to resist. He stepped forward, held out the cross, and made a threatening gesture. Madame de Montespan smiled, slowly stood up, and took a step back. Then the strange atmosphere that was wrapped around or covered people disappeared. The queen touched the rosary on her wrist. The feeling just now was not comfortable. It was like walking into a glass greenhouse in summer. The damp and stuffy air was everywhere. The clothes were tightly wrapped around your arms and feet. You were like walking in the stomach of a monster. Although she was a gentle person, she couldn't help but blame her eyes. "I think I must beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty," said Madame de Montespan, bending her knees again. "I now doubt whether you really want to be a royal lady." The queen's eyes turned to scrutiny. "The Grand Princess, Duchess of Montpensier, has done her best to recommend you to me, but you have acted so rashly and impetuously." "What kind of behavior?" Madame de Montespan asked without hesitation. "The priests around me should be able to answer you." The queen said that if Madame de Montespan's two fathers were not the royal physician Vesalius and the Duke of Mortimer, two ministers who were being used by the king, the queen would not have bothered with her at all. If you mean that you have just been offended by a strange power, said Madame Montespan, that is exactly what I need to let you know. The queen looked at the priest beside her, and he waved his hand gently. The queen looked at the lady in waiting and the maid. You can leave. Of course, she would not bring those noble ladies who intended to become royal ladies today. They were all her confidants. After they left, there were only two priests and two witches who accompanied the queen in the name of maids. If there were no other people here, they could easily deal with one descendant of the awakened one, said the maid. Absolutely not, said the priest. She must not become a royal lady, Your Majesty. You must not let her go to the king. Then who should I go to? Madame Montespan said immediately. Who is more qualified to have me than His Majesty the King? Your husband, perhaps. Another maid beside the queen said immediately. According to the laws of the other world, the awakened should not serve ordinary people, said Madame Montespan. Unfortunately, this commandment has long become a dead letter, because my mother is the Duchess of Mortimer. What do you think? You dare not give orders to the king's favorite ministers, but dare to interfere in the king's private affairs. The Duke of Mortimer is just a minister, said the priest, and Your Majesty is the Majesty of France. Precisely because Your Majesty is the Majesty of France, you should offer the best things to him, said Madame Montespan, and I am only a descendant of the awakened. Then perhaps we should bring an awakened to His Majesty the King, said the maid. Can someone tell me what an awakened is? The queen couldn't help asking. This has to do with some crazy people in the other world. The priest spoke before the witch, and it was obvious that there was a bit of contempt in his words. They either marry some magical creatures or demons for a long life, or for the charm to confuse others, or just to pursue the mysteries of magic, and their offspring will inherit some inhuman traits, but then they find that this can't bring them what they want, and with a large-scale migration of wizards into the other world, the relationship with magical creatures has become tense, and such cases have gradually decreased, but occasionally in their families, there will be people who revert to their ancestors. And they have inherited the abilities of magical creatures from the previous generation. You have to know that magical creatures that can be chosen by wizards generally have very strong abilities. The queen looked at Madame Montespan quickly. Then she is a water fairy, or a siren, said the priest. How dare you? The queen shouted angrily. For her current position, it was very rude to speak so loudly. But even if she was not as knowledgeable as the king, she had seen paintings of the water fairy tempting Hylas and Odysseus's ships resisting the temptation of the sirens. When she thought that the Duchess of Montpensier would recommend such a person to her and let her present him to the king, she felt dizzy. Is there a sword that is not sharp enough, and a fire that is not hot enough? Madame de Montespan answered without flinching. It depends on who holds them. Do you think that a king who can conquer the entire lowland area in 3 consecutive years is afraid of a little descendant of the awakened? I can't keep such a dangerous existence in the palace, said the queen. Even if Your Majesty has done so. Madame Montespan asked back. It's a pity that those two are still a pair of fools who are simply speechless. I beg you to come here, Madame Montespan continued. I don't want to impress you with pleading and sweet words, Your Majesty. I just ask you to be a messenger and bring my gift to the king. He will know who is the best choice. I don't think so, the queen insisted, but the fact that she was still here showed that she was already wavering. You are so dangerous. No more dangerous than my mother. The Duke of Mortimer is still serving the king. Madame Montespan said, I have no intention of concealing my uniqueness, not threatening you, but like those noble ladies, let the king choose me. I am confused by what you say. You will soon know that I am not lying. Madame Montespan said, and then showed the queen 3 things. They were a brass letter box, a small bottle of shiny powder, and an ivory key. Your Majesty, I have read the book of Esther in the Old Testament of the Bible. Note 1, I have read it too, madam. She is a chaste and intelligent saint. Then you should know that what I like most is that she always brings gifts to the king every time she meets him. Many people ask for gifts from the king, but few people present gifts to the king. Yes, so this is the gift I offer to the king. Maybe you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. Please allow me to tell you one by one. They are exactly what I got with my unique weapon. Mrs. Montespan said. First, there are 2 letters. You can open them and take a look, but I can tell you first that they are all stolen from the letters of the Polish nobles. One is a reply to Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. At this point, the lady paused for a moment. Although the queen was surprised that a witch would be involved in the political behavior of mortals, she still nodded. They can listen. King of Poland Michael Korobit-Wisniewski doesn't have much time to live, Madame Montespan said rudely. Leopold I is preparing to work with the Polish nobles to support the Duke of Lorraine as the King of Poland. Of course, not the Duke of Lorraine who happily moved from Lorraine to Paris, but the eldest son of the Duke of Lorraine's brother. These words immediately made the queen look solemn. Lorraine was the first territory Louis took back after he took power. The Duke of Lorraine died a few years ago. In return for his return of the territory, until his death, Lorraine's taxes belonged entirely to him, allowing him to squander as he pleased in Paris or Versailles, and the Richelieu house renovated by the king. He was the first nobleman after the royal family to use the bathroom and sanitary facilities. But on the other hand, the real Duke of Lorraine, whose position of heir, title and territory were usurped by his own brother, and who failed in the war to regain the territory because of the intervention of Louis XIV, and finally died with hatred, would not have any good impression of His Majesty the King. His eldest son had never given up the idea of regaining Lorraine. He had been growing up under the protection of the Habsburgs for more than 10 years. Although he could not shake Louis' rule, this enemy was as disgusting as a poisonous snake hidden in the mud. The plague that the Duke of Orleans encountered in Lorraine might have been caused by him, and he was not very old at that time. He was probably 20 years old now, a strong, determined, and ambitious age. Thinking of the Polish nobles' tradition of electing a foreigner as king, and with the support of Leopold I, it was not impossible for him to become the King of Poland. Although Poland-Lithuania was separated from France by the Holy Roman Empire, it was adjacent to Sweden. As an ally of Sweden, it was impossible for Louis to ignore this. Moreover, if it were not for Madame de Montespan's warning, Louis might not know that he had such a dangerous enemy until the dust settled. "Where is the second letter?" asked the queen. "The second letter is a proposal from several other nobles," said Madame de Montespan. "They intend to make the Prince of Condé the King of Poland." "Is the Prince of Condé you are talking about the same Prince of Condé we think of?" The priest couldn't help but interrupt and ask. "Yes." "How I wish I could get a negative answer," the queen murmured. "You know, people have been discussing when the king would put Prince Condé in jail. Not to mention Prince Condé's ambiguous attitude during the two front movements. In the second one, his brother Prince Conti did clearly announce that he would make his brother the regent king, only one step away from ascending the throne. After the Battle of Dunkirk, Louis not only forgave the captured Prince Condé but also let him continue to lead the army for him. Some people have said that the king is as kind as a saint. In fact, during the battles against Flanders and the Netherlands, some people persuaded Prince Condé to give up his military power and return to Paris or his castle Chantilly, but Prince Condé did not agree. He had made great contributions in the two wars. It was no wonder that people were worried that the king would feel threatened. After all, Louis XIV called himself the Sun King, and how could there be two suns in the sky? This news was even worse than the previous one. No one can deny that the Prince of Condé, as a capable and skilled general, is much more terrifying than the unknown Mr. Lorraine. Note 1. Esther is the heroine in the Book of Esther in the Old Testament of the Bible. She was the queen of ancient Persia in the middle of the 5th century BC. She was a beautiful and kind Jewish heroine. In order to save the lives of the Jews in Persia, she used her wisdom to expose the conspiracy of Haman, the Persian prime minister, in front of the Persian king at that time, causing Haman to be hanged. Note, this gallows was made by Haman for the conspiracy to hang Esther's adoptive father, crushing Haman's evil plan to eliminate the Jews in Persia. According to legend, Esther was originally just one of many concubines, but unlike other concubines, she would bring a gift every time she served the king instead of asking for gifts from the king, which attracted the king's attention. This is what Mrs. Montespan said. Chapter 261 The Value of Madame Montespan. In fact, there is nothing worth exploring or using in these two letters. If I must say, it is a reminder to His Majesty Louis XIV that no matter whether it is Mr. Lorraine or Prince of Condé, once they become the King of Poland, it will cause unrest in France. But if Louis intervenes immediately to prevent Prince of Condé or Mr. Lorraine from being elected as the King of Poland, regardless of whether it will succeed, Mr. Lorraine is fine, but will Prince of Condé resent Louis for the throne that is within his grasp? This is entirely possible. Now these two letters are placed in front of Louis XIV. Only Bonhomme and his younger brother Philip are by Louis' side. These two people will never betray him. The king trusts them as if he trusts his own hands. Philip is a little frustrated because it is his fault. Although Louis comforted him by saying that John II was deposed in 68 AD, and they were fighting in Flanders at the time, and it was normal for the Duke of Orleans to have no time to take care of Poland's internal affairs, and Michael, who was elected to the throne, was from the Duke of Wisniewski's family. His father was a brave man who was good at fighting. He had never made any mistakes since he came to power. He was in his prime and cautious. Who would have thought that the Polish nobles would have the idea of changing the king again? From 69 to 72 AD, it was only 3 short years. Perhaps seeing this, many people would find it incomprehensible, but everyone should remember that the kings of France had proudly declared more than once that their thrones came from their bloodline, not from their mouths and bribes. For example, Leopold I, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Louis XIV's greatest enemy, was the emperor elected by the electors, not just because his father was the emperor. In addition to the different ways of inheritance, the electors were not just princes who elected the emperor, as the name implies. They were descendants of various positions in the Holy Roman Empire, and the emperor could not deprive them of this position, because the emperor was originally just one of them. These positions were even reflected in their family coats of arms, just like the king's crown and the pope's key. For example, the Saxon elector who served as the Grand Marshal of the Empire had a long sword pattern on his coat of arms, the Bohemian king who served as a wine taster had the imperial crown on his coat of arms, and the Archbishop of Mainz who was in charge of the national seal had a seal on his coat of arms, and so on. These patterns not only reflected the majesty of the electors, but also showed their power. They were not subjects of the emperor, but brothers who shared the royal power with the emperor. They became the ruling class of the Holy Roman Empire together with the emperor. When they sat with the emperor, people would say that they sat in the royal power, not under it, which was what it meant. So in law and theology, the King of France, who controlled the entire country, was equal to the Holy Roman Emperor who only controlled part of the royal power. But Poland's monarch election system is different from that of the Holy Roman Empire. If the electoral system of the Holy Roman Empire extended the life of the empire for hundreds of years, then Poland's monarch election system was the culprit that destroyed this once powerful country. At the beginning, Poland was composed of many tribal alliances like other places in Europe. In the middle of the 10th century, the leaders of the Piast family established an early feudal state. The Piast dynasty unified the Polish region about 100 years later. From then on, the people in the Polish region were freed from the continuous wars. After 300 years of peace, the Polish king Bolesław II made a fair but stupid decision, which was to divide the country into 4 parts and give it to his 4 sons. As you can imagine, the war was rekindled. More than 20 years later, Władysław I once again unified Poland, but the roots of the disaster had been planted. Unlike the cunning French king who used the war with England to constantly take back power and territory from the princes, Władysław I's enemies were brothers of equal status, so he needed the help and support of the nobles. Therefore, in the more than 20 years of civil war, the king had to make concessions again and again, and the subsequent kings were unable to take it back. In 1505, the king was not allowed to enact and promulgate laws without the consent of the noble parliament. The real chaos began in 1569, when Sigismund II, the last king of the Jagiellonian dynasty, established a monarch election system. Although his original intention was to maintain the monarchy in Poland, he died in 72. Although Henry III of Valois was elected king of Poland, he was constrained by the nobles everywhere, so he returned to France in 74 and became King Henry III of France. After that, there was a 3-year vacancy. During these 3 years, the princes competed to strengthen their own power and ignored the country. It was not until Stefan I, who had a marriage contract with a female descendant of Jagiellon, was elected king that the internal turmoil in Poland gradually subsided. As the monarch of Transylvania, Stefan I was a decisive and tough ruler. If he had not been in power for 10 years, but for 20 or perhaps 30 years, Poland would not be what it is now. Unfortunately, this monarch died in 1586, and the Vasa dynasty, to which John II belonged, took over the throne. The first monarch of this dynasty came from Sweden, although his Swedish throne was deposed soon after. Of course, like his descendants, he was not a good king who was determined to make progress. Although he was no longer the king of Sweden, his policies and actions were unlimitedly biased towards Sweden. The Polish noble parliament would certainly not sit idly by and watch this happen. The war between Sweden and Poland was inevitable. Needless to say, there was a king with his heart for another country and a divided parliament. Poland was unable to fight against its enemies with its own vassal states. During the Great Flood period from 1648 to 1667, Poland not only lost a large piece of land to Sweden, but was also forced to give up its monarchy over the Duchy of Prussia. The Cossack uprising made them lose control of Ukraine. In fact, Prince Amon of Zimich's complaints against John II were a bit too extreme, because Poland's decline did not begin with the reign of John II. It can only be said that when the Polish nobles deliberately chose foreigners as kings in order to ensure their power, Poland's chaos and decline were inevitable. In the war between Poland and Sweden, Poland did not win no victory, but their internal strife and struggle eventually turned these victories won with the blood and pain of the soldiers into nothing, Louis said. The Livonia region that he intended to exchange from King Charles I of Sweden was seized by Sweden from Poland in that war. Even though Poland won a great victory in the later period of that war, they were unable to win back the occupied territory in the negotiations. But, I mean Philip said carefully, if Mr. Lorraine becomes the king of Poland, this will directly affect our relationship with Sweden, Louis said. If Mr. Lorraine had not given up his pursuit of Lorraine and his hatred of Louis XIV, he would have attacked Sweden under the instigation of Leopold I. Not to mention that Sweden and Poland were originally enemies, the Swedish nobles would definitely transfer the sin to France. In this way, the alliance between France and Sweden would inevitably be shaken. Sometimes, having a common enemy does not mean you are a friend, unless France can support Sweden in fighting Poland, but after 2 consecutive wars, France's most important task is to swallow Flanders and half of the Netherlands, rather than participating in another war that does not benefit France much. Poland and France are separated by the Holy Roman Empire. For France, although the prey is fat, there is no way to eat it. Moreover, the Holy Roman Empire, Prussia and Russia are eyeing Poland covetously. They have already suffered losses in the Netherlands, so how can they allow France to intervene in Poland? But it can't be Condé, said Philippe, who looked very similar to Louis when he was not smiling and had a cold expression. Condé was a traitor. I have forgiven him, said Louis. Then he saw Philippe's astonishment. God, he cried, you are not considering this possibility. No, 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 how can it be Condé? Why can't it be Condé? Louis asked back, no matter what mistakes he made before, don't forget, brother, he is from the same blood as us. That's why he's even more hateful, said Philippe. I think the best outcome for him is to return to Chantilly or Condé, or anywhere in the territory, and spend his last days in peace. In other words, even if you throw him into the Bastille, no one will think you are too much. His current achievements are just to pay for his previous sins. As long as you don't execute him and deprive him of his territory, you can't be blamed. But since I knew that the Polish nobles had this idea, said Louis, I just wondered if the Bourbon family could pass on its bloodline in another country. This is really a bold idea, Your Majesty, Bonhomme said on the side. Although he was only the king's first attendant, the king never hid anything from him. He saw more and farther than any minister or nobleman. But you must take into account that Prince Condé is already 51 years old. If he becomes the king of Poland, he will have to face a group of greedy and cunning nobles, a group of foreigners, or even enemies. He is isolated and helpless there. I believe Condé is not a coward, Louis said, and he needs to face enemies, not relatives and the king. As long as he doesn't think you intend to expel him, Philip said. He quickly thought of another problem, and Sweden. Once Poland becomes a Bourbon territory, Sweden may feel threatened. During the flood, Sweden did not continue to fight Poland because Sweden was most concerned about Denmark. Louis leaned back, let the Swedes deal with Denmark. This is their greatest desire after all. Norway is much closer to Sweden than Poland. Then will you keep Prince Condé's territory in France? Bonhomme asked. This is what I want to trade with Condé, Louis said, to see if he is willing to exchange his territory and castle for a kingdom. If Condé is willing, then the effort and real money Louis has put into Polish affairs will at least not be lost. If so, it's a gamble for him, Bonhomme said. It depends on how much temptation a throne has for him, Louis said. The matter came to an end, and the king took the small bottle filled with white powder and poured the contents on the table. In the light of the candle, They sparkled with tiny lights. "Is this salt?" Philip asked, but he immediately felt that it would not be such an ordinary thing. "It's diamond powder," Louis said. "Come to me, brother." Philip paused slightly, and moved obediently from the chair opposite the king to the stool next to the king. "This matter concerns you, Philip," Louis said. Even before, when he was talking about Poland and Condé, his expression was not so gloomy. Philip moved. "Speak, brother." He clenched his fists. "I have nothing to hide, and there is nothing to hide." "It's not that kind of thing," Louis said. "This bottle of powder is going to be put into the food of your wife, the Duchess of Orleans." Philip's eyes widened suddenly. Of course, the worst guess in his mind was that someone wanted to use it to threaten his brother's life and frame him for this evil thing, but he really didn't expect that it was directed at his wife, the Duchess of Orleans. "But why?" Philip said. "I know some people don't like Henrietta, but they won't kill her. Those who don't want to see the Anglo-French alliance will," Louis said. He was also surprised at first. Although Henrietta was a secret envoy arranged by him, when it comes to the Anglo-French alliance, even without her, there are other envoys. Henrietta is a link and will not affect the alliance. "Maybe it's just an attempt," Louis murmured, "for those people, even the smallest gap." "But the mastermind is not who we think," Louis said. "Madame Montespan certainly couldn't just send a weapon and get away with it. The person who wanted to take Henrietta's life, Philip, is her brother. Charles II. No, the Duke of York." Louis sighed. "The Duke of York knows that when Henrietta was in London, she not only managed to bring about the Anglo-French alliance, but also persuaded Charles II to use witchcraft to make the Queen give birth to an heir, and trick the Duke of York into marrying the daughter of a Catholic, causing him to lose the support of Protestants and completely lose the possibility of getting involved in the throne." "But wasn't it the Duke of York's own choice?" Philip said angrily, "for the Duke of York was notorious for his ungratefulness." "Not for him," said Louis. "He is now secretly detained in the Bastille, and this is his confession." Chapter 262, The Value of Madame Montespan, 2. "I don't love you," Mrs. Montespan said frankly. "I don't think you need love either." This was her second sentence, or rather, love will only bring you countless troubles. "What makes you dare to speculate on the heart of a king like this?" the Duke of Orleans asked unkindly. Although this woman could be said to have saved his wife's life, her aggressive attitude, especially in front of the king, really made him dissatisfied. "My mother, and my father. My two fathers," Mrs. Montespan said with a smile. Her eyes stayed on the king's face. She had to admit that Louis XIV had a handsome face and a tall figure. Although he was over 30 years old, he was still as strong and powerful as a young man in his 20s. 20 years of personal rule made him extremely majestic. When they first met, the young king's immaturity had completely disappeared. This was something that Mrs. Montespan had never seen in any man before. This was a brilliant existence created by his own excellence, external authority, and inner confidence. He called himself the Sun King, and no one would think that the name was unworthy of the title. They would only think that this title really complimented him. "You still remember the first time we met? You were still a teenager and I was still a child, but I already knew that love is just a useless anesthetic. It can indeed make people excited, happy, and feel that they can do anything, but pills and alcohol can do the same, and the latter is cheap while the former is expensive. In particular, the paralyzing effect it produces will make people unknowingly pay too much that they cannot afford, and in the sober moments after the revelry, it will bring them endless regrets. My father Vesalius is like this, and so is my guardian, Duke Mortimer," Madame Montespan continued. "Don't say that they still have love for my mother, your majesty. That is not love, that is the blood of the devil taking effect in them. I know I should not despise them because I benefit from it, and I have no right to pity them because without them, I would just be a humble slave." She opened her eyes wide. "But how can I trust them? I will never believe in them, in love. I grew up in a monastery, but the love I saw was no less than that in the court, especially in the monastery. They sprouted with difficulty and grew in the shadows. They should be more resilient than ordinary love, but anything, money, power, even just food and water, can easily destroy them, just like what my father and mother had been destroyed, and like me and my husband." "If I'm not mistaken," the Duke of Orleans said impatiently, "I see that you are wearing black mourning clothes." "Oh, that was a test of mine," Madame Montespan replied gently. "My stepfather didn't want anyone other than him to take away my mother's attention, so my sister and I grew up in a convent. I don't want to blame anyone. We received a good education there. When I grew up and returned to the Duke of Mortimer's castle, the Duke told me that he would choose a husband for me. Although I hoped to enter the court, my mother's ideal was different from ours. She thought I should get love, the love of a husband. Doesn't the Marquis of Montespan love you? Louis asked. Love, it is because he loves me that I have further confirmed how boring and inferior love is. Madame Montespan said, I have tried countless times to refine and distinguish the components of love, just like my father Vesalius studied potions. So when you strip away those gorgeous and sweet things on the surface, what is inside? It is desire, love, possession and destruction, whether it is Vesalius, Duke Mortimer, or my husband. Even if Vesalius didn't understand at first, didn't he know what he should do about everything we encountered after coming to the surface world? Duke Mortimer didn't even allow my mother to keep us by his side, and my husband imprisoned me in his castle. He drew happiness from me but did not allow me to be happy. If he really loves you, then jealousy is understandable. Duke Orleans couldn't help but say. But isn't the greatness of love based on sacrifice? Madame Montespan said coldly, this is a paradox, Mr. Duke. Human beings are born selfish. Although feelings seem unpredictable, they can be recorded like money. But if a person keeps giving for his love, or if he insists on giving, then his account book must be getting thicker. Once the balance between the two cannot be maintained, one of them will definitely fall into the abyss. But two can always give equal love, and how can they give in a balanced way? One person can never see into the heart of another person. You think it is enough, but the other person will only think you are ungrateful. These words made Louis slightly sunburnt. Your Majesty has suffered a lot and must understand what I mean, said Madame Montespan. Gentlemen, my mother wanted to teach me how to get love, and my father, I mean my two fathers, they both taught me how to get what I want. Alice, said Louis, I believe that both Vesalius and Duke Mortimer are trying to prevent you from entering the court, let alone becoming a royal lady. That's right, but one of them is your royal physician and the other is your minister. There is no doubt that they know you better than others. I can see from their letters and narratives that love worries you, and I have one biggest advantage, that is, I don't need love, Your Majesty. If you still remember what we said when we first met, I want to use my beauty and wisdom to exchange for power. What you said makes me dare not give you the position of royal lady. You are ambitious. When my goals are consistent with yours, my ambition is no longer an ambition, but a guarantee. Madame Montespan said, be thankful that I am not a man, Your Majesty, and I am not a real duke's daughter. Only you can provide me with a path to the pinnacle of power. Without you, I will immediately fall from the throne. I will never betray you. Nothing is more reliable than an alliance brought about by interests. How did you do it? The Duke of Orleans pointed to the letters, keys and diamond powder on the small table. When I was very young, someone came to look for my father. I mean Varro Vesalius. Vesalius rejected them, but I didn't. Mrs. Montespan said, your Lady Milady has developed well on Gala Island, but she and you both support the Mancini family, so you can't get the recognition of their enemies. You don't think that only after you enter the other world will someone think of rebelling against those big families. Milady did mention it to me. Louis said calmly, but Mrs. Montespan could feel the hidden undercurrent. Then did you contribute to Marie's madness? Mrs. Montespan was silent for a moment. Not me. But you know. I was indeed glad when I heard the news, said Mrs. Montespan, but not for me, but for you, Your Majesty. You are very tolerant of Marie Mancini. Maybe you feel that you owe her something, but that is not the case. On the contrary, the Mancini family once threatened you and almost put it into practice. So why did you still choose the Mancini family as your spokesperson in the other world? Can you say that there is no reason for Marie Mancini in it? As an ambitious monarch, you can't put feelings first in everything you do. You always keep this in mind, but you are still a mortal after all. You have a tender affection for her, but you hide it in your authority, but she is stupid enough to turn a blind eye to it. At this point, Mrs. Montespan shook her head gently. You see, even the 12-year-old Duke of Colonna can see your feelings, so he has never complained or hated you with his mother. He is completely on your side. You educated him very well, and those people were shocked when he got into trouble. But from what I learned later, it is not surprising. Marie has always believed that her feelings are not reciprocated. Her thoughts are no different from my husband. My husband would imprison me or even kill me because I pursue the power he cannot give me, and the Duchess of Colonna would not care whether her behavior would force you to face a more dangerous and difficult situation. Excuse me, the Spanish have no reason to attack you and France, but if your queen or your crown prince encounters an accident, they will definitely be excited to use this as an excuse to start a war. Madame Montespan paused here, without explaining the deeper reason. Queen Teresa's 500,000 livres dowry has not yet arrived in France, and everyone from the king to the common people seems to have forgotten about it. But, isn't it because these 500,000 livres are the reward for Queen Teresa's relinquishing her right to inherit the Spanish throne? So, once Marie showed her hostility towards Queen Teresa and the crown prince, even if it was her child, the young Duke of Colonna would have to pull out his wand, and the king would have to imprison her. I can't allow someone who hurt my child to get away with it, Louis said. I will put their heads in front of you, not one less. Madame Montespan said, and then she smiled and looked at the king with a hint of provocation, and the Mancini family, you should no longer need them. Your words are really annoying. The Duke of Orleans said, then how did you find out about the Duke of York's conspiracy? I was also thinking about how my spies could have such an omission. Louis said softly. Compared with the spy network during the Richelieu and Mazarin periods, he also added spies for ministers and generals, led by Count d'Artagnan, spies for royal nobles, led by the Duke of Orleans, and spies for the inner world, that is, Madame Milady, and for the church, Cardinal Riviere and Lalo. I must say that this is not my intention, Madame Montespan said. I just guessed from some signs that you might be interested in Naples. This sentence made the Duke of Orleans subconsciously look around. Gala Island is not that important, said Mrs. Montespan, otherwise you wouldn't have led the wizards to Calais, and I also heard that you would set up the Orleans area as a place where wizards and ordinary humans live together. But you still value Gala Island very much? An empty island is very important to wizards, but for you, a person who owns the whole of France and most of the Low Countries, what value does it have? Its greatest value lies in its location, facing Naples, between Sardinia ruled by Habsburg Austria and Sicily ruled by Habsburg Spain. When I looked at the map, I thought, an island hidden by wizards, an island that can hide at least 100,000 soldiers, is such a sharp dagger. And then, I continued to think, Your Majesty. When I was in the monastery and the castle, I had a lot of free time. I thought, if I were you, what would I do? I would choose a wife for the Duke of Colonna in Italy, but there was not much room for choice, so I tried to insert a few people with the Grand Duke of Tuscany and the Duke of Modena. It was better than nothing, but my spies occasionally discovered something with Cosimo III, the Grand Duke of Tuscany. You should remember that Cosimo III's wife was the eldest daughter of your uncle, the Duke of Gaston, and the sister of the Duke of Lorraine. Margaret. It was she who had a double hatred for you. Her father was exiled by you and eventually died in pain and unwillingness. Her uncle, the former Duke of Lorraine, died in the Lorraine Civil War, but everyone knows that it was your doing. She didn't have a good relationship with Cosimo III. When she heard that Cosimo III was going to marry her daughter to an illegitimate son, the Duke of Colonna, she was furious. So she contacted Leopold I and the Duke of Modena. It is said that as long as the Duke of York destroyed the Anglo-French alliance, Leopold I would support him in his fight for the British throne. The Duke of Modena would of course prefer to have a British king as his son-in-law, and the Duke of York was full of hatred for Princess Henrietta. Things became simple after that, Your Majesty. Louis glanced at Philip. Here, Madame Montespan was not entirely untrue, but thinking that this might be a trump card she prepared for herself, there was nothing to worry about. The letter, diamond powder, and key were indeed just a job application, as Madame Montespan said. You say you don't love me, Louis finally said, then I have to say that I don't like you either. Madame Montespan held her breath. But I accept your gift, Louis said expressionlessly. I accept you too, madam. Please stand up, you have got this position. The moment the carriage door closed, Madame Montespan fell on the seat. Of course, she would also like to use her beauty and talent to get what she wants like her mother, but if she wants to control her own and others' fate instead of being manipulated by others, perhaps only Louis XIV can do it in the whole of France, no, the whole world, and how can he be a prey? It is undoubtedly an extremely risky thing to expose all the sins and darkness in front of the other party, especially since the other party is undoubtedly a dictator, but he also has a fair and kind heart. Madame Montespan can only gamble once that her value can be greater than her sins, just like Madame Milady and Marie Mancini. They are not innocent people who are clean and innocent. If the king can tolerate them, then he can tolerate himself. Tomorrow. She murmured, tomorrow. Tomorrow she will be the royal wife of Louis XIV. Chapter 263, The Value of Madame Montespan, 3. After Madame de Montespan left, Louis also felt a deep sense of exhaustion. The opportunity this lady had chosen was very clever. At this time, France seemed to have won a great victory, but in fact it could not afford a third war. The soldiers had been away from their homeland for more than 3 years. The vast new territory needed to be consolidated. Although the spoils of war were extremely rich, they needed to be digested slowly. The news brought by Madame de Montespan might be learned by Louis from the spies of the Duke of Orleans or Madame de Milady in a while. But the problem was that Madame de Montespan was able to get ahead of them, which meant that her ability was stronger than theirs. In these delicate and critical years, if Louis wanted to get a strong arm instead of a dangerous enemy, then it would be best to accept Madame de Montespan's surrender. Of course, this would make any king feel unhappy and coerced, but Louis believed that he would always have a choice. As for some people who strictly abide by morality, they may think that Madame de Montespan is too evil and cruel. She ruthlessly abandoned her father when she was still a child, and killed her husband without hesitation after she had 2 children. If it were someone else, they would tremble in front of her, let alone sleep with her. However, Louis' first de facto lover was a witch, and his first royal wife was a werewolf. Now it seems that it is not difficult to be intimate with the devil. And speaking of it, Louis now needs a ruthless character like Madame de Montespan, because in the next few years, France will be in a stable period. In the war, you can treat an enemy arbitrarily, but after the war, you must be cautious about those people who are neither French nor French, Flanders and the Netherlands. After all, they are not farmers and hunters in Lorraine and Alsace. Even if you lose these people, you can relocate some loyal people from France. What about Flanders? Its value lies in the woolen cloth. This kind of industry that requires a lot of experience and skills is not something that anyone can do casually. Louis plans to establish as many technical schools as possible in the near future to break such a monopoly, but it is unlikely in the next few years, and it is also difficult to get these people to teach students willingly. The so-called apprenticeship system and the industry union system are prevalent in this era because of the monopoly of knowledge by various classes. These are the skills they rely on for survival. It is true. For example, the forceps that were used on the Duchess of Orleans not long ago. The Chambordens family fled France partly because of faith and partly to hide this secret. When Chambordens took out the forceps, Louis realized that this kind of forceps had not only been invented a long time ago, but also had various models and was quite mature. However, if Mr. Chambordens was not moved by Mr. Lhomm's selfless behavior, cowpox, in the end, women in France and even the whole of Europe would have to endure the threat of pain and death for decades or even hundreds of years. Doctors whose duty is to save lives are like this, so how can the leaders and masters of the woolen industry be willing to easily make their secrets worth thousands of gold public? It is not impossible to use tough measures to deal with them, but Louis not only wants Flanders and the Netherlands, but also wants them to become a province of France completely and completely. He cannot let hatred be inherited from generation to generation. He even thought about pardoning Fouquet and letting him do this, but the cunning former finance minister will definitely see through the king's trap at a glance. This is not something that can be solved by being thrown to the dead dog or cat. If he does it, the final result will definitely be that he will be beheaded by the king to appease the anger of the Flemish people. The king is not without trustworthy people around him, but the problem is that Louis is unwilling to abandon any of these people. They are all pearls that he has picked out from the gravel one by one. How can the king let them fall into the mud before they show their brilliance? Not to mention the Netherlands. Some Dutch parliamentarians who managed to escape Amsterdam still stubbornly established a government in exile. Their plan was the same as that of the previous parliamentarians, that is, to re-establish a republic in the colonies, and then accumulate capital, recruit soldiers, and look for opportunities to retake the Netherlands. Although they may want to face a group of hungry wolves, Louis has divided almost all of the Dutch colonies, except New Amsterdam and the Hudson River, especially the richest ones. The fleets of Britain, Spain, Sweden and Austria must have been approaching their new prey on the sea. But in addition to these stubborn people, or those who have nowhere to go, the owners of the more than 10,000 Dutch merchant ships are not all stubborn people. At the victory banquet on the 15th of Versailles, although Louis refused to meet with the so-called Dutch officials, The Dutch still crowded the hotels in Paris and Versailles. They were also eager to find someone to talk to from the king. But under the king's authority, the only person who had the courage was the Duke of Orleans, but the Duke of Orleans lived and traveled with the king, so it was not easy to see him. Under such circumstances, it was only natural to let a royal lady who was good at dancing come forward to do something that Louis and those who cherished their feathers were unwilling to do. Not to mention, whether the rebellion on Gagella Island was promoted by Mrs. Montespan or not, just like Louis no longer needed the Serbian werewolf, the Mancini family had gradually become a constraint on the young Duke of Colonna. The king had indeed set an end for them, but now it seemed that there was no harm in a little advance. It was just that the wizards of Calais and Orleans should be handed over to whom, and some observation and weighing were needed. Louis was also thinking whether this was also in Mrs. Montespan's consideration. After a while, he laughed. Why bother to go into it? As Mrs. Montespan said, she hoped to be able to control the fate of herself and others, and she longed for power, money, and enjoyed pleasure. She was such a naked villain, and Louis just needed such a villain. Queen Teresa was not surprised to hear this answer. She had seen such women in the Spanish court. They were generally of humble origins, but because of their humble status, they had nothing to lose. In order to get what they wanted, even a dress or a box of rouge, they would do shocking things. Just like the mother of her father's illegitimate son Don Juan. Duke Don Juan was almost her shadow. Don't think that such people are easy to deal with. Their danger lies in the fact that they have no moral and empathy constraints. Just like the Habsburg princess, Queen Anna, the second wife of Philip IV, was almost powerless in front of Don Juan. The noble ladies in the French court were probably not the opponents of Mrs. Montespan. If she does anything disturbing, you can tell me at any time, the king said, and then he paused for a moment, but Mrs. Montespan should be a smart person. The queen immediately understood what Louis meant. Although Mrs. Montespan seemed to have gained more power, she might have received the least trust and love from the king, but she was willing to accept this arrangement. I will treat her well, your majesty, said the queen. So at the king's birthday party, Madame de Montespan, as the queen's maid, appeared in the palace of Versailles for the first time. Although everyone only knew that this was a procedure, they still couldn't help but frown at her dress, because her dress had obviously exceeded the standards of a maid, second only to the queen mother, the king, the queen, and the Duke of Orleans. Even the Duchess of Orleans was eclipsed in front of her. And because of the queen mother's age, the king and the Duke of Orleans were both men, and the queen was not good-looking, she could almost be called the first among the court ladies. People whispered, but did not dare to show disgust, because she followed the queen closely and in front of all the maids, almost declaring that she was the only candidate for the royal lady. Varro Vesalius, the king's physician, was lucky because no one would notice him at such a grand banquet. However, Madame Montespan's stepfather, the Duke of Mortimer, could not escape the strange scrutiny of the people. His face was livid and his behavior was stiff. He was not happy that his stepdaughter was about to become a royal lady. Louis felt a little sympathetic towards him. In the war against Flanders and the Netherlands, Louis used all the trustworthy people, and the Duke of Mortimer was no exception. He might be sent by the king to Flanders as the chief executive. He had a bright future, and there was really no need for his stepdaughter to repay the previous favor in this way. But when the king danced the first dance with the queen, and then danced with the queen mother and the Duchess of Orleans respectively, and the dance entered the second stage, the music became lively, and the king walked up to Madame Montespan and held out his hand. In fact, apart from being dissatisfied with Mrs. Montespan's overly ostentatious behavior, the people in the court had nothing to criticize about the king's second official and recognized royal wife. First of all, her surname was Mortimer, which could be said to be French. Secondly, her husband was also French. Finally, she had a prominent identity, the daughter of a duke, a marquise, which was better than the cardinal's merchant niece or the daughter of an officer. In addition, Mrs. Montespan's beauty could answer most people's doubts, even though she had hardly appeared in Paris or Versailles before. Louis wore a coat embroidered with the gold thread today, just as his title was brilliant and dazzling. The Duke of Orleans chose silver as usual, the Queen Mother wore brown, the Queen wore crimson, and Madame de Montespan wore a long dress embroidered with the gold thread. The chest and sleeves of the dress were all covered with layers of lace, like floating clouds, half covering her snow-white and plump arms and chest. Under the dress were a pair of bird-like nimble feet, also wrapped in satin and gems. Perhaps to show her flawless skin, Madame de Montespan only wore a pearl necklace around her neck, but her fluffy light golden curls were dotted with sparkling diamonds. Her eyes were gray-blue in the sun, but with a faint violet color in the candlelight. The lips were the brightest and richest red, like cherries hanging heavily on the green branches. Louis just thought of this, as if he had heard what he was thinking. When the two of them were crossing each other's paths, Madame de Montespan whispered, "Do you know how to eat cherries to make them the sweetest?" Louis cast a questioning look. "Bite them directly off the branch with your lips, Your Majesty." I thought you would." Prince Condé said in a daze. He could face his past failure calmly. Even if he was 50 years old, he could not abandon a beauty like Madame Montespan and run to the council chamber to meet with ministers and handle affairs, but Louis XIV could. "No hurry," Louis said. Although he would not reject Madame Montespan in bed, he would not seek pleasure from her without restraint like a reckless young man. Now he even thought that Prince Condé's old face was more lovely. Louis did not say much, and directly handed the letter intercepted by Madame Montespan, which was written by a Polish nobleman to another great nobleman, to Prince Condé. Prince Condé thought it was a letter that might be related to the Netherlands, Britain or Austria, but he saw his own name after reading only a few lines. After finally understanding the meaning of the letter, the prince and the Grand Marshal could not help but tremble slightly. Although he had been half lowering his head, Louis could still see his eyebrows rising and falling rapidly. His shoulders were tense, and his arms were propped up, as if he wanted to tear the letter into pieces. His breathing went from barely audible to clearly audible. After a pause, he finally put the letter down with difficulty, stood up, came to Louis, and bowed deeply. "I have no such intention, Your Majesty." Louis was silent for only a few seconds, but in these few seconds, Prince Condé had already thought about what kind of room he would have in the Bastille, and even thought that he might be the second Iron Mask, if the king did not want to be seen as a heartless person. But he immediately heard the king's chuckle. "No, no, no, my good sir," the king said happily, "I am just hoping that you will have this wish. There is no need to say much about what choice Prince Condé will make. He was once only one step away from the throne of France. Of course, Poland was once a powerful country, but becoming a true monarch is not an easy thing. Prince Condé is also in his 50s. If he decides to accept the throne, he may have to fight until the last day until he is called by God. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, The Value of Madame Montespan, 4. Once Prince Condé made a decision, the next thing would begin. The first thing was to send some spies to Poland, because Poland was separated from France by the entire Holy Roman Empire, so France was not strong there, while the Holy Roman Empire was just the opposite. But the problem was the same, that is, there were not enough spies, and they were now almost all scattered in the Netherlands and Flanders. After all, the newly conquered territories were often the most likely to cause rebellions. The governors, generals and chief executives that Louis had thrown out would all be reused in the future, and it was impossible for them to be wasted in such places, like what happened in Lorraine. The king would never allow it to happen again. "If I leave this matter to you, madam," Louis turned around and asked, "can you handle it properly?" If the other ministers saw that their newly appointed royal wife was actually involved in such an important meeting, they would be surprised. Although there are precedents for royal wives to participate in politics, this also requires accumulating their own authority and the trust of the king. Prince Condé moved slightly, but still said nothing. He should be used to the king's whims, especially after so many years the king has not made any big mistakes in government and state affairs. "I think I can," Madame Montespan said proudly, her face flushed with excitement. Although the king did not sleep with her last night, which caused some rumors, the diamond necklace sent by the king was enough to offset this unpleasantness and give those noble ladies who gloated over it a good look. It's a pity that they couldn't know that she still had such an important responsibility in the king's place. "Are you sure?" The Duke of Orleans said indifferently, "As far as I know, there are a total of 23 members of the Polish Noble Council who can speak, and 8 or 9 who can control the situation. They implement a veto system, and the basis for our decision will all depend on the information you provide. Are you sure you can do it?" "My spies will be more trustworthy and faster than yours," Madame Montespan counterattacked sharply, You will see how correct their intelligence is. I guarantee that they will never make such a small mistake, otherwise I will let you punish me however you want." The Duke of Orleans glanced at Louis behind the desk calmly. His brother seemed to be casually fiddling with the feather on the pen. Although Madame Montespan insisted on not saying how she established her own spy team, as long as the Polish incident was over, they would compare the sources of intelligence and know where those spies came from. After all, the source of intelligence that spies investigate is often related to their identities. For example, for the same thing, the contents explained by the spies of the Duke of Orleans, Count d'Artagnan and Madame Milady must be different. "It's okay," Louis said, "we can accept some losses." Before the Prince of Condé was elected King of Poland, bribery, and even assassination were expenses that even the Prince of Condé could afford, not to mention the King of France. After all, it was a kingdom, and the Prince of Condé also plundered many cities in the Netherlands and Flanders, and there were also rewards from the king. Once he became the King of Poland, his territory in France would also be returned to the royal family. This was what Louis and he agreed on. "You need an army," Louis said to the Prince of Condé. "I need an army, yes," said Prince Condé, "but the number cannot be too large, and they cannot all be French. General Schomberg is willing to provide some, and you can also hire some from Switzerland." Louis suddenly smiled. "But if there are only a few French people around you, the Polish nobles will feel at ease, but they will also be suspicious. You might as well have a big quarrel with me." Prince Condé also said with a smile, "Anyway, I have committed treason before, and have established 2 outstanding achievements in the wars against the Netherlands and Flanders. They will definitely not doubt your fear of me and my dissatisfaction in my heart. For those Poles, they were originally some sinners who despised the royal power. Their king treated them, and they treated their king like a group of greedy hyenas and a crazy lion. They will definitely think that others are the same. I am not very willing to do this, good sir," the king said affectionately, "but only in this way will your chances of winning increase. You may still be able to." The Duke of Orleans interrupted. "Get sick a few times or something," he said. "Compared to the strong and young little Mr. Lorraine, they will definitely want a weak king, so that he won't have too much energy to compete with them for power." "That's a good idea," Louis said. "I will ask my royal doctor to help you, and I guarantee that anyone who sees you will think you are a dying man." "I really don't know how to thank you." Prince Condé savored the king's words and said respectfully. Of course, it was not only the king's royal physician, but also the unknown support end. He raised his head and looked at the king. To be honest, his wife, Richelieu's niece, probably couldn't know the inside story, because she would definitely think it was a conspiracy of the king. She had made a fuss when Prince Condé led his army to the Netherlands, and this time, Prince Condé couldn't help but tremble slightly. Once he accepted the throne of Poland and handed over the territory, he would really have no way out. No, not only him, but also his son, the Duke of Enghien. He was born in 1943 and was 30 years old this year. During the Fronde Rebellion, he was forced to go into exile with his mother, and later fled to Spain with Prince Condé. After he became an adult, he became Prince Condé's most capable subordinate, and he had been busy with military affairs for many years. "The Duke of Enghien is going with me," said Prince Condé. "I need him. A father's son should not cause much alarm, but his son, your Majesty, can he stay in Versailles?" When he said this, he quickly glanced at the Duke of Orleans. The Duke of Orleans' eldest daughter was born in 1962, and his eldest grandson was born in 1968. Although there were some errors in age, it was not impossible for the two to be engaged. Once he became the King of Poland, the real king, the Duke of Orleans' daughter would be the Queen of Poland. As long as Louis XIV had not made a decision, just like the eldest Princess Elizabeth had to face, the Duke of Orleans' daughter would also have to accept a marriage of equal status, or for political purposes. It is said that several envoys have been inquiring about the princess's situation, but because of the presence of Prince Louis, she is not the most eye-catching one. "You made a wise decision," Louis gestured, and Bonhomme took the basically copied documents and distributed them to the people in the room. "This is the general situation inside the Kingdom of Poland. Although everyone here has a certain understanding of the situation outside, after being sorted out and refined, the so-called Zlachta in Poland, that is, the power system composed of members of the noble parliament, has become more clear at a glance. Unlike France, which has the only royal power, Members of the Polish noble parliament have extremely huge and extensive powers. They have the freedom to revoke or rebel as long as they think that the king has violated their freedom. They can use the free veto. One person can oppose all others, veto any regulations made by the parliament, or make any decisions. They can also ally with any country or force at will. They can establish their own army, veto the king on important affairs, taxation, changing existing taxes or imposing new taxes, diplomatic affairs or laws, and even any decrees that they think are illegal. Then someone will ask, what does the king have? Well, it is probably the Convent Treaty, that is, the treaty agreed upon by the original King Henry and the nobles to limit and restrain the king. It is no wonder that Henry III of Valois was the king of Poland for only 1 year before he could not bear it and returned to France. And even if the king was willing to swallow his anger and suffer silently just for the crown, look at John II. He was directly deposed, and then look at his successor, the pitiful Majesty Michael. Could those Polish nobles have predicted that he would soon go to see God? Of course not. His end may not be better than John II. Thinking of this, Louis hesitated for a rare moment. The situation in Poland is indeed difficult to grasp. He looked at Prince Condé. We may be able to try to get John II back to Poland. John II, who was almost made into ham by Aman, ran to France to seek asylum in 68. At that time, Louis was busy with the war, so he stuffed him into Bishop La Riviere, and the bishop reported that he was sent to the Abbey of St. Martin in Nevers. It is said that he became a monk there, lived a quiet life, was in good health and was in a good mood, although Aman was quite disdainful of this human. From what Louis XIV learned, this king was not so mediocre. He fought with the Russians and almost married the Queen Christina of Sweden. Later, he went to Vienna and joined the army of the Holy Roman Empire as a foreign minister to fight against the French, but his legion failed on the battlefield that time. He once tried to marry the Habsburg princess and rule Courland, but failed. Later, he came to Spain and became the governor of Portugal, but was caught by the spies of Bishop Richelieu and secretly imprisoned for 2 years before being rescued. In 41, he joined the Jesuits, became a cardinal in 43, and resigned from the priesthood in 47 and became the King of Poland. Poland's decline cannot be blamed entirely on him. He had defeated the attacks of Cossack rebels and fought bravely against the Swedes. The problem was that not only was there interference and restraint from the Szlachta at every turn, at the worst time they couldn't even get supplies and arms, there was also the threat from the Grand Duke of Brandenburg and Transylvania. Although Russia, Denmark and the Netherlands all stood on Poland's side, they were unwilling to give real support, or rather, they also had ulterior motives. John II can be said to be a tragic figure, but even such a person, Louis would not regard him as the first choice. The same is true for Prince Condé. When the king mentioned John II, he shook his head and refused. I am willing to give it a try, he said. He also relayed to me what you said to Viscount Tyrone at that time. Yes, your majesty, you are right. When I dreamed of the throne of France, I was a shameful traitor, but when I was nominated as king by Szlachta, what I did to them was allowed by God and the law. Perhaps it was God who was disgusted with their despicable behavior that gave this opportunity to us. If you are willing, that would be the best. Louis said, let the son of the Duke of Enghien stay here. He can live in Versailles with the son of the Dauphin and the Duke of Orleans. My mother and wife will take good care of him. Thank you very much, your majesty. Prince Condé stood up and bowed. I believe you, sir. The branch of the Bourbon family will flourish in Poland. Louis said. When Prince Condé left the king's room with joy and worry, before dusk came, the Earl of Clarendon came. The old man with white temples asked to see the king. Louis did not want to hide the Duke of York from his former father-in-law and Charles II. It seems that even if the Duke of York can return to London this time, it will not be a good thing. He can be full of resentment towards Princess Henrietta. Will he still respect his brother and pity his little nephew? After taking a look at the small bottle in front of him and the small bottle inside, the Earl of Clarendon was speechless. As a loyal person who had followed Charles II for nearly 20 years and never left him when he was in exile, he certainly would not deny or shirk his responsibilities like a rogue. Moreover, Louis had no need to do so. The relationship between the Duke of York and Charles II had become extremely bad after the Queen became pregnant and gave birth to a child. Charles II canonized his son as the Prince of Wales, that is, the Crown Prince, when the Duke of York was still in the North Sea. The Duke of York's dream suddenly turned into a bubble, and his new marriage contract made the ministers worry that he would become a Catholic king. Those who supported him did not have an advantage. The Duke of York, who found that he was deceived, even quarreled with Charles II, but it ended in nothing. Louis still had some sympathy for the old man. He did not say much, and asked the Marquis of Louvois to take the Earl of Clarendon to the Bastille. Of course, the Duke of York could not be left in France. Now Britain and France were barely allies. The Duke of York was interrogated, but not tortured. The king's priest merely showed him the instruments, the cell, and an iron mask, and he told everything, and when he realized that although Louis could not kill him, he could imprison him forever as Charles II wished, his anger and courage disappeared. Even so, when Count Carolindan saw him, he almost didn't recognize him. In just a few days, the Duke had become thin and pale, as if he had endured years of torture. He had no appetite and was restless, fearing that Louis XIV would reach an agreement with Charles II to keep him in the Bastille. Chapter 265, The Value of Madame Montespan, 5. The biggest enemy of Prince Condé was not Mr. Lorraine, but James Sobieski. This strong soldier was born in 1929, in his prime, and now he was also in Versailles. Because of the sudden change, Louis took a special look at him when he walked through the hall. He was a sturdy middle-aged man with olive skin, dark eyes, hair and curly mustache. He was as serious as any soldier. When he found that the king was looking at him, he bowed and saluted. Louis and Prince of Condé were somewhat hesitant about this man. Well, needless to say, Mr. Sobieski was also a Szlachta. He was born into a great noble family, his mother's grandfather held a high position, and he was at the top of Madame Montespan's list. He was also the first noble to accept a bribe, promising to nominate Prince of Condé in accordance with Louis XIV's wishes. But Madame Montespan also clearly pointed out in the intelligence she later provided that Mr. Sobieski might have been happy to accept a French king at the beginning, but in recent years, he had made no secret of his hostility towards Michael. Michael was at least a Pole, and he was so disrespectful to his king not because France satisfied his greed, but because he was also tempted by the throne of Poland. Perhaps it was because someone like Michael could become king, and this king was not even as good as John II. In this case, why couldn't he give it a try? The reason why he accepted the bribe was probably because he was in Versailles. If he revealed his ambition and rejected Louis XIV, it was hard to say whether he could return to Poland intact. Louis XIV could not kill him, but he could also find a trumped-up reason to tie him up in Versailles or Paris, where he would be alone and unable to escape. So should he take the opportunity to kill him and eliminate the hidden danger? Prince Condé did not think that was a good idea, because Sobieski was a very admirable general. In the war against the Ottoman Turks, he was one of the few people who could win against the Ottoman Turks. Prince Condé would not be afraid to fight against the infidels, but the problem was that he could not take care of both his front and back at the same time. In this case, the best way was to really convince this ambitious general and let him be driven by Prince Condé. However, Louis had to find the bullseye that could be hit directly. What he didn't know was that Sobieski was also in distress at this time. He didn't know whether he should give up his ambition for the Polish throne, because if he had to compete with a king of France who had already obtained the Netherlands and Flanders in terms of financial and human resources, he, who was just one of the great nobles, would have no chance of winning. He was even a little envious of the Prince of Condé. Everyone knew that the Prince of Condé had once launched a rebellion and aimed at the throne, but his king not only did not fear him or doubt his intentions, but was willing to support him to become the King of Poland. Sobieski had a bad impression of John II in the past or Michael I now. John II's Vasa dynasty had 3 consecutive kings who loved Sweden more than Poland and dreamed of returning to Sweden and regaining the throne. Although John II could be said to have worked hard to govern the country, the war between Sweden and Poland in 1655 could have been avoided. People only saw that he opposed John II at first, and then changed his mind and expelled the Swedes. In fact, he just tried to use the Swedes to make John II abdicate, but did not want to really abandon Poland to the Swedes. Of course, his behavior made John II very dissatisfied, but he could not hide Sobieski's great achievements no matter what, and the power of the noble council was far greater than that of the king. Sobieski became the Grand Marshal in 65 and the Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Army in 67. Michael I needs no further explanation. Sobieski was considered the biggest obstacle by him. Although the king was cowardly by nature, he always tried to restrain Sobieski. When Sobieski fought against the Tatars, Cossacks and Ottoman Turks, he took the opportunity to contact other nobles and directly threatened Sobieski's territory. Yes, he hated Michael I and made his own plans as long as he could return to Poland. The problem was that the voices in the Zlachta that could never be unified appeared again. This time they not only harmed Michael I, but also Sobieski. Sobieski said goodbye to the King of France, but was immediately retained. Sobieski knew that Louis XIV would not let him go if he did not get a satisfactory answer. After the victory banquet on the 15th, most of the envoys had left Versailles. Some were anxious, while others were reluctant to leave. The envoys who stayed behind were all given a room in the Palace of Versailles. Sobieski heard that the palace had 1,800 rooms, but the suite he had was undoubtedly beyond the specifications of an envoy. It was a small suite with 3 rooms. Every day, various invitations would be handed to his desk, as well as purses filled with gold louis, beautiful and luxurious clothes, tall and vigorous horses, and even barking puppies. It must be said that if Sobieski was just an envoy, he would definitely be happy and forget to leave. In addition to the magnificent Versailles Palace, which was like a paradise on earth, there were also continuous drama performances, concerts, hunting or picnic parties. In the evening, there was a banquet that was rich enough to entertain the gods. After eating and drinking, you could walk through the halls, go dancing, gamble, play billiards, and even have a private meeting with noble ladies. Sobieski had no doubt that if he had not been entrusted with such an important task, he would have indulged in the ubiquitous revelry. People called Charles II of England the Happy King, but he said that only Louis XIV of France was qualified. This was the 3rd month of his stay in Versailles, and Sobieski could no longer endure it. His wife, Marisinka d'Aquin, was a French woman, and she was trying to run around and find a chance for Sobieski to escape. Perhaps in these few days, Sobieski had already found that there were fewer people around him, but tonight he was invited by Madame de Montespan, who had obtained the king's permission to hold a masked ball in the Venus Hall. For the people in the Palace of Versailles, masquerade balls were nothing new, but this was the first party hosted by the king's new royal wife, and it was of great significance. No one dared to test the weight of this lady in the king's heart, just as no one could deny her beauty. The king and queen also dressed up as Jupiter and Juno respectively. The queen quickly left, leaving the place to the king and Madame de Montespan. Madame de Montespan naturally dressed up as Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. She wore a corset and a long toga, boldly exposing her arms and half of her chest, and her loose hair was adorned with white roses. Although she wore a silver mask, her eyes were so moving that even women could not help but be moved. Sobieski dressed up as a fawn, which is commonly known as Pan. From the knees down he had goat hooves and was covered in fur. Compared with the others, his costume was realistic enough and in line with the essence of the masquerade. The masquerade evolved gradually 3,000 years ago from the sacrificial rituals performed by the Celts living in Ireland on the night of the transition between the Old and New Years in order to avoid and drive away the souls brought by the god of death. It was said that these souls would replace the living. At that time, the Celts waved torches, put on the skulls of wild animals, wore the furs of wild animals, and made terrible noises from their mouths. It was a solemn ceremony, but people now just do it for fun. A fat figure passed by Sobieski, and Sobieski glanced at him curiously. Although this guy dressed as Bacchus was wearing a mask, a robe, and many silk grape branches and leaves, he still recognized it effortlessly as Cardinal Mazarin. In the Roman Church, holding a masked ball was not approved, but when the popes and cardinals were also enthusiastically dressed up as pagan gods in the halls of the Vatican, this commandment was just a piece of paper. But this was not the reason why Sobieski paid attention to him. Cardinal Mazarin was also one of Louis XIV's favorite ministers. If he was willing to say a word for Sobieski, it would be worth 1,000 words from others. Sobieski immediately chased after him, but at this time, the half-drunk crowd swallowed up the figure of the bishop. Sobieski only chased a few steps and could no longer see him. At this time, the king left. His appearance was enough to show his favor for Madame Montespan. After all, everyone knew that the king did not like such occasions. People knelt down to see the king off, and Sobieski was no exception. When the music started again, Sobieski returned to the pillar in a bad mood, and had no intention of dealing with those Bohemian French people. A few minutes later, several water fairies found him, so they smiled and pulled his arm, wanting him to participate in their games. Sobieski was not the kind of Puritan who demanded strictness from himself, but as a Catholic, he also believed that he should be loyal to marriage. This concept was different from the fashion at that time, but if people knew how he and his wife Marisinka ended up together, it would not be too surprising. Sobieski's first wife was the sister of John II Casimir, but the person he had always loved was Marisinka Dakin. Marisinka was still a married woman when they fell in love at first sight. Although they each had their own families later, Sobieski had been waiting for Marisinka after his wife died. 5 months after Marisinka's husband died, he couldn't wait to propose to her. No matter how others criticized it, the feelings between them were quite sincere. Just when Sobieski was entangled with a group of maids, a Mercury holding a snake staff came over and rescued him, but before Sobieski could thank him, he nodded the snake staff and said, "Don't be impatient, sir," he said, "I'm here to give you a letter." "Whose letter?" "The owner here," Mercury said with a pun, "the goddess of love and beauty invites you to her little hall. She wants to talk to you. It's a great honor." Sobieski said that Madame Montespan, the royal lady, was of course also the lobbyist they were trying to win. In the letter that Marisinka wrote to him, she said that she presented the lady with a diamond ring as big as a hazelnut. It seemed that they finally impressed her. Although Sobieski had expectations when he received the invitation, when he heard that Madame Montespan was willing to meet him in person, especially when His Majesty the King would be away for a while, then he could say that victory was in sight. He clenched his fists and followed Mercury into the small hall. Unlike the Venus Hall, which was brightly lit and gleaming with mirrors, the walls of this small hall were covered with brocade wall cloth and heavy velvet. Madame de Montespan was half lying on a couch, and a rich scent accompanied by a scorching breeze blew on her face. Sobieski also bought this ointment, which mainly consisted of nutmeg and rose, for his wife. But even if he loved his wife deeply, he had to admit that no one was more suitable for this ointment full of stimulation and temptation than this lady. "Please sit down, sir," Madame de Montespan said. Sobieski finally got what he wanted from Madame de Montespan. This lady was willing to speak well of him. Of course, the price was not cheap, but for Sobieski, it was worth it. He could almost be said to be eager to leave Versailles. "I don't know what choice he will make." Standing on the terrace, Prince Condé said with a complicated temperament, looking at a torch gradually disappearing in the darkness. "He is a Pole," said Louis, "and he has a love for his country, and even if his ambition outweighs his patriotism, his behavior will cause dissatisfaction among others. Those Zlachtu will not ask too much of a foreign king, but they will nitpick their marshals," said Prince Condé. "I hope that there will never be such people in France." "This is the disaster brought about by the so-called aristocratic democracy," said Louis. "Too dispersed power will not bring success, but will only lead to endless procrastination and evasion." Madame Montespan. Prince Condé hesitated. "I had a guess, but now I am a little unsure." Louis skipped a word. "They should not be so degraded." James Sobieski left the Paris basin in one breath, regardless of his fatigue. His wife and companions were waiting for him in a town. When he saw them, he was startled by their heavy expressions before he could even smile. "Too bad news, sir," one of his subordinates said. "Which one do you want to hear?" "Is there a difference?" Marisinka said. She stepped forward and held Sobieski's arm. "Michael I is dead." "That doesn't seem too bad." Sobieski tried to smile. "Let's talk about the second one." The Tatars in Lipka rebelled, and they brought in the Ottoman Turkish army, numbering about 80,000 people. Chapter 266, The Value of Madame Montespan. 6. Poland-Lithuania was once a vast country with a large population. Many of its people migrated to this great plain area from all over. Among them were Cossacks, free men, Tatars and Hungarians. The Tatars of Lipka migrated there in the 14th century. They believed neither in Catholicism nor in Eastern Orthodoxy, but in the same faith as the Ottoman Turks. However, because Poland has always been a multi-faith country and the king has always been very tolerant, they were very tolerant of the Polish nobles. Once they left Poland, no matter where they went, unless they went to Ottoman Turkey, it would be difficult for them to find a place where they could worship and live. The previous Polish government recognized their military legitimacy, granted the Lipka Tatars the status of noble leaders, allowed them to believe in their own gods, and according to the agreement, gave them enough rewards and commissions in exchange for their fighting for the government. They did faithfully fulfill the peace treaty. As the largest military force in the Federation besides the winged hussars, they kept their promises. Even during the Great Flood, the Tatar Khan failed to instigate them. But after the Great Flood, the Polish Szlachcists became suspicious of them because they were Tatars, and when Sweden and Poland were at war, the Tatars were clearly on the side of Poland's enemies. Although Sobieski tried his best to dissuade them, the Polish government finally abolished all the privileges of the Lipka Tatars, including their freedom of belief, prohibiting them from building their own temples, etc. In addition to these, the nobles unanimously passed a decision to reduce 3/4 of the military pay, and many Tatars were left without food and clothing. During the reign of John II, these Tatars had already caused several riots, but such riots could not change the nobles' minds. On the contrary, they felt that they had indeed anticipated the crimes of these ungrateful people and had tried and weakened them in advance. Sobieski also rarely stood on the same side as the king on this issue, because the reason why these nobles were dissatisfied with the Tatars was only because for a long time, the Polish nobles had been constantly accumulating land and raising serfs. Although Lipka was not rich, it was vast in area, so they wanted to drive the Tatars out and take it for themselves. With the joint efforts of John II and Sobieski, in 68 AD, they managed to regrant most of the privileges to the Lipka Tatars, mainly in terms of religion. But once a crack appears in the mirror, it is difficult to mend it to its original state. Sobieski still remembers the humiliated face of the Tatar leader. He also thought that after completing this special envoy mission, he would try to go to Lipka in person to consolidate the previous alliance, even at the cost of marrying his daughter to their chief Alexander Klitschzinski. But the French king kept Sobieski for a month and a half, and then the nobles did something that couldn't be more stupid. They had previously cut the Tatars' military pay by 3/4, but this time they didn't even give them the last quarter. With the guidance of the Lipka Tatars, the Ottoman Turkish soldiers could be said to have entered the Polish territory unimpeded, and captured the Kamieni Second Fortress overnight. The Kamieni Second Fortress was the last shield of the city of Lviv. It stood on an isolated island in the valley. The canyon washed out by the river was a natural moat. The narrowest part was 300 feet wide and 100 feet deep. There was only a narrow passage connecting it to the outside world. The unique and dangerous terrain made this castle known as the City of God because it had never been captured in battle, and this time, the Lipka Tatars knocked on the gate of the castle. "How is our army gathering?" Sobieski asked casually, but he never got an answer, and his heart sank. Michael I died, and the Polish nobles gathered in Warsaw to elect the next king. While they were arguing, the Ottoman Turks had already begun to march. When they heard the news of the enemy's invasion, they were still arguing about the cost of mobilizing the army. Some said that taxes should be raised, some said that they should borrow from merchants, and no one said, "I am willing to pay the fee first, or send my soldiers," because the current nobles are all formed by the gradual annexation of the original small and medium nobles, and they don't trust others. Even if they fight for the country, there is no guarantee that no one will take advantage of the fire behind them. Sobieski didn't dare to listen to the report of his subordinates with an expressionless face. He was so discouraged that he didn't know what to say. His wife Marisinka held his arm with tears in her eyes. He held his wife's hand with his backhand, and his heart was sore and apologetic, because he had agreed with his wife before that their eldest daughter would be sent to Lipka. Now it seems that this is their luck and Poland's misfortune. Now Sobieski vaguely realized why he could escape from Versailles so easily. It was not because of the kindness of Louis XIV or the greed of Madame de Montespan, but because they did it on purpose. Lviv was far away from Warsaw. If he went to Lviv to stop the Ottoman Turks, he would have no way to control the election of the king in Warsaw. If he chose to return to Warsaw, the Szlachta would accuse him of putting power before duty. He wanted to become the new king of Poland, which was not impossible, but it would be very difficult and unpredictable. And could he really watch the Ottoman Turks' Sipachi cavalry march across the Polish land? The King of France asked him to choose between his personal desires and his loyalty to the country. "Let's go to Lviv," said Sobieski. "Perhaps you should go to Lviv first," Louis said. He and Prince Condé stood in front of a table the size of a billiard table, or rather, it was originally a billiard table, which Louis converted into a sand table. The king's missionaries and spies had already investigated the situation in Poland, and Madame Montespan provided more detailed information. Mathematicians and sculptors then made sand tables based on maps and records. Although it cannot be said to be absolutely accurate and complete, it can already be used on real battlefields. "The Pope in Rome will issue an edict requiring all Catholic countries to unite against the enemy," said the Duke of Orleans. Although the close relationship between the Roman Church and France has long been in name only, Considering the French King Philip IV's development of the Pope's treasure Avignon, and Louis XIV's indifference after taking power, it is obvious that this ruler who became king as a child is an extreme egoist. Although no one dares to say it, his close friends know that this king does not care much about whether he will go to heaven or hell in the future. He only cares about the present. And he probably has never been afraid of those things in the dark. Prince Condé remembered that when he first met the little king, he specially presented him with a werewolf fur. Prince Condé had no good intentions. He wanted to scare the king. Now thinking about it, the king did not show any hesitation at that time. He said that he had an instinctive fear of dark creatures. He had many brave and strong soldiers under his command, but a weak witch could scare them to death. This was caused by the long-term and unremitting indoctrination of religious people. They always described the devil and his servants as terrifying as possible in every sermon. Otherwise, where would their holy water, spells, crosses, and holy objects come from? But I think no one dared to intimidate a king. Cardinal Mazarin treated him as his own son. Of course, at that time, Prince Condé did not know that the king had just escaped from a group of werewolves. "This is a good opportunity," Louis said, looking at the Prince of Condé and the Duke of Enghien beside him. "If you are elected as the King of Poland, then they will have reason to ask you for a generous donation." "I would rather take the army with me," said the Prince of Condé. "Yes," said Louis, "you can choose from your army at will," he said, "as long as they are willing, you are willing, you can take anyone with you." "Can Captain Vauban?" the Prince of Condé asked immediately. "Well, this is not possible," the king said, "because as soon as he returns to Versailles, he will be a general. Sir, you can take the soldiers and officers, but not the general, that belongs to me." The Prince of Condé was just joking. The Duke of Enghien looked at his father cautiously. Of course, he was willing to follow the Prince of Condé to Poland. Although Louis XIV was a tolerant monarch, as long as they were his subjects, their lives and fortunes were in the hands of the young king. And from what happened before, even if Louis was a benevolent ruler, when his bottom line was touched, he would be as ruthless as a hurricane and rainstorm. And just like what happened to his father, if the Prince of Condé rebelled, he would be a traitor and anyone could use this crime to attack him, and their thrones would never be at peace for their descendants. But once they became the King of Poland, it would be extremely beneficial to Louis XIV and the Prince of Condé. Louis XIV would not have a big hidden danger, and he could also take back the fiefdoms and castles of the Condé family on the east side of Paris. What about the Prince of Condé? He could get a rich and vast country. As long as they could subdue or destroy all the Szlachta, it would be a long and cruel battle, but unlike the Fronde rebellion, the Prince of Condé could have the whole of France as his backing. Will it be in time? Duke Enghien could not help asking. It took the Poles nearly 3 years to elect a king last time. The Ottoman Turks will make them smarter. Louis said, even if Sobieski goes to Lviv, it will not be possible to fight against an army of 80,000 people in one fell swoop, unless Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire is willing to support them. Will Leopold I be willing? Asked the Duke of Orleans. Generally speaking, yes, Louis said, but if His Holiness the Pope in Rome is willing to issue an edict to us, to France. When did our relationship with the Roman Church become so harmonious? Your Majesty, Clement X is an 80-year-old old man, but his ambitions are no less than those of Clement IX before him. Is it because of the conversion of the King of England? Asked the Duke of Orleans. It's not this matter, Louis said. They will never let go of the bargaining chips before they see Charles II or his little prince, or the Duke of York convert. This time we have to thank Madame de Montespan. She has given us some indispensable help. I think the decree may arrive in these few days. Prince Condé lowered his head and coughed, barely hiding the weird expression on his face. To be honest, it was the first time he saw a king using a royal wife as a spy chief and foreign minister. Although royal wives had intervened in government affairs before, they had to use their gorgeous looks and graceful figures to win the king's favor before they could get power. But with a king, the whole thing can be said to be turned upside down. The royal wife must first do the work assigned by the king before she is qualified to perform her real duties. If Louis heard his true feelings, he would certainly tell him that this was natural. Given that there were not many trustworthy people around him, or in other words, there were not many trustworthy people in general, he certainly hoped that they could have diverse talents, so that they could help him run this huge kingdom thoroughly, instead of presenting a chaotic state of fragmentation and the king's orders not leaving Paris as before. You must know that the royal wife has the power to recommend officials to the king in the court tradition. If his royal wife is a stupid guy, then he will continue to follow the tradition, or let her go and cause another storm? Madame Montespan is indeed a smart lady. As she said, her mother taught her how to use her beauty, and her two fathers taught her how to use her wisdom. She made herself the most needed by the king and appeared at the most appropriate time. Who else could the king choose if not her? Madame Montespan. The Duke of Orleans stopped just after he opened his mouth. He almost forgot that there were Prince Condé and Duke Enghien here. However, not only the king, but even he could guess where the shadow behind Madame Montespan came from. The Duke of Enghien seemed to want to ask something, but Prince Condé put his hand on his shoulder. The child was not qualified to know too many secrets. Although he was also surprised at how the king could share a bed with a witch, it seemed that the witch was not so bad. At least in the past, keeping Jan Sobieski in Versailles for a month and a half would not have done so many things. Although provoking the conflict between the Polish nobles and the Lipcotators was a decision made by Mrs. Montespan after she learned of the death of Michael I. Chapter 267 The Nightmare of the Grand Princess. Louis never doubted that women could be as ambitious as men. Madame Milady proved that a lady could also find happiness in blood and wailing. But Madame de Montespan was even better. As she said, she learned from her mother how to use her beauty and charm. Not long after she entered the court and became a royal lady, she won the recognition of most people, the love of the Queen Mother, the recognition of the Queen, and the Duchess of Montpensier, who was originally the introducer of Madame de Montespan. Although the noble ladies were jealous, they had to learn how to dress from her. This was something that the Duchess of Colonna, that is, Mary Mancini, could not do. Although the Duchess of Colonna, that is, Mary Mancini, was born beautiful, her beauty was always somewhat arbitrary. The monotonous economy and closed environment of Gala Island made it difficult for her to get used to being swept away by fashion like a noble lady. The first time she dressed up grandly, it was Louis who asked her to do so. As for Madame de la Valliere, it was not that she was unwilling to dress up, but her neutral face made it difficult for her to find a balance between powder and lace. For Louis, if she could wear tight trousers and a shirt vest, she would be very heroic, but women in this era were not allowed to do so unless they admitted that they were servants of the devil. When Joan of Arc was tried, she was charged with wearing men's clothes. As a royal lady, she was absolutely not allowed to do so. So even in the court, her clothes and makeup were very elegant and even simple. Some people said that she looked very pious. But Madame de la Valliere did not fit people's imagination of royal ladies at all. Madame de Montespan was. Louis was the Sun King, and she was Venus, the embodiment of love and beauty. Not only did she dress up as a goddess and let the king's royal painter Lebrun paint her portrait, she also constantly purchased clothes, jewelry, and various exquisite and gorgeous utensils, furnishings and furniture. Even if there were no balls and banquets, she would dress herself up perfectly. She had an exquisite hairstyle that was different every day. She wore more jewelry than the Queen and the Queen Mother sometimes. She either waved a delicate little fan or held a satin sachet embroidered with flowers in her hands. Her ribbons, shoes and garters were all matched with her clothes, and sometimes she would hold a parrot, an ermine or a little monkey and walk among the crowd with her head held high. They were also wearing velvet or satin clothes, with gold chains on their clothes. She was so extravagant, so arrogant, and so hard to look away. More and more people chased and flattered her, especially after she actually helped some people get official positions. Those who couldn't get in were like sharks smelling blood. The bribes received by Mrs. Montespan soon exceeded her annual salary and the king's reward. She finally got everything she wanted and accepted people's envy and jealousy while enjoying herself. "Is this okay?" asked the Duke of Orleans. He and Louis were standing in a hidden corridor. Through the slightly open door, they could see the huge hall with bright lights. People were dancing, gambling, or drinking, indulging themselves to their heart's content. The center of their attention was always Madame de Montespan, who was lying on a couch. The Marquis and the Duke surrounded the couch, vying to talk to her. The Viscount and the Baron knelt at her feet, serving the goddess like servants. "What do you mean?" asked Louis. "The officials she recommended." The Duke of Orleans was very worried because Madame de Montespan almost never refused anyone who came to her. He knew how strict the king's requirements were for officials. Could those who were ready to make a fortune really be qualified for the positions granted by the king? "Why not?" Louis said. "I can employ them or dismiss them." He nodded to his brother, and turned to leave the corridor. The Duke of Orleans immediately followed him. Primary and secondary education in France can only be said to be just starting. Although Louis had started to popularize education a long time ago, and he was even willing to tolerate those Huguenots for this, education was never something that could be achieved overnight, especially for officials, who needed to have certain thinking, calculation and writing abilities. Where else could such people be found besides aristocratic families, churches and businessmen? The majority of people who visited Madame Montespan were businessmen. They either wanted to use the power of the state to seek personal gain like tax farmers, or they wanted to change their jobs and climb up. If I had appointed these people, the ministers would have talked about it, either trying to persuade me to give up the idea, or attacking the new officials, framing, implicating, or more directly murdering them. Louis' cane and heels made rhythmic clicking sounds in the corridor. In the silent corridor, they were like the soundtrack at the beginning of a drama. But if Madame Montespan became the recommender of these people, they would be more likely to accept it, because in their perception, a king should be like this. Even if they have any dissatisfaction, it will be with Madame Montespan, not me or those officials. So, Louis paused slightly, but the Duke of Orleans already knew what he would say. Although the King of France has been committed to recovering the territory and unifying the royal power, this is almost like taking meat from a tiger's mouth, and it is no easier to do than facing tens of thousands of enemies on the battlefield. As we all know, many of the current robed nobles come from the class of inspectors, but after several generations of inheritance, the robed nobles are almost becoming another threat, such as the Fouquet family. The king now not only needs a large number of inspectors to weaken and manage domestic forces, but also needs other people to monitor these inspectors. But as mentioned before, the people the king really hopes for are either still in school or just starting out. It is a waste to push them directly to those cunning officials and ministers, and it may even arouse their vigilance. Then let the people recommended by Mrs. Montespan go. Their background and needs are destined to make them conflict with those stubborn forces. What to do next is the king's business. Of course, if there are outstanding talents among them, the king will not be stingy in promoting them. There was one more thing that Louis did not tell the Duke of Orleans, which was that Madame de Montespan had done something that the Duchess of Colonna or Madame de la Valliere could not do, although she could also be said to be just in time, that is, to use all kinds of luxurious, stimulating and unique ways of enjoyment to paralyze the princes from all directions. The king could stoop to bribe a Duke of Lorraine, but every time he did so, he would lose people's respect and offer him. It was just right for the royal lady to do this, because to a certain extent, many of her actions could be summed up in one word as being favored by the king, and it didn't matter how unbridled and corrupt she was. No, it should be said that without such temptation, how could people come in like bees and flies, and then gradually indulge in sticky honey, unable to break free until death? Did Madame de Montespan also realize this? There should be, but this is also what she is most proud of. She learned from her two fathers how to consider any matter from the king's perspective, no matter how big or small. She danced on Louis' bottom line, but she also held enough chips to ensure that she would not be completely despised by the king. Louis did not tell the Duke of Orleans about this idea because the Duke of Orleans was also one of his spokespersons. When many kings could not express their opinions directly, the Duke of Orleans was his mouthpiece, but he did not want his brother to be associated with Madame de Montespan, so he simply passed by. Are you going back to the Queen Mother? Or go back to your suite, or condescend to stay in my room for a night? The Duke of Orleans hesitated. Of course, the king's suite had the most rooms, and there were also side beds prepared for ministers and close people to spend the night after all-night meetings. This was a privilege, although the Duke of Orleans often enjoyed it. The princess still has a fever. I want to go back to see her. Louis was surprised. When? Why didn't you tell me? Did Varro Vesalius or Charles Lamb go to see her? I saw her, but she just caught a cold. The Duke of Orleans said quickly. Don't take it lightly. If there is anything that Louis fears the most in this era, it is injuries. Not to mention that wizards have potions that are quick and effective, but there are no instructions for these potions, and no one knows what the consequences will be after drinking them. But if they can choose, wizards are undoubtedly more reliable than any doctor now, especially children. Even in Paris and Versailles, the infant mortality rate is still a shocking number. Louis never thought that children in the palace would be an exception. I will go back tonight and tell you tomorrow morning. The Duke of Orleans said. Okay, Louis said, don't forget it. In fact, The Duke of Orleans' suite is not far from the king. After all, he is the king's favorite brother. When he walked into the eldest princess's room, he rarely smiled. Although the eldest princess's condition was just a cold, as he said, after 2 imperial doctors took turns to see her, she only drank a bottle of potion and she felt much better. The eldest princess's illness still came from her heart. Some people may be confused. The eldest princess is only 1 year younger than the eldest Princess Elizabeth. She is only 10 years old this year. But even if she is only 10 years old, because precocious traits are very common in children in the 17th century, especially in the court, she has such an identity, she thinks no less than a minister or a noble lady. The general gossip cannot hit such a child, so there is only the most terrible thing for both the princess and the princess: marriage. Even Louis' eldest Princess Elizabeth accepted very early that her marriage would inevitably be the result of a peace treaty or a transaction product. This is their obligation after accepting the support of the subjects. The eldest princess and the eldest princess are of similar age. They have never imagined that they can have a satisfactory husband. They only encourage each other in private and tell each other to be strong. No matter if the husband is old, sick or married to a hostile country, they must persevere to the end, for themselves and for their country. When the eldest princess's marriage was put on the agenda but not yet finalized, the eldest princess was worried about her. Everyone knew that Louis XIV loved his children, but he loved France more. For the sake of France, he would definitely weigh the pros and cons of the eldest princess's marriage again and again, as a king rather than a father. Fortunately, Louis XIV finally decided on King Charles I of Sweden. Charles I was not only a good man of the same age, but also in good health. Although his appearance could not be compared with Louis XIV or the Duke of Orleans, he was also very manly. The eldest princess once saw them walking hand in hand in the holly maze of Versailles. Some people said that the king had great shortcomings in education, but he was not inferior or discouraged by this. He could not write poems or articles to express his love, but he could choose gifts for his fiancée from the prey he got from every hunt, and was willing to accept the eldest princess's gifts in reading and writing. Versailles has a library with a large collection of books, where the king set up comfortable tables and chairs. The crown prince, the eldest princess and the eldest princess were all frequent visitors there. Now Charles I often goes there with the eldest princess, reading a book shoulder to shoulder. The princess knew that this was all intentional by His Majesty the King. Although he chose Charles I for the sake of the country, he must also hope that his daughter and her husband would have love, rather than obligation and power. Envy? Of course, but the princess also has a good father. Although the Duke of Orleans was seriously absent during her growth, since the Duke of Orleans returned to Paris and came to Versailles together, his father's love has wrapped her tightly like the winter sun, filling her heart with happiness. As if it was for this kind of happiness, a bad news came. The princess heard that the Spanish envoy Juan Patino returned to Versailles immediately after returning to his country. This time he did not come empty-handed. He brought a large portrait. What kind of negotiation would require a portrait? Of course it was marriage. At this time in Spain, the regent Don Juan José, who was born in 1939, had already been married, and even if he was not married, he was not qualified to marry the daughter of the Duke of Orleans, so there was only one candidate, King Carlos II of Spain. Speaking of age, Carlos II was born in 61, which is even closer to Charles I. However, long before the war against Flanders, someone mentioned the marriage between Carlos II and the eldest Princess Elizabeth, but it was rejected by Louis XIV. Carlos II was the King of Spain and was close in age, but the bad consequences of the Habsburg inbreeding had already settled to the extreme on him. He had all the bad things you can think of: protruding and twisted chin, buck teeth, disabled legs, he learned to walk at the age of 10, epilepsy, dementia. If the shallowness of Charles I's knowledge was acquired, then Carlos II suffered the most terrible curse, a punishment from God. His situation would only get worse, not better. It is no wonder that the ministers and generals of Spain would rather follow the arrangements of an illegitimate child than serve such a king. But some people also said that it would be a good choice for the King of France. Chapter 268 Portrait of Charles II. People who are not from this era will inevitably be confused by the marriages of kings, princes and princesses at that time. People can understand that the king or prince's wife will choose between princesses and county ladies, but ministers and nobles will unanimously believe that their king or his heir should not have too close a relationship with his wife. The problem is that at the same time, they hope that the couple who hate each other can give birth to enough children, especially boys, even if the country does not implement Salic law. But if you can read the documents of the time carefully, you can know that the ministers, nobles and kings at that time did so not only because of the various benefits that the queen or the crown princess must bring, dowry, territory or a covenant, but also because of their inevitable inheritance rights due to blood. Even in countries that recognize Salic law, or when the princess or county lady married, she had already declared that she had given up the right to inherit the throne. As long as the time is right and the power is enough, for the vast territory represented by the crown, scepter and cross holy ball and the population and assets that come with it, even the king can lie, entangle or play a rogue without blinking his face, but the daughter of a marquis or earl does not have this attraction. But on the contrary, countries never have a permanent enemy-friend relationship. Maybe today they are allies, but tomorrow they become enemies. Therefore, a queen is always a foreigner who needs to be alert and guarded in the court. People expect her to give birth to the heir of the kingdom as soon as possible. But if the king shows his love and closeness to her, then everyone from the queen mother to the officials will be worried because they are worried that the queen will interfere in state affairs with her influence on the king and make the king consider the interests of her mother country more than the interests of his own country. So, at this point, you should understand why I say that for Louis XIV, the best choice is to marry the eldest daughter of the Duke of Orleans, Grand Princess Marie Orleans, to Carlos II of Spain. In fact, if the Grand Princess Elizabeth had not been promised to King Charles I of Sweden, the Spaniards should have asked for the Grand Princess. Although Spain has inevitably fallen into weakness, it is still the most powerful arm of the Habsburgs. Due to Louis XIV's insistence, the Grand Princess, and the Crown Prince were all educated together. No, it should be said that the two girls' education was even earlier than that of the Crown Prince, because before the attack on the Netherlands, the Grand Princess's marriage was decided, and education was also put on the agenda. As her closest partner, the Grand Princess was also fortunate to have teachers and courses that ordinary noble ladies could not reach at all. Who were their teachers? It was Colbert, Prince Conti, Michel, the father of the Marquis of Louvois, the Minister of War, and so on. They were not learning, but absorbing as much of their past experience as possible. According to the king's requirements, they must let the Grand Princess and the Grand Princess understand their identities, what they must do, and what they will do in the future, and even, from the perspective of a man, tell them how they should treat their husbands. These courses were conducted in secret, and no one knew except the Queen Mother, the Queen, the Duchess of Orleans, and the parties involved. For this, the king used LLS, which was the king's kindness to the girls, but also cruel, because they did not even have a carefree childhood. Therefore, the eldest princess knew very well that if her uncle finally agreed to the Spanish envoy's proposal, there would be nothing wrong with it. Once she became the wife of Carlos II, she couldn't help trembling at the thought of this. If she was just an ordinary duke's daughter, she would probably look forward to becoming the Queen of Spain with joy. But she knew that, just like the Crown Prince, the ministers explained and analyzed the situation of monarchs of various countries in detail to them. Carlos II, as a branch of the Habsburgs and the King of Spain, was of course emphasized. She knew that Carlos II was a deformed fool. But it was this deformed fool that made their marriage beneficial to France. As mentioned before, the Spanish envoys should have mentioned the marriage earlier, but they did not do so, partly because Flanders had already gone to war at that time, and partly because of the obstruction of the regent Don Juan. Because the Queen had the right to assist the king in handling state affairs, and even once she became the Queen Mother, she could be listed among the regent ministers, just like Queen Anne of Louis XIV, Queen Hedwig of Charles I, and Queen Maria of Carlos II. But although Don Juan's obstruction was successful once, after France achieved such a brilliant victory, the call for choosing a French queen for Carlos II became stronger and stronger. Patenaud's return showed that the tug-of-war between the two was finally won by the ministers. The eldest princess trembled in her father's arms, and tried to tell herself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, it's just marrying a fool, even if he is not so good-looking, but how can there be anything perfect in the world?" Since she accepted the support of the people, she should make sacrifices for France. Moreover, because Carlos II was a fool, as long as she married him, she could try to obtain some of the king's rights. If she gave birth to an heir, then the King of Spain would have Bourbon blood. Father, She hugged the Duke of Orleans' arm tightly and whispered, "I love you so much, Father, I don't want to leave you. Please don't leave me. Father, I love you. Don't go, don't leave." Hearing his daughter's words that sounded like a dream, the Duke of Orleans smiled. He let his daughter hug him and sat on the bed in an awkward posture. "I won't leave you, lady," he said in a gentle tone that would make others shudder and think that the Duke of Orleans had been replaced by the devil. "I won't leave, even if others beat me, I won't leave. I will stay with you tonight until you no longer need me." "How can I not need you?" "Because only flowers will leave the branches," said the Duke of Orleans. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the Queen Mother jokingly mentioning that Louis declared that he would keep the eldest Princess Elizabeth until she was 20 years old before marrying her to Sweden. Everyone present laughed, except the Duke of Orleans, because he thought of his eldest princess, who didn't have much time left to stay with him, and how could he be willing to hand over his daughter so quickly and easily? His first impression of the eldest princess was a swaddling cloth in a cradle. In the swaddling cloth was a baby who reminded him of milk pudding, white, soft and sweet. "You are my rose, you are my lily," the Duke said. "I will never leave you unless you want to leave me." The eldest princess did not speak, but buried her face in her father's arms. Her father's words were so soft, but they made her heart more determined. Although she was still a little jealous of the eldest Princess Elizabeth, she also had the best father in the world, better than she imagined. If the king wanted her to marry to Spain, she would agree immediately and would never make her father embarrassed, or even oppose the king's decision and make the king angry with him. The portrait was finally displayed at the banquet a week later. Although Juan Patino worked for Duke Don Juan, he was also loyal to the king. He was also worried that the French king might not agree to the marriage or ask for a high reward because Carlos II's situation was already well known. So he did not rashly come to the king and hand over the marriage proposal documents, but tried to spread the matter in Versailles and Paris. Louis XIV might have his own considerations, but Spain was indeed the best marriage partner for the ministers, otherwise Louis XIV would not have a Spanish mother and wife. Moreover, according to tradition, Carlos II's wife should be Louis XIV's eldest princess. After failing to get her, they took a step back and asked for the Duke of Orleans' eldest princess, which made many French people proud, as if they had won another victory over Spain. In this way, even if Louis XIV had other ideas, his ministers and nobles would work hard to promote this marriage. Patino's plan was half successful. Rumors were rife in the court. Some even thought that a Spanish teacher should be found for the eldest princess. Although the eldest princess and the eldest princess had learned Spanish before, as a queen, she had to be proficient in the Spanish language, as well as the various etiquettes of the Spanish court. The French court was very unruly during the time of Louis XIV. It was not until Princess Anne of Spain, now the Queen Mother, brought the Spanish court etiquette here that we had all the rules and requirements we see today. It is conceivable that the requirements for etiquette and demeanor in the Spanish court will only become more stringent. Louis XIV was holding a golden red nectarine with his eyes downcast. He saw his brother, the Duke of Orleans, clenching his fists tightly. The eldest princess was pale but still strong enough not to lose her composure. The eldest princess walked up to her and took her arm. Charles I looked at the eldest princess worriedly. The Queen Mother had an unpredictable expression and the Queen hugged the Duchess of Orleans' shoulders. In fact, with Louis XIV's control over the court, they had already known about Patino's plan, but Patino's behavior was something they could not stop or hinder. To put it simply, as long as the Spaniard was willing to propose, if the eldest Princess Elizabeth was not yet engaged, the king might not be able to convince his subjects. Patino's eyes swept over the crowd and paused for a moment on the Grand Princess Mary. Compared with Carlos II, even though the latter was his king, he had to say that the two standing together were like an angel compared to a demon. The King of France and his brother were both handsome and godlike, and their children also inherited their beauty. Not to mention the Grand Princess, although the Grand Princess was still a 10-year-old child, it was obvious how attractive she would be in the future. Her eyes and hair were dark, which made her skin look even whiter, almost transparent. Perhaps because she was still sick a while ago, she looked so thin that everyone who saw her could not help but cross themselves on their chests and pray to God to bless her. But as an envoy, completing his mission was the most important thing. As for personal morality and empathy, how could they be more loyal to the country and the king? Patino could only promise in his heart that if the Grand Princess became the Queen of Spain, he would still offer his loyalty to her before she caused any harm to Spain for France. Louis XIV walked down slowly, still holding the peach, but his eyes never left the portrait. The portrait that shocked the French court was the 10-year-old Carlos II. It can be seen that the painter who drew this portrait not only had superb skills and delicate techniques, but also had an extremely smart mind. In this portrait, Carlos II looked fine, although the person in the portrait was not handsome, and was even more pale in comparison to Louis. He looked like just a little king who was a little unhappy. In the portrait, Carlos II is wearing a black velvet coat, white tights, black shoes, a necklace hanging from his chest, a long sword on his waist, one hand on the small table beside him, and one hand holding a silk or letter. The reason why he looks a little unhappy is that we all know that when people are angry, they will unconsciously droop their mouth corners and retract their chins. This is the case with Carlos II in the picture. The painter made the person in the painting solidify in this expression, so it is natural to draw his terrible big chin only slightly bulging. Carlos II's eyes, which were bulging due to frequent epileptic seizures, were also covered up by his drooping eyelashes. The painter also deliberately depicted his fluffy and dense hair, high nose, and handsome eyebrows. To put it too much, some people may think that Carlos II is a good man with considerable royal majesty. Louis XIV knew that in this era, portraits, especially those of nobles and kings, would be beautified, but this portrait was a deliberate deception. If his spies had not sent him the real portrait of Carlos II, Louis XIV probably could not imagine that the Spaniards were so shameless. In the spy's portrait, Carlos II did not have a face that could be called a human being. But the king only took a few steps and passed by those around him. Even Prince Condé, Colbert, and other important ministers and nobles showed expressions of approval and joy. Of course, for them, this marriage was worth it. It was not that they were so indifferent because they stayed out of it, but that for a country, the weight of a young girl was too light. Some readers have asked if GYU has a book club. Well, when I was writing The Saint, some readers spontaneously formed several groups for me. I would occasionally go and chat with them, which was very pleasant, but the problem is, because I was very busy in 2019, I didn't go online for a while, and then I couldn't go online anymore. Now I'm trying to find it back, but I don't know if I can find it back. So I had to buy another account and set up a GYU book club. As before, there are administrators to manage it, but I will go in from time to time recently. Readers who want to join just need to say the name of GYU's work, and anyone can apply. If readers don't understand something, or if they think they want to see some content or jokes, they can say it in the group, and I will reply when I see it, or they can just wait until I show up and tell me. You can also post some content that you are interested in. After all, GYU's books are niche, and people who like my writing generally have similar values and hobbies, so they will definitely get along well. If you have any dissatisfaction or questions about the group, you can tell me. If I have time, I will inform everyone in the author's words one day in advance. Finally, there is the book club, named GYU Book Club, 3874-5684-3. Chapter 269 The King's Love. Louis XIV walked around the portrait in silence for a few steps, and suddenly smiled. It is indeed a beautiful child. This sentence sounded like a compliment, but even if we ignore the irony in it, considering that the Bourbon family from Louis XIV onwards has an extremely beautiful face, a tall and straight body, and a smart and quick mind, it is a bit too much, because Maria Theresa is the half-sister of Carlos II. Carlos II and Louis XIV are of the same generation, but he ruled the powerful Spain. Even if he was seeking Louis XIV's niece, Louis XIV should not use this tone to evaluate a king. This is a serious matter. I cannot give you my answer right away, Louis XIV said to the Spanish envoy. I will give you my reply in 3 days. His tone was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or happy. The waiter at the side stepped forward, put the velvet curtain back on the portrait, and moved it down. Juan Patino bowed silently. He had done everything he could. Next, he could only pray to God, hoping that God would bless Spain through this disaster. When walking by the princess, Louis handed the nectarine in his hand to the princess. For the French, being able to marry the Spanish royal family is of course a good thing, and how could it not be for the Spanish? Flanders was originally a Spanish territory. The French war against Flanders was also a war between France and Spain. In this war, the Spaniards were unable to even send their own troops, which immediately made France and other countries realize the inner weakness of this behemoth. It is conceivable that there will be many small actions against Spain in the near future, not to mention that the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I and Spain are of the same Habsburg blood. When France invaded Flanders, Leopold I's response was surprisingly slow and weak. The Spaniards guessed that the French must have reached a secret agreement with Leopold I in advance. In addition, as Carlos II finally grew up to 10 years old, the Spanish Queen Mother who was expelled and her supporters could not help but get restless. After all, illegitimate children always lack the appeal of legitimate heirs, even if this legitimacy is just like a disgusting joke. Louis XIV was originally opposed to inbreeding, and his marriage with Queen Teresa was a last resort. Fortunately, their children were not cursed by close blood, while the Habsburg bloodline married more than once in order to hold on to power and territory. Carlos II had 4 or 5 older brothers who died young. According to calculations and speculations by later generations, if the consequence of inbreeding would be a disability rate of 0.25%, then Philip IV would increase this possibility by 10 times, that is, 2.5%. With such a high rate, it was a miracle that Carlos II was able to be born and grow up. But Louis XIV, the Duke of Orleans, or anyone who loved the princess, would not want the princess to have anything to do with this miracle. It was just that the ministers and nobles in the French court seemed to have made the decision for Louis. They even began to scheme everywhere, wanting to get a foothold in the wedding procession, because the ministers who sent the bride usually received the king's favor, or titles, or official positions. However, they probably didn't know that the wedding procession probably didn't have it, but the rooms in the Bastille did. The Duke of Orleans was ready to fight, and the handle in his hand could make these bastards stay in the Bastille until the end of the world. The only thing that made the Duke of Orleans hesitate was one person and one thing, that is, his brother. The ministers could see the benefits, but couldn't the Duke of Orleans see them? The king could only see it more clearly than them, but when he thought that his daughter, who had been in his arms for only a few years, was going to be married to such a hateful monster, the Duke of Orleans couldn't help but tremble all over. Since the Spanish envoy proposed this marriage, he refused to attend all banquets and dances, casinos and hunting, listening to music, and watching plays, and the young duke's flamboyant figure was no longer seen. He stayed in his daughter's room every day, accompanying her until she fell asleep, and then tossed and turned in the next room. Even more miserable than him was the Duchess of Orleans. She once worried that the Duke of Orleans did not like her, and then disliked her and his children. This kind of thing was not uncommon in political marriages. Fortunately, under Louis's persuasion, the Duke of Orleans still took on the responsibilities of a father and husband. But now, she hoped that the Duke of Orleans did not love their daughter. She was also very anxious, but could only shed tears for her young son. She did not dare to let the Duke of Orleans find out. She was always worried that the Duke would rely on the king's favor for him and ask the king to reject the marriage. In just 2 days, many people in the court suffered torture. When the Duke of Orleans was summoned to the king's reception room, he felt relieved. He had decided that no matter what the cost, he would try to destroy this marriage, although this might form an irreparable rift between the king and him. Thinking of this, his heart was like being pulled on a saw, but he was ready to endure the king's distrust, alienation and indifference, and decided to use everything to compensate his brother. The Duke of Orleans was still very rich. Seeing that Bonhomme did not take him to the meeting room where the king usually met with ministers, but to a small room closer to the king's bedroom, the Duke of Orleans could not help but feel lucky. Maybe Louis would only be angry with him for a few years, and then he could be forgiven and return to the Palace of Versailles? This thought continued until he walked into the room. The king was wearing his casual clothes, a loose linen shirt with a royal blue velvet coat on the outside. Unlike the king who showed it to the people and ministers, the king did not like to enjoy himself too much in private. For example, the buttons on the coat were made of shells. Although they were shiny, they could never be compared with gems or pearls. The Duke of Orleans was suddenly filled with boundless guilt. If he sacrificed for the country, didn't his brother sacrifice it? Louis often ridiculed himself as a dull and boring person. That was because he had to devote all his energy to state affairs. His personal feelings were put aside countless times. At any time, he had to put the interests of France first. Maybe someone would accuse him of being cold and ruthless, but there would never be the Duke of Orleans. Another terrible thought came to his mind. They still met in this room. Was it Louis's intention to do so, trying to change his mind with their feelings? The Duke of Orleans admitted that he was indeed wavering. When he thought that his brother would show contempt for him or simply ignore him, He was desperate and wanted to commit suicide. When Louis saw Philip coming, he raised his hand and asked him to sit down in front of him. Then, without saying anything, he stuffed a document into the hands of the Duke of Orleans. The Duke of Orleans subconsciously opened it and read it. The first time he read it, he thought it was an illusion caused by his excessive pain and entanglement. The second time he thought he might have misunderstood the meaning of the letter. The third time he even thought it was a bad joke. It was not until the fourth time that he came out of his trance. He looked at the king and didn't even know what to say for a while. "What's wrong?" The Duke of Orleans heard a familiar voice coming from a long distance. "Are you unhappy?" The Duke of Orleans raised his head and saw his brother's bright eyes. "I was still thinking about how to delay for a few more days." Fortunately, he couldn't finish the rest of the words because the Duke of Orleans had already rushed over and hugged him tightly. Bonhomme waved his hand and asked the waiter outside the door to leave. After all, the Duke of Orleans and the king were no longer children of 3 and 5 years old respectively. The scene of two strong adult men hugging each other tightly was not beautiful enough. What's more, the Duke of Orleans was still in tears and kept muttering, "I thought my brother was going to be angry with me." Louis XIV could only support himself on the back of the chair with one hand and stroke the other's hair and back with the other hand soothingly, saying something in his mouth. His eyes looked at the ceiling helplessly. The Duke of Orleans should remember that he is 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighs 150 pounds, and he is almost 20 years away from the age when he can act like a spoiled child. Bonhomme really didn't know whether he should go over and remind the Duke. He should have done so, because just a few seconds later, an ominous snapping sound came from under the king's buttocks. The graceful and slender chair legs like a swan's neck were indeed pleasing to the eye, but it seemed that it could not withstand the crushing of a pair of strong men with only 2 of them. It broke, and the 2 most distinguished men in France were thrown to the ground together. If it weren't for the thick carpet on the ground, the banquet the day after tomorrow would be a sight to behold. Bonhomme walked over, trying his best to make his smile look not like gloating, but happiness for the princess. He first dragged the king out from under the Duke of Orleans' elbow, and then helped the Duke of Orleans to break free from under the overturned table. The Duke of Orleans held the document tightly all the time, as if he was holding his daughter's happiness. Then, as soon as he crawled out from under the table, he couldn't wait to say, "Can I go and summon the ministers, Your Majesty?" "Go." "No, wait." Louis rarely disregarded his image and said with a grin, "Bonhomme, call Varro Vesalius first and ask him to bring some potion." He was in great pain in many parts of his body, and it seemed that the Duke of Orleans was no exception. When he fell, the Duke of Orleans was obviously above him, but he tried to stand between him and the ground at the last moment. Although he did not succeed completely, he fell heavily to the ground and was hit by the heavy table. At that time, the tables were all made of solid hardwood, and there was no difference in weight and hardness from metal. There were already enough rumors in the palace, and there was really no need to add the rumors that brothers were fighting against each other, or even fighting each other without regard for their dignity, which was disturbing. Varro Vesalius arrived quickly. Given his status, his room was small, but it was very close to the king. He carefully examined the scars on the king's body and showed a hypocritical smile. "Merlin's testimony," said the hateful potion master. "Your Majesty, your injuries today are even more serious than those you suffered on the battlefield." Louis rolled his eyes at him. To be honest, although Varro had been preventing his daughter from entering the palace, Mrs. Montespan's understanding of the king was really thanks to his and Duke Mortimer's admonition. It was a typical case of things going against one's wishes. Louis didn't know whether he should thank them or vent his anger on them. Varro Vesalius and Duke Mortimer seemed to realize this, so they rarely appeared in front of him recently. But Madame de Montespan. Thinking of this, the king sighed. "You should thank Madame de Montespan, because she got this document." The Duke of Orleans nodded slightly, but he also knew that without the king's order, or even force, this document would never appear here so quickly. "Brother," he murmured, tears flowing down again, but these were not tears of pain, but tears of joy and relief. Louis roughly stretched out his sleeve to wipe his tears, and was relieved to find that the Duke of Orleans did not put powder on his face today. "Remember the night we were at the hunting lodge in Versailles?" Louis said calmly. "I am the king, brother. I promise that as long as you are loyal to me, I will protect you until the last moment of my life." The ministers entered the king's meeting room and filed out soon after. Their expressions were not very good, but not very bad. The document that Mrs. Montespan got did not have any important content. It was just a strictly confidential case, but it had the signature of the Spanish Archbishop and several important witnesses, from Don Juan José's safe. The regent kept this document as a way out for himself. This case clearly stated that Carlos II's genitals were defective, and he had difficulty excreting, and he could not have sex with a woman, let alone have offspring. He was just a eunuch. In the marriage between countries, whether the couple successfully had sex is one of the important contents for the marriage contract to be recognized by God and the law. Apart from other things, when Louis XIV of France wanted to marry Anne of Brittany, he asked the Pope to declare the marriage contract invalid on the grounds that he had not successfully had sex with his first wife, Jeanne of France, and he succeeded. Therefore, even if the Grand Princess and Carlos II had concluded a marriage contract, as long as Duke Don Juan had such a document in hand, either Spain and France would be willing to endure the Duke's blackmail, or they would have to admit that the marriage contract was invalid. The French ministers and nobles were willing to let the Grand Princess make sacrifices in order to get rewards. If the Grand Princess could not give birth to the heir of Spain, she would not necessarily be loved by her husband, and the marriage contract would be invalid at any time. They would be crazy to send the Grand Princess to Spain. After a while, the Duke of Orleans took the Grand Princess into the king's room, and the Grand Princess fell at the king's feet, grateful beyond words. That night, there was a small joke. The eldest princess actually ate the nectarine that the king had given her as a reward and had been preserved for several days. Although the nectarine did not rot quickly because of its thick skin, it was no longer fresh. The Duke of Orleans had to call the imperial physician, and the eldest princess had to lie in bed for several days before she could get out of bed. Chapter 270 The Work of the Grand Princess and the Grand Princesses. After the eldest princess recovered, the storm could be said to have passed. Mr. Juan Patino left sadly. Not only could the Spanish pro-king not blame the French king, but he also had to try his best to suppress the anti-French sentiment in the country. After all, the French king promised not to leak the fact that their king was a eunuch, which was already very tolerant. In addition to this, Carlos II was the last direct descendant of the Spanish Habsburgs. He was infertile, which meant that after his death, his throne had to be handed over to a foreigner. The most likely candidates were two hostile people. One was a descendant of French King Louis XIV, and the other was a descendant of Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, because the mothers and wives of these two rulers were daughters of Spanish King Philip II. Since Spain did not implement Salic law, their descendants all had the right of inheritance. Logically speaking, Louis XIV's mother and wife were both older than Leopold I's mother and wife. The problem was that the Queen Mother and Queen of France had signed agreements to confirm their renunciation of their rights to the throne. However, any discerning person could see that even when Louis XIV needed to borrow money from many parties during the war against the Netherlands, he never asked for Queen Teresa's dowry as stipulated in the marriage contract. This ambitious king obviously did not give up his desire for a larger territory. After most people had such an understanding, a strange scene appeared in Spain. In the Alcazar castle in Toledo, Duke Don Juan, who had been in a stately mood these days, appeared in the court again in a dignified manner, and the person on his arm was actually Carlos II's mother, Queen Mother Maria. As everyone knows, Queen Mother Maria was expelled from Toledo by Duke Don Juan in order to fight for the regency. But now their behavior undoubtedly shows that the two factions are on the verge of reconciliation. Think about it, when facing a powerful foreign enemy, Spain is still in endless disputes. Isn't it courting death? This news soon reached Versailles, and the princess, who had just started to make progress, became depressed again. Duke Don Juan's actions meant that he had also defected to the Habsburgs, which was undoubtedly very unfavorable to France. Carlos II was destined to be heirless and his health was not very good. The battle for the Spanish throne in a few years or even a dozen years would inevitably put France at a disadvantage. The girl felt suffocated when she thought that for her own happiness, her uncle the king might have to face another difficult war in a few years. Her abnormality was soon noticed by the Duke and Madame Orleans, who had been paying close attention to her since the proposal. Louis heard about this from his brother and realized that he had made a mistake. We have said before that people's views on children in this era are still between animals and miniature adults, but this is only limited to the middle and lower classes. In the palace, princes and princesses will have a long time to play to their heart's content, but Louis grew up in a study. He believes that it is irrational to indulge children's nature too much, because it will only create a group of eccentric and willful little monsters. It would be fine if these children only needed to live in their Garden of Eden for the rest of their lives, but whether it is Luciano, little Louis, Elizabeth and Princess Marie, the difficulties and dangers they will face are by no means comparable to those of ordinary people. He arranged for ministers and princes to teach the crown prince, the eldest princess, and the eldest princess so that they could see their future clearly, but he forgot that these children did not have the same strong will as adults. The eldest princess could worry him so much that he fell ill, and now he still felt guilty, but it also went against Louis's original intention. The king's original idea was to make them happy, not to taste the pain of life too early. After discovering this, Louis hurried to save them. Fortunately, it was not too late. The eldest princess and the eldest princess were only girls in their early teens, and the crown prince Louis would not reach adulthood in 2 years. Although the Duke of Colonna was about to reach adulthood, he had just encountered such a thing, and his mother was also imprisoned in the Bastille. Although the Duke of Colonna had to return to Calais and Gala, Louis felt that it was too cruel to let little Lucy spend this tormented day alone. So, on a sunny afternoon, the Duke of Colonna, the Dauphin Louis, the Grand Princess Elizabeth, and the Grand Princess Marie were summoned by the king to the Venus room. After they saluted each other, they looked at each other and asked each other. After a few minutes, they found that no one knew why the king summoned them here. Then, the Duke of Orleans, the Prince of Conti, and Mr. Colbert also arrived. If the appearance of these people was not surprising, then the people who followed them made them even more curious, because they were Lebrun, Lully, Molière and Beauchamp. These 4 artists have worked diligently for the king since he took power or some time after that. They are very famous in the court. After all, no one has not appreciated their paintings, music, drama and dance. The 4 gentlemen were also very nervous today. Unfortunately, Louis XIV was a man who preferred conquest to dance and music. Except for Lebrun, the others were only lucky enough to see the king's face when the king had to attend. The king had almost no contact with him. Even Lebrun felt that he was like a soldier in front of the king, except that he was in the Grand Gallery instead of on the battlefield, wielding a paintbrush instead of a musket to fight for the king. There was no need to talk about the others. Lully was deeply loved by the Duchess of Montpensier. The Duchess of Montpensier had promised to recommend him to the king a long time ago, but it was useless. Although the king was very kind to the Duchess, he treated things like appreciating music as work. If you expect him to reward you with territory, titles and positions because you are moved by your music, it is pure fantasy. As for Molière, he cursed Count d'Artagnan angrily more than once. Although everyone said that Count d'Artagnan did not break his promise and he did perform for the king and received generous rewards, he should at least tell Molière that His Majesty the King was such an unromantic person. He has no interest in drama and only cares whether it can be used by him. This talented dramatist complained to his subordinates and friend Racine. Then the last one, Mr. Charles Louis Beauchamp, is even more pathetic. Astute readers can notice, this is the first time he appears in this book. Yes, this poor dance director served as Louis' dance instructor when he was a teenager, but the young king forgot about him after the course. Although he worked diligently for the king for the next 20 years, not only did he guide a whole excellent ballet company for the king, but he also accumulated a lot of dance skills experience. He was sorting out several basic movements of ballet before, hoping that they could be recognized as a rule by the king and the public, just like the court minuet, but he was suddenly called to the Venus Hall. Seeing that there were several important ministers here, the young members of the royal family headed by the crown prince, they became even more uneasy. With a loud shout, Louis XIV walked in from outside. Everyone, the men bowed and the ladies knelt. The king raised his hand, and they slowly stood up. After Louis sat down, he raised his hand and said, "I think you all recognize the children of me and my brother." Led by Prince Conti, everyone nodded in agreement. They had to wonder in their hearts whether the king intended to make the Duke of Colonna's identity public, or even to have it legally recognized like the Duke of Harlequin. But they worried too much, because Louis had no such intention. "I asked you to come here today," he nodded to the anxious artists, "because I intend to establish 4 art academies." He raised his cane and pointed to Lebrun, Royal French Academy of Painting and Sculpture, pointed to Lully, Royal French Academy of Music, moved to Molière, Royal French Academy of Drama, and finally to Beauchamp, Royal French Academy of Dance. People often say that even if a thunderbolt strikes from the sky, it will not surprise them more. So for these 4 gentlemen now, they are like Danae meeting Jupiter incarnated as golden rain. Note 1. and they are so ecstatic that they don't know what to do. They really didn't expect that the king would have such an idea and be willing to let them do it, which is more precious than any reward. Even LeBlanc, who was closest to the king, could not help but feel his hands and feet stiff and his tongue numb, unable to utter a word of thanks. Fortunately, the king knew these artists very well, and he did not take it as an offense and tapped the ground with his cane. But I also have a request, everyone. He looked at the children on the side, and his tone became gentler. Come here, Luciano, Louis, Elizabeth and Marie. The children came over immediately. The eldest princess was still a little confused, but the eldest princess had already touched her chest, indicating that she had guessed what her father was about to do. Sure enough, His Majesty the King said immediately afterwards, "Gentlemen, I will entrust this important project to you, and my children." He stretched out his hand and walked towards the Dauphin standing beside him. "My Dauphin will be responsible for the preparation of the Academy of Painting and Sculpture with Mr. Lebrun." He stretched out his other hand and gathered the Duke of Colonna to his side. "The Duke of Colonna will be responsible for the preparation of the Dance Academy with Mr. Beauchamp." He withdrew his hand and patted. "Come here, Elizabeth," he said. "The Grand Duchess will be responsible for the preparation of the Conservatory of Music." And finally he smiled and looked at the Grand Princess, who was so excited that her face was flushed. "My dearest Grand Princess," the king said affectionately, "you will take on the task of preparing the Drama Academy." The Grand Princess immediately knelt down, because she was almost speechless. "No, no, child," the Duke of Orleans corrected with a smile. "Look at me, baby, this is the most correct way to thank you." He walked forward gracefully, stepped onto the platform, stood beside the throne, and kissed his brother's cheek. A loud moo. Louis supported his brother's shoulder with one hand. "Next time, you need to tell me," he said disdainfully. "So, did you see it?" the king said to the eldest princess. The eldest princess first raised her palm to press her face, and then, under the encouragement of the eldest princess, she jumped onto her uncle's knees and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Compared with the harmonious royal family members, the four artists were stunned. It's not that they couldn't accept supervision. After all, it would be a huge expense, but even the Duke of Colonna was only 13 years old, and the youngest eldest princess was only 10 years old. "So what?" said the Duke of Orleans. "I was only an adult when I rebuilt the slums, canals and sewer systems of the whole of Paris for my brother." Lully immediately pulled Molière, who was about to say something. This was the disadvantage of not having a good family background. If it was the king, as long as there was evidence, he would listen to your opinions. Even if he didn't accept them, he wouldn't be angry. But everyone knew that the king was almost unconditionally indulgent to the Duke of Orleans, and the Duke of Orleans's mind was not much broader than that of a lady. People said that even if you offend the king, don't offend the Duke of Orleans. This was the reason. But this was too hard to accept. After the four gentlemen left, they were still a little unresponsive until they reached the Grand Gallery. I said, "Is this really okay?" I mean, Molière couldn't help but say, "What should we do?" Although, they are still children after all. "It's the Dauphin, the Duke of Colonna, the eldest princess and the eldest daughter," Lully corrected. Beauchamp on the side also nodded, and Lebrun pointed directly to the paintings in the Grand Gallery. All of them were paintings about the wars against Flanders and the Netherlands, that is, the military exploits of Louis XIV. Molière was like someone pouring a bucket of ice water on his head, and he suddenly woke up. His foundation was the weakest among the four people. Although his family also served the royal family, they were merchants who provided furniture and furnishings for the royal family. Because he loved drama, he left home very early and had nothing to do with his family's business. Compared with Beauchamp, who was originally from a noble family, Lully, who was born in a humble family but served the Duchess of Montpensier for a long time, and Leblanc, who was the most trusted by the king, he was a little too slow or bold. "I should thank you very much," Molière said. "I almost made a big mistake." He was not Colbert, nor the Prince of Condé, nor the Duke of Orleans. Who gave him the courage to say no to the king? Nothing. Lully said, because music and dance are closely related to drama, so they have also cooperated with Molière several times. They prepared their own academies separately, without conflict, but they can be said to be a scattered group. They don't want the king to suspect that they have the same idea as Molière. "But you really should treat us to a meal," Leblanc said. "Go to the best tavern in Limoges," Beauchamp said. Note 1. Danae was the daughter of the king of Argos. The king had no sons, and there was a prophecy in the country that Anea would give birth to a boy who would usurp the throne. Fearing that this prophecy would come true, Argos locked his daughter in a bronze tower and sent sentries to guard it day and night. One day, Jupiter turned into golden rain and passed through the wall of the bronze tower and entered the cell. Jupiter slept with Anea and gave birth to a boy named Perseus. Later, Perseus really took the throne of Argos. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, French Education Project. The children could remain calm in front of the king, although their red faces had already revealed their excitement. But as soon as they left the side of the king and his ministers, they could not wait to discuss. The eldest princess's voice was the clearest. She was doted on by her father and had hardly suffered any setbacks. She was even braver than the crown prince. The crown prince's voice was as steady and gentle as his actions. The Duke of Colonna also swept away his previous gloom when he spoke, and became eager and bright. And the eldest princess, although her tone was still as gentle and peaceful as before, one could hear that her little heart was beating with joy. Louis lowered his head and listened until the children's footsteps gradually disappeared. He glanced at his brother and ministers beside him. "There is another person," he said. "Wait for him to come, and then we will continue with the next schedule." That person was Cardinal Mazarin. His current identity was as embarrassing as the Archbishop of Canterbury in England. Although France was called the eldest daughter of God, to the Roman Church it was definitely a rebellious daughter with a rebellious period of 300 years. A long time ago, what the Roman Church received from France was threats rather than support. After the Sun King came into being, the prestige of the Roman Church was further reduced. This king could not even tolerate the princes in his country, so how could he tolerate the Church's country within a country? But even the Roman Church had to submit to this king. Regardless of other things, Louis XIV was now the most powerful Catholic king. The Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, whom the Church had relied on before, was only the Archduke of Austria. There were already enough Protestant electors in the Holy Roman Empire, not to mention England, Hungary, Sweden, Denmark, Norway. The Catholic territory was not as much as people imagined, so although angry, the Roman Church still had to thank Louis XIV for seizing the Netherlands, which was a Protestant country. Of course, if Louis XIV was willing to force Protestants to convert or expel them, the Church could also forgive the past. But when La Riviere heard the theme of this meeting, he knew that the Roman Church's plan would not succeed. Because the theme of this meeting was education, Louis XIV began to care about domestic education since he was a child. He also asked Bishop Mazarin. It must be said that in this regard, the princes of the Holy Roman Empire were ahead of the French. In the second half of the 16th century, the Duchy of Wittenberg and the Duchy of Saxony promulgated compulsory education laws, and the Duchy of Weimar promulgated similar laws in the early 17th century. The law stipulates that boys and girls aged 6 to 12 must go to school and must not miss even a day throughout the year, except for religious holidays. Although this part of the law is difficult to implement, after all, when people still have to worry about food, clothing and even shelter today, they will not care whether their children can learn tomorrow. A word or a math problem, and the lack of teachers is also a big problem. In the city, priests or merchants can be teachers, but in the countryside, there are many professions of teachers, not a wrong sentence. They are likely to be tailors, cowherds, or old mercenaries. Generally speaking, the people responsible for establishing schools don't know how to choose, so they can only let those who are good at speaking fill in the gaps. Some of them can only teach children simple reading and writing, some can teach them to recognize numbers, and some are simply boastful and boast about their past merits. They punish children at will, let these little brags work for themselves, or blackmail their parents. Such a situation is not uncommon in France, so Louis XIV temporarily only popularized primary and secondary education in Versailles. Because the king and his cronies often travel between Versailles and Paris, and the teachers' salaries are also high, there has been no troublesome situation for the time being, and these schools have trained what people see as the new army, loyal, intelligent, brave and strong. As the assets of the Netherlands and Flanders gradually turned from merchants into gold and silver coins and flowed into the treasury, and after the division of the Dutch colonies, According to the Treaty of Versailles, each country paid money to France, even if Louis allocated funds to the army, 150,000 standing troops, and the navy fleet at the same time. He still had enough to support domestic education projects. The 4 art academies supervised by the children were one of them, and the popularization of primary and even secondary education that Louis had always hoped to develop was the top priority. But this issue involved the part that Bishop Le Riviere least wanted to see, that is, the Huguenots. The Huguenots were the name of Protestants in France, and they were also hateful pagans to the Roman Church. In this regard, the Roman Church certainly hoped that Louis XIV would act like Queen Mother Catherine de' Medici once did, that is, to create another massacre. But the most important reason why Louis could tolerate this group of pagans was the educational resources of the Huguenots, because from the beginning, the Huguenots used education as a sword and shield to challenge the Catholic Church in France. According to the king's spies, before they were ordered to close, the Huguenots had a total of 32 colleges and 8 universities, teaching their native language, reading, writing, mathematics and poetry. Although there were inevitably religious courses such as catechism, these teachers were real teachers. They had experience in teaching materials, and their educational philosophy had many overlaps with Louis's. Regardless of gender, they were divided into grades and classes, and there were exams every month. This kind of systematic education was much better than the previous church schools that focused on religious education. In fact, there are schools founded by the Jesuits in France. In addition to teaching the traditional 7 arts, they also teach physics, natural sciences, and chemistry. The problem is that they are too classicist and rarely accept new things. They also deliberately guide students to blindly follow and obey Catholicism and the Roman Catholic Church. For Louis XIV, this is an intolerable sin, even greater than the rebellious behavior of the Huguenots. In addition, the Jesuits have also rejected the king's request for them to open elementary school courses. Of course, for this group of stubborn idiots, children under 10 are all a group of unteachable animals. Bishop Le Riviere could only shake his head. These Jesuit priests probably didn't know that their king must accomplish what he wants. Sure enough, the king had determined that as long as the Huguenots were willing to hand over their teachers and textbooks and follow the king's arrangements, they could live peacefully in the Orleans region while maintaining their beliefs. The king had asked Mr. Champlain to convey this to the Huguenots in other places. If they insisted on living in their original places, it was not impossible. After all, the original Edict of Nantes allowed them to maintain their beliefs in La Rochelle, Montauban and Nîmes. However, if there were religious riots, the king would not only announce the withdrawal of the Edict of Nantes, but also regard them as traitors. If they wanted to escape, the same thing would happen. Now the king had enough troops to monitor them, and the military power of the Huguenots had been banned long ago. Since the fall of Flanders and the Netherlands, they had even fewer places to go. But if you say that they stayed in La Rochelle and the other 3 places, in fact, it should be 2 places, because there were almost no Huguenots in Nîmes. They only had to obey the Catholic Church's arrangements for festivals and pay tithes, but when they were surrounded by Catholics, their lives would become very difficult. It's no wonder that a converted Christian said that when a priest is backed by an executioner or the king's 100,000 troops, it is difficult to disobey his words. Now, Louis XIV gave them a choice, that is, to move to Orleans, where there was a special area where the residents had the same faith as them. They could continue their lives there without having to convert or do hard labor, as long as they were willing to teach in the king's school. Are you saying that in addition to literature and science, there are schools for craftsmen? Bishop Le Riviere asked cautiously. He was neither smart nor stupid. He was not smart because he was stupid enough to compete with Prince Conti and the Queen Mother's confessor for the position of cardinal. He was not stupid because he decisively accepted the olive branch offered by the then very young king. Now he could not point fingers at the king's decision or disobey it in public. He hesitated for a moment and did not raise any objection to this question. Are these schools first opened in Orleans? Prince Conti asked. You can say that, Louis said, because it belongs to my dearest brother. The Duke of Orleans immediately stood up and saluted. I believe he can control his own territory. And the Duke of Orleans' territory is very vast. That's why the Duke of Orleans could make trouble again and again in the past. Now the king can divide it into 3 parts belonging to Catholics, who were once loyal to Gaston, Huguenots and wizards, to ensure that they will consume their last strength in mutual restraint. Also, Louis XIV said, In addition to the elementary school, middle school and university I will open, I don't want there to be other similar private schools on French soil. Bishop La Riviere moved uneasily. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. It was said to him. Since the Huguenot school had been ordered to close, what else could the king be referring to except the Jesuit school? However, he also went to the king's school in Versailles to see it. Anyone who has seen it knows why the king attaches so much importance to education. It's not even secondary schools and universities. Think about it. These children start learning how to be loyal to the king when they are 6 or 7 years old. When they grow up, will they attack the palace at the slightest incitement like the mob in Paris? There will not be 2 suns hanging in the sky. This thought suddenly appeared in Bishop La Riviere's mind. The Sun King does not allow any existence to be equal to him and divide his people's hearts, even if that existence is a saint or God. Louis XIV casually ordered it as if he ordered tea or coffee, and then turned the topic to the next one, which is the school curriculum. Religious courses may be retained, but not many. Elementary schools will have simple reading, writing, and arithmetic. The king wants to add more content to secondary schools: physics, chemistry, astronomy, nature, law, history, geography, etc. As for the Greek and Latin courses required in Jesuit schools, they were directly cancelled by the king. These are almost useless for the development of France. As for university courses, the king proposed that they should be divided into professional subjects, just like art academies are divided into painting and sculpture, drama, music and dance. People choose a college and also choose their future career, instead of the past, when a doctor's children are doctors, a businessman's children are businessmen, a lawyer's children are lawyers. Children can choose their own career according to their talents and interests. This is really a genius idea, Prince Conti complimented. I once wanted to be a trumpeter. I can let you blow the trumpet before every banquet. Note 1, Louis said jokingly, but before that, you have to do something for me first. Please tell me. Mr. Colbert said with his head held high. He no longer had a daughter to marry, so he was naturally not afraid. Then he heard Louis XIV say, I need you to help me review a textbook. Gentlemen, I trust you, and I believe you can ensure that the textbook is complete, detailed and safe enough. Colbert suddenly stood up, his few hairs alertly, almost lifting his wig. Compared to Prince Conti, who was swearing to do this perfectly, he asked in a weak voice that was almost inaudible, a textbook. Well, the king said, from primary school to secondary school. Then he heard a gulp, and Mr. Colbert fainted immediately after hearing his answer. The king glanced at the Duke of Orleans beside him. I'm not in such a hurry. Similarly, after realizing what a heavy, tedious and responsible task the king had entrusted to them, Prince Conti seemed to have left his body, probably not coming back in a short time. The Duke of Orleans smiled secretly and asked Bontemps to take them to the small hall to rest for a while. He and the king still had some work to do. Prince Conti finally calmed down after several minutes under the comfort of hot chocolate and cream cake. He immediately let out a cry, which scared Colbert and was accused of being too rude and stupid by Prince Condé, who was walking into the waiting room. Before Prince Conti could say anything to his unhappy brother, Prince Condé walked in. The third group of people had already arrived in the Venus room, but this time they were no longer ministers, but generals. From Prince Condé onwards were the Duke of Luxembourg, the Viscount of Turin, and several other officers who had earned merit on the battlefield. The king took one look at them and said bluntly, I intend to establish a military academy. Chapter 272 King Louis I of Poland. It's a pity that I probably won't be able to see the first batch of students graduate from the academy, Prince Condé said regretfully when he and the king were alone. Not only that, Louis said, you probably won't even have the chance to attend the opening ceremony of the academy. Prince Condé paused. He began to miss the king of 20 years ago. The king at that time was such a humble and gentle man who was good at thinking of others. No, even the king in the Battle of Dunkirk was not so straightforward and aggressive. But he didn't know that he was smiling. Indeed, when he heard that the Polish nobles intended to nominate him as king, the prince's first reaction was not happiness but panic. Even if there was no Fronde rebellion, any king would not be very happy when he heard that a great noble of His Majesty was about to obtain the same prominent status as him. He was worried that even if this matter could not succeed, it would arouse the king's fear and suspicion. At that time, let alone going to the battlefield, he would be lucky to be able to live out his life in his own Château de Chantilly. Even if the king later summoned him and told him clearly that he would rather let the blood of the Bourbon family flow in more territories than be suspicious of his own blood relatives, he convinced the hesitant Prince of Condé with just one sentence: what the Austrian Habsburg family had done, the French Bourbon could do. When he was still the Prince of Condé, the king's words would make him unable to sleep for several days. Was it sarcasm, or spying? Or was it malicious intent that he didn't want to hide? But now, this rude yet intimate tone has almost put the Prince of Condé on an equal footing. The prince with grey hair can finally sigh from the bottom of his heart: Your Majesty, if possible, I would rather wait a year or more. I don't want you to do that, Louis said. The Roman Church has already given us feedback, and the Pope's decree will be issued at any time. When he gives the will to France, the Polish Zlachta will be eager to put the crown on your head. At this point, Louis showed a grim expression. After all, compared to the Prince of Condé of France, they are definitely more willing to let the King of Poland lead his army into Poland. I can only say that I am very grateful, Your Majesty, Prince of Condé said. The expenses in this regard. Nostradamus, a wizard who was good at prophecy, once promised Queen Mother Catherine de' Medici that her 3 sons would become kings. So the Queen Mother ignored the empty treasury and paid 400,000 livres, and made a promise of another 600,000 livres, so that the Polish Zlachta would nominate Henry III as the King of Poland. However, Henry III ran back after being king for only 1 year. Putting this aside, this time the king not only had to bribe the Zlachta, but also the Cardinal Prince of the Roman Church. This expenditure must be considerable. Although I would like to tell you that you don't have to care about these vulgar things at all, Louis said, but I think that we can agree on these in writing after the dust settles. The Prince of Condé nodded knowingly. Unlike Henry III in the past, the Prince of Condé would have to give up all his territories and castles to make the Sun King shine brighter. Conversely, if he was forced to abdicate, even if he could return to France, he would only have an empty title but no territory, and the same would apply to his descendants. This was also a big gamble for the Prince of Condé. Perhaps the people of the Bourbon family all have a stubborn temper. The Prince of Condé has no fear of the difficult road ahead, only an extreme desire. The same is true for his son. He just thinks of his grandson, who was born in 1968 and is only 4 years old. Duke of Enghien. Louis said that the Duke of Enghien is the title used by the heirs of the Prince of Condé in successive generations. Now this title still belongs to the prince's eldest son, but the prince's eldest son has decided to go to Poland with his father, and when the Prince of Condé becomes the King of Poland, he will be the crown prince, and will have another title at that time. But what Louis said means that he still retains this title for the Condé family. If something happens, the Condé family can still be passed on. I will leave Chantilly to the Duke of Enghien. Louis added. The Prince of Condé did not speak, but just bowed slightly. The two of them understood each other tacitly that the young Duke of Enghien was left in Versailles as a hostage, but once the Condé family was able to gain a foothold in Poland, the young Enghien, as the eldest son of the eldest son, would inevitably leave France for Poland. However, having no title and having the title of Duke of Enghien in Versailles are completely different concepts. With the addition of the Château de Chantilly, the young Duke of Enghien would at least not fall into any embarrassing situation. There is no need to say more about what happened afterwards. The young Duke of Enghien was sent to the court 2 weeks later. He was disappointingly not very good looking. The Prince of Condé's elegance did not seem to be inherited by this child. His brown skin and unkempt hair made him look like a rude savage. Moreover, his eyes were fierce, and he looked at everyone as if he was going to bite them. When the eldest princess saw this child, she subconsciously let out a long ah. It was the first time she had seen such a child. The little Prince Louis and the Duke of Colonna were also surprised, but they did not say it out loud. It was the eldest Princess Marie who immediately stepped forward and stretched out her hand to the young Duke of Enghien. When she raised her hand, the young Duke of Enghien's maid was already scared and pale. "Oh my God," she instinctively shouted, "don't do this. Your Highness, he will bite you." But the eldest princess had already held the young Duke of Enghien's hand. The maid's words made her look at the other person in confusion. Although the young Duke of Enghien still had a fierce look on his face, he did not bite people randomly as the maid said. The king glanced at Batam, and immediately 2 guards took away the nurse and maid of the young Duke of Enghien. "Hello, brother," the eldest princess said kindly. The young Duke of Enghien did not speak, but took the eldest princess's hand in return, looked at it, and sniffed it. Just when people were worried that he would take a bite, the eldest princess took him aside and took out candy from her skirt pocket for him to eat. The adults in the audience hall wisely kept silent and did not look at the Prince of Condé and his son. It was obvious that it was just a lack of education. Although the young Duke of Enghien was only 4 years old, he was completely like an animal. The face of the son of Prince Condé was livid. He and his mother had lived in exile for a long time. When he grew up, he joined his father's army to fight. His wife was the daughter of the Elector of Bavaria. Now she didn't look very competent. However, noble ladies rarely raised and fed their children themselves. They mostly handed them over to wet nurses and maids. The little Duke of Enghien was too young. If it weren't for such a big change, his tutor would have used a teaching stick to turn him back into a human. Because there were too many things to do in the past few days, Prince Condé and his son only took a brief look at the child, confirmed that he was healthy and had a decent face, and did not ask any more questions. "It's just right," the king said in time. "The son of the Count of Soissons is also in the audience today." He looked at his own prince and Duke of Calonne. "He will be your classmate." "That's great," the prince said seriously. "The son of Count Soissons, that is, Eugene the Younger. Count Soissons can be said to be Louis' half-brother-in-law. His wife is the niece of Cardinal Mazarin, that is, Olympia Mancini. That shameless woman envied the rewards her sister Marie received from Louis XIV, but Louis would not accept another Mancini, so she boldly attached herself to Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and gave birth to Eugene the Younger for him. Because he didn't know what kind of traps and conspiracies Leopold I would set for this matter, after consulting the Count of Soissons, Louis XIV asked Madame Milady to arrange an accident so that Olympia Mancini would die on her way back home. Little Eugene was originally going to be sent to another place to be adopted under an assumed name, or to a monastery to be a monk. There were people who gave their lives to the Lord since infancy, but after considering for a while, the Count of Soissons exchanged the king's recognition of his illegitimate children and their mother on the condition that he would keep little Eugene under his own name. This was something that everyone knew tacitly, and the person whom the Count of Soissons truly loved got the title of Countess of Soissons, and the time of their marriage contract was changed to several years ago, so that their 2 daughters born before also obtained the status of legitimate children. And in recent years the Count of Soissons also had a son. Although France still implemented the Salic law, Louis had already made plans. When little Eugene grew up, he would tell him everything. Although it was a bit cruel to the child, as long as little Eugene was willing, the doors of the king's court and the academy would be open to him. As long as he did not degenerate, he could be awarded with his own merits instead of taking away the title and territory of his nominal father, the Count of Soissons' biological son. However, little Eugene Savoy already knew. Maybe it was his grandmother who raised him, the mother of the Count of Soissons, Louis XIV's cousin, who told him. She said in a letter to Louis that some foreigners with Austrian accents had appeared around Soissons recently. Leopold knew that he had such an illegitimate child, and it was hard to say whether he wanted to do anything, so this Bourbon lady not only revealed little Eugene's unspeakable life experience, but also pleaded with Louis whether he could send little Eugene to Versailles. She could not guarantee little Eugene's safety in Soissons. Little Eugene and the previous little Duke of Enghien were simply a comparison group. The mother of the Count of Soissons was a gentle and tolerant lady. Although little Eugene had no blood relationship with her, and could even be called a shame, the old lady still took good care of him. He should be 9 years old this year, only 1 year younger than the crown prince, but there was not much difference in height and weight between them. Fortunately, his face and figure did not inherit too many Habsburg features. He had thick eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge with a small arch, which made him look a bit adult and calm. He did not look embarrassed under the gaze of everyone. Louis stretched out his hand, and after a little hesitation, he walked up and kissed the king's hand, which was to show closeness. After all, on the surface, he could be said to be a distant relative of the king. When the distance was shortened, Louis found that the corners of his eyes were red. Considering that he knew about this before coming to Versailles, it seemed that this child was still a big blow. But it can finally be said to be a good thing, Louis said in his heart. Otherwise, when he grows up and realizes that he will never get his father's love, he will definitely feel resentful. Louis learned a few days later that little Eugen was dragged into the preparatory affairs of the academy by the crown prince and the Duke of Calonne, but he probably didn't have much time for the children recently. Since the envoys of the Roman Church arrived in Versailles, The Polish noble parliament also made a decision. Under Louis XIV's financial offensive and military threats, Prince Condé defeated Mr. Lorraine and became the 7th elected king of Poland and the 5th foreign king. The Polish noble parliament will send 12 important members of the Szlachta to lead soldiers and servants to welcome their king. This scene appeared 100 years ago and now it reappeared in front of people's eyes. Queen Mother Catherine entertained this group of Poles at the Tuileries Palace. This time they also stayed temporarily in the Tuileries Palace in Paris, and then went from Paris to Versailles after some corrections. Their envoys had attended the 15th victory banquet at Versailles before, and naturally exaggerated the event after returning. However, the Poles were still skeptical, because in the envoys' words, the French king did not build a palace, but a city. But since they came to Paris, they had to believe the envoys' words. Even if Versailles was completely fictitious, Paris was as admirable and admired as the rebuilt Rome. You would not walk on feces here, the rooms were bright and the air was fresh, and the people who came and went, even ordinary residents, wore brightly colored cotton or silk and had beautiful little curlers. The shops on the streets were decorated with large pieces of glass, which were filled with a dazzling array of goods from all directions. Is Versailles like this too? They asked. Versailles is 10 times better than Paris. The Paris servants who served them said bitterly, not knowing whether out of jealousy or sadness. Note 1. Before the king's banquet began, the butler would blow a few clarinets to indicate the start of the banquet. Here the king was just teasing. Chapter 273 King Louis I of Poland. 2. After hearing what the Parisians said, the Polish nobles became more cautious about their subsequent audiences and visits. They had dressed up extremely magnificently and bought a large amount of jewelry, silk and decorations in Paris. So when they left Paris, there were actually Parisians watching and cheering on the streets. This made the group of Szlachta feel a little more at ease. They walked along the wide, long and flat avenue to Versailles all the way to the Palace of Versailles. This avenue was built by the king when he built the new Palace of Versailles, or in other words, it was completed much earlier than the Palace of Versailles. This avenue was paved with cement. The Polish nobles had long heard of France's cement products, and many of them had bought them to reinforce their own city walls and fortresses. The roadbed was rammed earth and gravel, and the road surface was cement, about 1.5 feet higher than the flat ground on both sides. This was really dangerous for people who needed to gallop on horseback on this road. Perhaps it was precisely because of this consideration that on both sides of the avenue were towering sycamore trees, the distance between each tree no more than the size of a girl with her arms outstretched. The treetops touched people's heads, and the branches and leaves covered the sky. In this season, the heart-like leaves had turned from emerald green to golden yellow, and they fell on the road, forming a beautiful long golden carpet. Horse hooves landed on it, making a crisp rustling sound. If such a road is only a few hundred feet long, it would not be a big deal. But they already know that it is not only 4 leagues from Paris to Versailles, but also 1 league from Versailles to the Palace of Versailles. The distance is thousands of feet long. It makes people fall into an inescapable fantasy. No matter how long they walk, they seem to be left on this beautiful and long road, cut off from the real world. Fortunately, there are not only Poles on this road, but also other officials and nobles going to the Palace of Versailles. They are either from the provinces or poor people who are not qualified to live in Versailles and cannot find a room in Versailles or Limoges. The width of the avenue of Versailles allows 4 carriages to run side by side. Even though the Polish team is magnificent, there are still carriages passing by them. The ladies in the carriages, or the famous girls, boldly pull up the curtains and observe these foreigners through the bright glass windows. What a wanton woman! A Szlachta said, stroking his beard. His companion nodded in agreement, but was also full of desire and curiosity for these reckless women. They also saw French men passing by. They all rode tall and beautiful horses, and wore makeup and gorgeous clothes like the ladies. They could tell at a glance because French men now, like their king, did not grow beards. But seeing them coming and going like the wind, unrestrained and self-assured, carrying muskets and long swords, they knew that their courage was no less than their appearance. It was difficult for the Poles to describe their feelings, but if people from later generations were here, they would tell them that this was the great self-confidence that the people would inevitably have when the country became strong. Generally speaking, the stronger and richer a country is, the more tolerant and open its people will be. They can accept almost anything, good, bad, old, new. This is true for the strong and the weak, but if the country is weak, then the situation will be exactly the opposite. This can be seen from the more remote and poorer places, the more likely it is to have absurd things like mutual oppression. But this is no longer something the Poles need to care about. When they stopped at the Titan place, they could already see the Palace of Versailles, which was like a paradise on earth. The Titan place was a large square specially built after the completion of the Palace of Versailles because most people would crowd here. From here, the king's guards and musketeers patrolled. At this time, a young officer rode up in a relaxed manner, followed by only a few followers. But the leading envoys could tell at a glance that the man was the king they were going to meet, Henry, the eldest son and only heir of Prince Condé of France. Henry also saw the Poles immediately. The leader of the delegation was Andrzej Obolenski. No one might know this name, but most people did know this surname, because during the Great Flood, when the Swedes invaded Poland, it was Obolenski and another great noble who surrendered without a fight. All they hoped for was to continue to retain their territory and golden power, that is, the power to ignore the king's orders. When they toasted with the Swedes, the Swedish army passed through the defense line they were responsible for without any harm, bringing great disaster to the Polish people. But because of Poland's strange system and laws, their treason was not only not tried, but not even condemned. They were still zlachta and could participate in the national Sejm, similar to the parliamentary meeting, pointing fingers at the king and controlling the fate of Poland. Mr. Andrzej was the nephew of General Obolenski. He and his uncle were shameless, greedy, and short-sighted, so Louis chose this man as the first target of his breakthrough. With a bribe of 50,000 livres, he did not hesitate to turn to France. Although the best king for the Poles should be a Pole, even if not, the Duke of Lorraine would be better than the Duke of Condé, who was obviously supported by the King of France, but he still chose the bright gold. He and Henry, who was going to Poland as a secret envoy, had met earlier, so they were very cordial. They dismounted, hugged each other warmly, and exchanged insincere greetings. Later, it was the attendant on the side who reminded them that there was not much time left. On the road from the Titan Square to the Palace of Versailles, there were even fewer people who could ride horses, and there were even fewer people who could ride carriages here, but the Polish delegation had obtained the king's permission to dismount from here all the way to the Holly Maze, so there were even more people watching them. It has to be said that perhaps the Polish beards and strong smell are still a little vulgar and rough, but the winged cavalry of the delegation undoubtedly saved their face. These light cavalry evolved from the Hungarian hussars, were exactly 100 cavalrymen belonging to the Obolenski family. They rode Arabian horses covered with gorgeous horse clothes, wearing 12 black felt hats on their heads, which looked like a gauntlet decorated with metal edges and feathers on one side. They had no armor, only long-sleeved short tops. This coat, decorated with jewels and gold and silver thread embroidery, was more like a layer of light armor, and they had wild beast furs hanging on their shoulders, lions, tigers, bears or wolves, which was related to the origin of their name, winged cavalry, both of which were the biggest enemies of these cavalrymen, all the hobbies of the Ottoman Turkish deli, madmen in Turkish cavalry. They covered their bodies with furs and stuck feathers of birds of prey on their shields. The winged cavalry not only defeated these powerful enemies, but also kept these decorations as trophies with them. Speaking of wings, the winged hussars would not keep these cumbersome things when they were actually on the battlefield, but now they were acting as a guard of honor, so people could see huge wings spread out like peacocks behind the saddles. These feathers were either from swans, falcons, or ostriches, dyed with bright colors, and inserted on thin wooden poles with rows of small holes, which were fixed in the holes reserved behind the saddles. Among those who were watching them, there were also people observing the weapons of these winged hussars. The most famous weapon of the winged hussars was their lances. These lances were about 8 feet long, once longer, but later shortened to this size, and were neatly raised above the ears of the horses. The front end of the lances fluttered with red and white spear flags. It can be imagined that when these winged hussars charged in thousands, the torrent of bright colors would frighten their enemies. In the other hand that was not holding the lance was a round shield, perhaps to pay tribute to the King of France. This round shield with spikes in the middle had a strong French style. On their waists, there was a long sword and a rapier, one for use on horseback and one for close combat. 2 muskets were inserted in the gun bag in front of the saddle, and the long spurs on the boots sparkled in the sun. Louis stood on the terrace on the highest floor and slowly put away the telescope. Beside him were the Prince of Condé, the Viscount of Turin and the Duke of Orleans, his 3 generals. However, one of them would leave soon, which made Louis sigh when he thought of it, but he Even if it was not because the Prince of Condé had a rift with him after knowing this, just for the further expansion and consolidation of the Bourbon bloodline in Europe, he had to support the Prince of Condé. Although, even if they were from the same bloodline, it was not uncommon for them to fight against each other, such as the current Habsburg Austria and Spain. But if the Prince of Condé became the King of Poland, before he could destroy the power of the Szlachta, Condé and his heirs must have the full support of France, otherwise they would just be puppets controlled by the nobles. If you want to talk about puppets, just look at John II before. Amin always said that he would make him into ham, but with a general like Oberlinski who opened the country's doors, the king was able to hold on until the end of the flood period, and Poland still retained its sovereignty. It was already remarkable. You will go down to greet them later, Louis said to Prince Condé. What about you? Prince Condé asked. I will show up when the banquet starts. Louis said, it would be too deliberate to have a big quarrel. I kept silent, while you were complacent, and the people around you fanned the flames. It would be more realistic. What about me, brother? Asked the Duke of Orleans. You don't care about the throne, but you are a little jealous, Louis said carefully. As a brother, you want to go against me. I and France cannot directly support Condé, otherwise the Szlachta will immediately turn their spearheads against their king, but you can, Philippe, you can pretend to be against me. I don't like Condé, but you want him to have everything he wants. There will always be a day when the truth will be revealed. Prince of Condé murmured. So Philippe wants to become another force they think they have, when they think they still have a choice. Louis glanced at Prince of Condé. Of course, if you are willing to believe Philippe. There is nothing I don't believe, Prince of Condé said. You could have done nothing. Without Louis, he couldn't even win the battle for the throne. I will not leave my brother and France. The Duke of Orleans said. He saw that Prince of Condé did hesitate for a few seconds, and then he should have thought that the king had spent so much effort on the territory of Orleans, how could he hand over Orleans to another person who he didn't know whether to trust or not? They have entered the Grand Gallery, Louis said, and the Prince of Condé left. Do you think the Poles will believe it? The Duke of Orleans raised his telescope and looked at the winged cavalry who stopped at the steps. Yes, said Louis, people's hearts are like a mirror. How they see themselves is how they see others. These Szlachtas who betrayed the king, the people and the country without hesitation will certainly believe that you will be moved and act for the throne of Poland. It is not yet known whether the hearts of the Poles are a mirror. They have been completely stunned by the mirrored walls of the Venus Hall. It was dusk when they arrived in Versailles, and dusk fell when they stepped into the Grand Gallery. The gorgeously dressed servants put down the magnificent gilded lampstands, held long matches, and lit white stearic candles one by one. This kind of candle does not come from bees or whales, but from the oil cold pressed from petroleum by wizards and craftsmen. This kind of candle is smokeless, odorless, and has a long lighting time and stable illumination. A complete round of candles can support an entire all-night dance party. Within a few minutes, the hall seemed to have returned to daytime. Bright light filled people's vision, and it reflected the charming colors of silk, velvet, gold and silver better than natural light. Unlike during the day, the men were vaguely gathered in groups of 3 or 5, forming a system, and the ladies were like flowers scattered among the branches. Their smiles hidden under the ivory folding fans were more charming, and their flowing eyes were like a fine net that could grab people tightly at any time. But with the cry of "The king is here," the crowd immediately parted like the Red Sea. Louis XIV came with his cane in hand, his hood held high. His sharp eyes swept through the crowd, and everyone could not help but bow their heads and kneel deeply. Even so, the king with an extremely good memory still showed some dissatisfaction. Is the abbot of the Abbey of St. Martin of Neville here? The king's voice was particularly loud in the silence. After a while, a man in a black robe of a Jesuit monk slowly walked in from the small door on the side of the hall. He came to the king and bowed. Andrew hissed softly. How could he not recognize him? This man was John II, the king of Poland before Michael. After being forced to abdicate, he came to France to seek Louis XIV's asylum in order to avoid the assassination of Szlachta. His appearance in the court was nothing, but it was a bit inappropriate when the Polish noble delegation came to welcome the new King Condé. Maybe this inappropriateness was what Louis XIV wanted. A reader asked me whether I had finished writing the sequel to Butterfly Dream. Well, it has been completed. I have put it in the book club. Readers who want to read it can go and read it directly. Thank you. Chapter 274 King Louis I of Poland. 3. No, Brother John was allowed to stay beside the king. He had the honor of sitting at the same long table with the king at a banquet. Even though he was at the end of the table, as long as he looked at the uneasy Poles, they would definitely think that Louis XIV might support John II to become the King of Poland again. As far as Anjou knew, 3 great nobles had accepted bribes no less than his. Although the other great nobles and generals could not be detected, it was thought that the Condé family would not be stingy with the money in their hands in order to win the election. As far as he knew, the Prince of Condé even sold his territory and castle east of Paris. They whispered and thought they were doing it very secretly, but even Brother John could see it clearly. When he was still the King of Poland, he was used to the hypocritical behavior of these Zlachtas, and now he felt a sense of sadness and emptiness. He came to Versailles not because of Louis XIV's instruction, but because he heard that the Ottoman Turks were attacking Poland, so he wanted to come and beg the King of France to send troops. At this dinner, the king treated him with special favor. Brother John estimated that it was because the Prince of Condé became the new King of Poland that made the king more and more afraid of this distant relative. He had been accustomed to peaceful life. He heard that the Prince of Condé was also a brave warrior. Maybe it would be a good thing for him to become the King of Poland. He moved the cup to his lips, thinking whether he should leave Versailles as soon as possible and return to the Abbey of St. Martin of Nevers. The Pole was worried and almost lost his appetite, but these troubles soon disappeared in the dance of Mrs. Montespan. People in the French court have the sharpest eyes and the most sensitive ears. The royal wife is also an important position. Those who occupy it are incompetent and will be regarded as those who are idle. That's right, here we are talking about the 2 royal wives before the king. If people can still tolerate Marie Mancini because she did not officially obtain this title, then the later Mrs. Lavalier made it difficult for the court to tolerate. As the king's first royal wife, she should have abided by her duties, that is, she must be young and beautiful, have elegant tastes, be good at singing and dancing, and have a certain literary accomplishment. She will be the king's mouthpiece. In some occasions and situations where the king is not suitable to speak, she is also a bridge to introduce some sincere foreign ministers to the king. She will be the first person to lead the court fashion and become the most gorgeous dress in France. But for reasons we all know, Mrs. Lavalier was used more as a spy and assassin by the king. No one in the court knew about this. They only knew that the king's royal wife was a foreigner, just the daughter of an officer, weak and sick, too pious. She often prayed in the church for a long time, simple and monotonous clothes, and the most unforgivable thing was that her face did not meet the preferences of the French at that time. It was not until the last year that she gave birth to a healthy son for the king. For all these reasons, Mrs. Lavalier's departure did not cause much waves, and the people in the court could be said to have welcomed Mrs. Montespan with joy. Of course, Mrs. Montespan was first of all a Frenchwoman. Although some people pointed out that her mother's resume was a fabrication, the Queen Mother admitted that the Duchess of Mortimer had indeed been her maid in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, so people had nothing to say. She had a marriage of equal status, was a marquise, and was qualified to serve the Queen and the King. She was young, had given birth, and was still radiant after completing her duties. She was keen to sponsor all artists she thought were desirable, and she could compose music, write poetry and paint. Her salon was always lit with candles, and countless talented people hoped to get an invitation. There they could get a lot of funding, like-minded friends and a most precious promise. As long as Mrs. Montespan thought you were worthy, she would bring you directly to the king. And the king did accept almost all the people recommended to him by his royal wife. He sent some of these people to the Academy of Sciences, which was in need of young new blood. The youngest there, Mr. Pascal, was already 50 years old, and Fermat, Deseggs and the most famous Mr. Descartes were also very old. Even though their minds were still very flexible, they were no longer able to do experiments. Some went to Lorraine and Alsace, branches of the French Academy of Sciences, which had courses and projects on chemical research and alchemy that were always short of staff. Still others went to Orleans and Blois, where the hospitals and medical care systems already had a prototype, and any doctor or student who was willing to relearn instead of just doing guancheng, bloodletting or branding could get a place there. The only thing that made the courtiers and nobles complain was that when the royal lady recommended these people, she did not consider their origins or even nationality. Among them were the sons of local judges, descendants of farmers, or sons of merchants. There were French, Italians, and British people. The king was very indulgent towards her and not only accepted her recommendations, but also rewarded her with a precious jewel whenever she recommended someone. This undoubtedly made many people jealous, especially the noble ladies surrounding the Queen Mother and the Queen. Unlike the ministers, they were almost always watching the new royal lady, hoping that she would make some mistakes to disappoint the king and lose His Majesty's favor. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Although this lady was also from the provinces, she was like someone who was born and raised in Versailles. No matter what happened, she could solve it easily, whether it was a test, a prank or a conspiracy. After several times, those ministers in the inner court who might be more demanding than the ladies said that Madame de Montespan had the decisiveness and insight that ordinary women did not have. This was not surprising. After all, Madame de Montespan's two teachers were her two fathers. She thought and judged from another perspective on many issues. Just like these Poles, if she had changed to a royal lady, she might be cautious and not have too much contact with these foreign envoys, or she might just want to make a fortune from it. But since she heard that Prince Condé and Duke of Orleans were bribing these people, she was sure of Louis XIV's idea. He did not want to destroy his former enemy, Prince Condé, or rather than staying in the shadow of his youth, the Sun King wanted to let the light of the Bourbon family be projected to another distant and weak country. She immediately made up her mind to make these envoys completely fall for her, Her Majesty and Versailles. Paralyze them, bribe them, and let them completely fall into depravity and strong wine, honey and soft arms. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile that could not even be described in words. This smile could completely make the French forgive her every reckless and shallow introduction before, not to mention the Polish envoys. We have mentioned before that Henry III was also the King of Poland. 100 years ago, the Poles also sent 12 noble envoys with cavalry and servants to welcome him. At that time, Henry III's sister, the wife of the King of Navarre, Princess Margaret, or another more familiar name to call her Queen Margot, was in her prime and had outstanding looks. Because her relationship with Henry III was not very good, she was also very keen to send her second brother to Poland to be the king, and never see each other again. She welcomed the envoys with an extremely happy attitude. The Polish envoys praised Queen Margot's face, figure and clothes. After she responded to the bishop in the delegation in Latin, she was praised as Minerva, Roman goddess of wisdom, who is good at speaking. Maybe this statement also has a compliment, but to be frank, the Poles see the Tatars as barbarians, and the Parisians see the Poles as barbarians. It was so 100 years ago and it is still so 100 years later. They simply can't imagine that there is such a perfect woman as Mrs. Montespan. Although she can't be compared with Queen Margot in status, she can recite the latest poems in Latin and even speak Polish. Polish was not systematized until the 16th century, but she can communicate with the Polish envoys without any obstacles. After the king and queen led the dance, they danced 3 times with Madame de Montespan. Then, Madame de Montespan gladly accepted the invitation of Anja, the leader of the Polish delegation. Anja later said that he was dancing with a fragrant breeze, clever birds or bright light. He didn't know where he was or why he came. He even forgot all the troubles of the world, including his mission and name. The other members of the delegation were also surprised to find that they were suddenly welcomed. Although the ladies could not invite the gentlemen to dance, how could these smart people not understand their hints? After dancing for more than an hour, they were sweating and exhausted. They drank a lot of sweet and clear sparkling wine in one breath. For the Poles who were used to the strong water of life, Polish liquor, this sparkling wine was no different from the spring water in the mountains. Seeing that they had drunk wine, Madame Montespan took them to the gambling table. For a group of people who were not good at calculating, the complicated card game emptied their purses in a short time. Madame Montespan saw this and took them to play dice. Dice seemed to be a game that required luck, but in fact, their opponents were also arranged by Madame Montespan. They won a sum at first, and then began to lose continuously. At this time, 1 or 2 people had sobered up a little. They walked to the billiard table, hoping to use this game to kill time. However, they did not know that in the court, any game required bets, and they still lost a lot of money. Finally, their surroundings finally calmed down, and they were horrified to find that each of them had probably lost hundreds or even thousands of livres. Poland was a vast plain, and there were almost no other trade items except for exporting rye, wheat, barley and oats. Even a great noble like Anja could buy one of their votes with 50,000 livres. This money was not unaffordable for them, but it could make them sad for a while. But when they returned to their room dejectedly, they found a velvet purse on their bed, which contained twice the amount of gold Louis they owed tonight. The Poles were immediately excited and surprised. They first guessed that the man might be the Prince of Condé, but Ange sniffed the smell on the purse and confirmed that the smell was very similar to that of Madame Montespan. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but these gentlemen were not willing to owe a debt to such a living Venus. However, when Ange had the honor of visiting this lady alone, the lady smiled and introduced him to the Duke of Orleans. No one knows what the Duke of Orleans talked about with the descendant of Obolinski, but after that, the Polish delegation began to lose control and spend money wantonly, which was something everyone could see. What made Louis laugh was that the Duke of Orleans seemed to have given the Poles a lot of bribes, but these bribes either became chips on the gambling table, or turned into wine and food, or jewelry, silk, porcelain, and glassware, and most of these things came from the royal territory. The Poles took the bribes with their left hand and returned them to the king and the duke with their right hand. Many of them still owed a lot of money before leaving. No, not only them, but also the servants and winged cavalry. Although they were not qualified to enter Versailles, they were also addicted to all kinds of enjoyment and could hardly extricate themselves. "I must say that I am very grateful to you," Ange said excitedly to Madame Montespan. "I almost made a big mistake." "Oh, sir, please don't say that. You are a generous man, and those knights are good guys who deserve praise." Madame Montespan gently shook her fan. "And I have also received your reward. Just some wheat and rye." Ange waved his hand indifferently. The Polish Zlachta occupied 70 to 80% of the country's arable land, and it was not peasants who cultivated the land for them, but serfs. In other words, they only had to leave a meager amount of beans and wheat for those poor people to barely survive. All the output could be said to be theirs. Madame Montespan did not even ask for it, but bought wheat. Such a request could be met even by the 50 villages under Ange's name, not to mention his family. The other members of the delegation also heard the good news. It was easy for them to use part of the harvest of next year and the year after to pay off the debt in Versailles. They praised the beauty and kindness of Mrs. Montespan, and secretly laughed at her stupidity, because if she went directly to Poland to buy wheat, the money she spent would be much less than their debt. What they didn't know was that the day after they left Versailles with Prince Condé and his eldest son, Mrs. Montespan received a reward from the king, a small palace at the end of the Grand Canal, which people called Trianon. I wanted to write another chapter today, but I didn't finish it. Chapter 275: The King's Parenting Time. After the Poles and Prince of Condé left, Viscount Turenne also set off for the Netherlands. Versailles and Paris entered a calm and relaxed period. There was no war abroad and no riots at home. The king and his brother had a rare long time to pay attention to the children's education. Although the royal children were surrounded by countless nannies, maids and attendants, and professors that ordinary people rarely saw, many of the problems they were about to face were problems that only a king and a ruler could answer. Moreover, the abnormal behavior of the eldest princess had attracted the attention of the king. The Duke of Orleans was at a loss at first. He did not quite understand why the eldest princess did not seek help from her father and uncle. After Louis inquired about her situation, he told the Duke of Orleans that it was because her mother was the British Princess Henrietta. Henrietta had an unfortunate childhood. She had never seen her father since she was born. Her brother was displaced. She and her mother lived under the roof of others. Although Princess Henrietta grew up in such a situation, she was tough, but she also had some defects in her character. During the years when the eldest princess grew up, the king and the Duke of Orleans were fighting outside. If she sought guidance and help, she could only go to her mother, or the queen mother. So the problem arose. The Duchess of Orleans, the queen and the queen mother were not vicious people, but they all had a unified identity, that is, the princesses of a country in a political marriage. They were used to accepting the arrangements of others in fate and were ready to make sacrifices. It can only be said that they were lucky to meet Louis and the Duke of Orleans. Regardless of other things, Queen Anne and Louis XIV had no children for 20 years. Was it her fault? You know, she not only has Louis, but also Philip. But Louis did not want his daughter and niece to walk the Via Dolorosa, which is the way of the Savior, not these lovely girls. So, after the preparations for various colleges were gradually going well and the children, mainly the eldest princess and little Eugene, finally had real cheerful smiles on their faces, the special courses for the king and the duke began. In the small hall at the end of the Venus Hall, Because the dome is a ceiling painting of Cupid in Pushkin, Cupid's lover, it is called the Cupid Hall. This small hall was originally used as a lounge for the king and other nobles. There are huge glass windows on 3 sides, forming a 4-cornered window. In front of the window is a windowsill wide enough for a person to lie on it, but today everyone is sitting on the carpet in front of the window. The carpet is thick, warm and delicate, with patterns of flowers and birds, vibrant and colorful. It is also a precious legacy, one of the spoils brought back from Egypt by Louis XIV. But no matter how precious it was just an ordinary piece of furniture for the king, his brother and their children. They sat on this huge carpet, enjoying the sunshine and rich food. This time was neither morning, noon nor evening. According to the will of the church, eating at a time other than mealtime was undoubtedly a sin. Louis didn't care about this. Given the animal nature of human beings, people couldn't eat when they were nervous, and they would relax when they were eating. This was inevitable. They were the only ones in this hall, and the only person serving was Bontang, the king's shadow. If there was anything Bontang needed, he would go outside the door and tell the servants waiting 50 feet away. In addition to creating a relaxed and private atmosphere, the next course involved some sensitive topics. After enjoying small cakes, citrus jam, coffee and milk, the children's nerves finally relaxed. Louis then looked at them one by one. Of course, the eldest of these children was his firstborn son, the little Duke of Colonna. He would come of age next year, so the king would not let him leave Versailles. His coming-of-age ceremony would be presided over by the king, which was also an apology to his mother, the Duchess of Colonna, who imprisoned him. The second was Crown Prince Louis. Queen Teresa became pregnant the year she came to Paris and gave birth to a son the following year. Louis knew that the Queen Mother was a little disappointed because little Louis was not as mature, intelligent and calm as him. This was a little unfair. Louis knew very well that he was not a real child. Fortunately, the other ministers had already been satisfied. Look at Carlos I of Spain, and then look at Charles I of Sweden. They are not as healthy and smart as the Crown Prince. Then there's the eldest princess, who came into the world right after the Crown Prince. She probably didn't know that her health made Louis relieved, which showed that his close kin marriage with Queen Teresa did not lead to the most tragic consequences. Little Louis' health was not accidental or lucky, so the king unconsciously favored her more. Next is the eldest Princess Marie, who is the first child of the Duke of Orleans and has a healthy and kind heart. This can be seen from the fact that when she thought she was going to be married to the deformed and sickly King Carlos I of Spain, who was destined to have almost no offspring, she did not hate or envy the eldest Princess Elizabeth. But while she was kind, she was too introverted and thoughtful, which was not a good thing for someone who would inevitably become a queen in the future. I just hope that these days of busyness can make her change a little. After the eldest princess is the king's distant relative. One is little Eugene, whose relationship with the king is from Bourbon on the surface, but from Habsburg in fact, and there is also a little Duke of Enghien, who is the grandson of Condé. In order to make him eligible to stay in Versailles, the king specially conferred the title of this little monster who was only knee-high in advance. Little Monster was not the king's nickname for him, but a derogatory name. Although Louis showed goodwill towards the Condé family, ever since the Prince of Condé handed over his fiefdom and castle, this family was equivalent to cutting off its roots in France. Louis could punish those who were unfriendly to him, but he could not force people to care for him from the bottom of their hearts. The atmosphere of flattery and currying favor with the powerful in the Palace of Versailles was not only deeply rooted, but also deliberately promoted by the king. Moreover, the little Duke of Enghien was too young, so Louis had no choice but to let the eldest princess and the eldest daughter take turns to look after this poor child. The Duke of Enghien also represents another kind of lack of education in aristocratic families. Anne of Bavaria, the wife of Henry, the eldest son of Prince Condé, did not receive much orthodox education. Henry had been following his father to fight in Flanders and the Netherlands. According to tradition, his eldest son was handed over to a wet nurse and a maid as soon as he was born. People at that time had no idea about the early education that babies should have. Because the mortality rate was too high, some people asked parents not to approach their children too frequently. Whether the child could grow up healthily depended on the responsibility of the wet nurse and the maid. Unfortunately, the Duke of Enghien met the most irresponsible ones. They may think that it is okay to blame the child's own madness. After all, rude princes and kings are not uncommon in various countries. Many aristocratic children need corporal punishment to correct the bad habits they developed in childhood. Unfortunately, the child's grandfather, father, and even the king are not the kind of people who will be easily perfunctory. They were imprisoned in the Bastille on the charge of murdering aristocrats. Even Henry's wife, Anne of Bavaria, was expelled from Versailles after being reprimanded, and has been away from the center of power and glory ever since. Compared to the eldest Princess Princess Marie was more patient. After taking care of the little Duke of Enghien for a while, she told the king very seriously that the little Duke of Enghien was not a natural rude person, as they imagined. The reason why he always yelled was because no one would pay attention to him otherwise. As long as he was responded to in time, he would not make too much noise. He was disobedient because no one had taught him to speak. He could not understand and could not speak, so of course he would feel painful and uneasy. Even he loved to bite people because it was the only way to communicate with people besides crying and yelling. At this point, the eldest princess proudly showed the king the leather gloves she was wearing. After all, the little Duke of Enghien was not a real dog, and all the teeth of a 4 or 5-year-old child could not bite through the tough lambskin. Anyway, in just a few months, the young Duke of Enghien has established a deep relationship with the eldest princess. Although the Duke of Orleans occasionally twitches his eyes, if you don't look at their ages, the couple is just like a mother and son. The king also felt that when the eldest princess fed the young Duke of Enghien with a spoon, he always felt that he was playing house with the eldest princess. The young Duke of Enghien obviously played the role of a big doll. Anyway, today's class finally started. The drinks and meals were moved to one side. Bontang personally brought a lot of things. The first thing he opened was a folded drawing board. After opening it, you can see a simple map of Poland and surrounding countries. The box on the side contained a variety of flags and small sculptures, as well as wheat in jars and scattered coins. After the drawing board was opened, Louis first picked up a little man. "This is our Prince of Condé," he said, but he was crowned with a sword in Warsaw's St. John's Cathedral 3 months ago. He inserted a red and white flag in the empty armhole reserved for the little man wearing a crown, representing Poland, so we should call him Louis. To everyone's surprise, the first person to speak was not the Crown Prince or the Duke of Colonna, but the little Duke of Enghien sitting in the arms of the eldest princess. He pointed his finger firmly at the little man. "Louis, Excuse me," the eldest princess said quickly. "I have been teaching him to speak these days." "You are teaching the name of Prince Condé?" Louis certainly would not be angry. "Yes." He pulled the hand of the little Duke of Enghien in a friendly manner. Children always remember new things deeply, and the eldest princess must have repeated it many times, but it is not Louis he explained patiently. It should be said that it is Louis because in Polish, Louis is pronounced as Ludwig. Although Louis of Anjou was the king of Poland in 1370, he was also the king of Hungary. Therefore, although he entered Poland because he was the nephew of the old king, he still used the title of King of Hungary and was called Lajos I. He paused. "So Condé, your grandfather is King Louis I of Poland." Ludwig's pronunciation was obviously more complicated than Louis's. The little Duke of Enghien mumbled many times, but he couldn't pronounce any syllables except Lou correctly. In a fit of anger, he threw himself into the arms of the eldest princess, facing the king with his buttocks, without saying a word. Although the eldest princess was also very anxious, she still couldn't bear to blame him. She could only plead with the king with her eyes while gently stroking the little duke's fluffy hair. Louis looked at them, and then looked at the Duke of Orleans beside him. The expressions on their faces were indescribable. The reason for this was that after the Prince of Condé was crowned with a sword, he wrote a letter to Louis in the name of the King of Poland, intending to ask the little Duke of Enghien to marry the eldest princess. Although the age difference between the two was more than 5 years old, it would appear more abrupt when they were young, and it would not be so conspicuous when they were adults. For example, when Henry VIII of England married his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, Catherine was 5 years older than him. This marriage was undoubtedly beneficial to the eldest princess. It not only prevented the recurrence of the likes of Carlos II, but also prevented the eldest princess from having to live a lonely life without finding a suitable marriage. For women, if she waited until the young Duke of Enghien came of age, she would be exactly 20 years old, which was the best age for women to conceive and give birth. Wait, Louis thought about it, and he felt like he was deliberately promoting a sinful marriage. Even if Philip IV of Spain married his niece, it would be better than mother and son. The Duke of Orleans also felt this way. He sincerely hoped that Louis I would not stay in Poland for too long. He was afraid that 10 years later, the adult young Duke of Enghien would hold the girl's hand and walk to the eldest Princess Marie to seek the blessing of an elder. The two brothers were immediately disgusted by their imagination. They looked at each other and changed their original ideas. Unless the young Duke of Enghien could be taken away immediately, it would be better to give up this marriage, even if the young Duke of Enghien might be the King of Poland in the future. Louis reached out and took another little man, which was riding on a horse and holding a scepter, and moved it to the southern border of Poland. "Guess who this is?" he asked. "Jan Sobieski," Duke Kolana replied. The little man looked similar, but now it was only Sobieski who was fighting the Ottoman Turks on the southern border of Poland. The other Zlachtis were either watching or negotiating peace with the Turks. They even had ulterior motives to make the new King Louis I sign the peace treaty and nail him to the pillar of shame. "Correct answer," said the king, and then placed a row of little figures riding horses beside him. "He is fighting the Ottoman Turks." "Did he win?" Little Eugen suddenly asked. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.